do you think advertisements, period, in the United States for pharmaceutical drugs should be banned?
I think they can't be banned. So it doesn't matter what.
Okay. Well, let's say you were a dictator, and two, why can't they do that?
Okay.
Either answer either one.
I believe, I've been told by lawyers who I trust, that the freedom of speech in the U.S. Constitution is such enhancing that you could ban cigarettes and alcohol, which have no therapeutic use, but drugs have a therapeutic use. That you can't do. Let's assume that they can't do, because we know they won't. Anyway, but let's assume they can't. That and especially our Supreme Court now, something that would be unlikely to take that seriously. But that's not the issue. The issue is that if the drug companies want to spend their money advertising, they should have to have independent analysis of the message that the viewers are left with about the drug, so that it's realistic. What's the chance the drug will help them? Well, Trulicity, it's 1 out of 323. 322 people are going to benefit from the cardiovascular risk reduction. What's the true cost? When drugs advertise that you may be able to get this for a $25 copay or something, or tens of thousands of dollars to get a drug for a $25 copay, what an enormous disservice that is to misrepresent the cost to society. That should not be allowed. So you should have to make it clear to viewers how many people are going to benefit, what's your chance of benefiting, how does it compare to lifestyle changes or less expensive therapies, what do you give up if you use a less expensive therapy,
and how much it costs.
How much it costs. Now that could go either way, because you say Humira costs $72,000 and it's no more effective as a first-line drug than methotrexate, which costs $480. People might say, it's an expensive drug because I get it for a $25 copay. So you'd have to temper that.
Oh, you mean people are so, they don't care.
They don't care if their insurance is going to cover it, and it's a $25 copay, but we could figure out how to do it. But the main point is that if we assume that advertisers are going to keep going, we could require that there be outside evaluation of the message that reasonable, unbiased viewers take away from the ads. And the ads would have to tell the truth.
And the truth should have like some truth guardrails, meaning like the cost that we talked about, the effects compared to things that actually, lifestyle changes, with just these details, very strict guardrails of what actually is specified.
And I would make it against the law to have family picnics with dogs catching frisbees.
So, you mean 95% of the ads, yes. I mean, there's something dark and authentic about those advertisements, but they seem, I'm sure they're being done because they work for the target audience. And then the doctors, too. Can you really buy a doctor's opinion? Why does it have effect on doctors? Advertising to doctors. You as a physician, again, from everything I've seen, people love you. And I'll just people should definitely look you up. There's a bunch of videos of you giving talks on YouTube, and it's just it's so refreshing to hear clarity of thought about healthcare. Just the way you think throughout the years. So it's easy to think about maybe you're criticizing big pharma. That's one part of the message that you're talking about, but that's not your brilliance actually shines in the positive, in the solution, in how to do it. So, as a doctor, what affects your mind, and how does big pharma affect your mind?
Yeah. Number one, the information that comes through legitimate sources that doctors have been taught to rely on, evidence-based medicine, the articles in peer-reviewed journals. the guidelines that are issued. Now, those are problematic because when an article is peer reviewed and published in a respected journal, people and doctors obviously assume that the peer reviewers have access to the data and they've independently analyzed the data and they corroborate the findings in the manuscript that was submitted, or they give feedback to the authors and say, we disagree with you on this point, would you please check our analysis, and if you agree with us. That's what they assume the peer review process is, but it's not. The peer reviewers don't have the data. The peer reviewers have the manuscript that's been submitted by the, usually in conjunction with or by the drug company that manufactures the drug. So peer reviewers are unable to perform the job that doctors think they're performing, to vet the data to assure that it's accurate and reasonably complete. They can't do it. And then we have the clinical practice guidelines, which are increasingly more important as the information, the flow of information is getting brisker and brisker, and docs need to get to the bottom of it quickly. Clinical practice guidelines become much more important. And we assume that the authors of those clinical practice guidelines have independently analyzed the data from clinical trials and make their recommendations that set the standards of care based on their analysis. That's not what happens. The experts who write the clinical trials rely almost entirely on the publications presenting results of the clinical trials, which are peer reviewed, but the peer reviewers haven't had access to the data. So we've got a system of the highest level of evidence that doctors have been trained over and over again to rely on to practice evidence-based medicine to be good doctors that has not been verified.
Do you think that data that's coming from the pharma companies, do you think they're, what level of manipulation is going on with that data? Is it the study design level? Is it at literally there's some data that you just keep off, keep out of the charts, keep out of the aggregate analysis that you need to publish? Or is it the worst case, which is just change something up?
It happened. All three happened. I don't know what the denominator is, but I spent about 10 years in litigation. And for example, Vioxx, which was withdrawn from the market in 2004 and the biggest drug recall in American history, the problem was that it got recalled when a study that Merck sponsored showed that Vioxx doubled the risk, more than doubled the risk of heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots, serious blood clots. It got pulled then. But there was a study, a bigger study, that had been published in 2000 in the Journal of Medicine that showed that Vioxx was a better drug for arthritis and pain, not because it was more effective, it's no more effective than the ibuprofen, but because it was less likely to cause serious GI complications, bleeds and perforations and stuff. Now, in that study, it was published in the New England Journal, but was never corrected. It was a little bit modified 15 months after it was taken on the market, never corrected. Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA knew that Merck left out 3 heart attacks. And the FDA's analysis of the data from that study said that they weren't going to, the FDA wasn't going to do the analysis without the 3 heart attacks. And the important part of this story is that there were 12 authors listed on that study in the journal. 2 were Merck employees. They knew about the 3 heart attacks. The other 10 authors, the academic authors, didn't know about it. They hadn't seen that data. So Merck just They had an excuse, it's complicated, and the FDA didn't accept it, so there's no reason to go into it. But Merck just left out the 3 heart attacks. And the 3 heart attacks, it may seem 3 heart attacks in a 10,000 person study may seem like nothing, except they completely changed the statistics so that had the 3 heart attacks been included, the only conclusion that Merck could have made was that Fox significantly increased the risk of heart attack. And they abbreviated their endpoint from heart attacks, strokes, and blood clots to just heart attacks.
So those are maybe in their mind they're also playing by the rules because it's a technical excuse that you mentioned that was rejected. How can this?
No,
this is
let me interrupt. No, that's not true. The study was completed, the mind was broken, and they looked at the data in March of 2000. The article was published in March of 2000. There was an email by the head scientist that was published in the Wall Street Journal that said the day that the data were blinded, that it's a shame that the cardiovascular events are there, but the drug will do well, and we will.
But removing the 3 heart attacks, how does that happen? Like, who has to convince themselves? Is this pure malevolence?
You have to be the judge. That the person who was in charge of the data safety monitoring board issued a letter that said they'll stop counting cardiovascular events a month before the trial is over, and they'll continue counting GI events. And that person got a contract to consult with Merck for $5,000 a day, I think for 12 days a year, for 1 or 2 years. That was signed, that contract was signed within 2 weeks of the decision to stop counting heart attacks.
I want to understand that, man. It's been reading a lot about Nazi Germany and thinking a lot about the good Germans. Because I want to understand so that we can each encourage each other to take the small heroic actions that prevents them. Because it feels to be removing malevolence from the table, or it's just a pure psychopathic person, that there's just a momentum created by the game that you mentioned. And so it takes reversing the momentum within a company, I think requires many small acts of heroism. Not gigantic, I'm going to leave and become a whistleblower and publish a book about it. But small, quiet acts of pressuring against this. Like, what are we doing here?
First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Toast, relax. Bob, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times, been grilled.
But the data, hiding the data, makes it too easy to do this. So, like within those, inside those companies, your idea is that the reviewers even push back on that idea. I assume you mean that they do private accept to the reviewers. The problem, of course, is you probably know is the peer review process is not designed as individuals. It feels like there should be a lot more eyes in the data than just the peer review.
Yes, this is not a hard process. When a study is completed, clinical study report is made, and it's usually several thousand pages. What it does is it takes the and it ties it in the way
What up, pimp?
in the way the company. So
How you living, Flax? What's good in your neck of the woods? Why was that? Yeah, why do people do that? Why? Hey, that's what happens. I know you were here not too long ago, but um, I did want you to know that I wondered where you were. I'm glad that you're back. Are things back rocking and rolling? Are things back rocking and rolling? Excellent. Absolutely. I completely understand. So, what are your goals for 2025? Always go viral. That's always an important one to be able to continue. Um, I'm starting to see more and more people here, which is great. We were up really late last night. It was a friend's birthday, and then we did a countdown at midnight, which was cool. And just with that, continue getting more friends, continue getting more famous. Little by little, it's happening. And I've made some good friends in some other communities, and live streaming my life in their discords as well. Shout out to Aiden Ross for allowing me to. I've been in there now like for 7 months straight. I'm the number one streamer in the history of his Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of iShow Speed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of KSI's Discord. So I'm starting to work with people. I am also in a bunch of other streams, and I'm in um, I'm in a Wall Street Bets stream. If you're familiar with that community on Reddit, I'm in Maya's Playhouse. I am in a bunch of like Minecraft and Blocks Fruits and just really big ones. Discords with millions of people. So those are always good, and more people find out about me. Yeah, great question. So the first thing I think that well, I kind of cheat because I've got my kickbots that like spam everybody. But if you're not going to do that, okay, what you do is first you make sure all your followers know about it. You make sure all the people on social media that you have know about it. Then once that's done, um, I mean, if you want, it's not a bad idea, I don't think, to get a nice little cushion at the beginning. So for like $50, you can get 1,000 people. Like $30, you can get 1,000 people in there if you want. If that's something that is interesting to you, so that when people join, they are. Yeah. Yeah, so you can you can increase your numbers there. Now, I'm not saying every single one is going to interact with you and be like a real G, but a lot of them will check you out. They will certainly connect with you, and I think that when someone there are a couple things when you're working with Discord. One is you want to have a pretty large Discord as soon as possible, and the reason why is because if you have a small Discord, there's a higher and higher chance that it can get banned or that somebody can be malicious. And then what happens, and it's a really sad one, is if somebody gets your account, your Discord nuked, is what it's called, then you can lose your account as well. And that's, oh wow. Exactly, exactly. So, especially if you have any kind of leadership role in another Discord, and fortunately that hasn't happened to me, but I am in some subreddits on Reddit, specifically on growing your Discord. So there are a lot of subreddits. This is another piece of advice. You just go to like there's Discord growth, and there's a subreddit. You go in there, you post about yourself, and you post what your Discord's about, and you'll get a dozen or so people in there, and then they'll start spreading that. I get a lot of people, and like today, interestingly, I had like 6 people or something who just randomly came in. One person told all their friends about me. They came in here and we spoke for like hours. They were just asking me questions about. Excellent. And you'll get random people who join your server as well. One thing that I do is the link that I send out sends people in here immediately. The reason why I do that is because I want to talk to you. If you're going to press my link, I'm in here. So it's basically a shortcut into my little world. People aren't ready for that though. So they'll come in, they'll click it and be like, oh, I don't want to talk to someone right now. And then, but they'll still check it out. And if they like it, they get comfortable, they'll come back, or doesn't have to be immediately. They just, well, once I'm in their friend list or their Discord list, then I'm always active. So my channel or my server is always lit up in there. And that's another thing that's important. I think you don't have to be in your Discord 24/7, but whenever you are streaming, it's important to be in your Discord. Kick doesn't have a way for you to be able to just talk with your audience aside from your chat. And if somebody wants to come in and just have a discussion with you, or even just be around you, the best way to do it is Discord. So it's kind of a multi faceted strategy where you're live streaming on Kick, but in addition, you are available in Discord. Now, I understand some people, that's a lot, and so they don't want to be talked to while they're streaming because they've got so many other things going on, and I get that too. But I would say that those are some ways. I'm trying to think of other ways that you can really get a lot of growth. Oh, I know. Okay, so I don't know how many Discords you're in, but like with a free Discord account, you can be in up to 100 different servers. And many of the servers have, and if you have Nitro, it's 200. But if just a regular account has 100, what I don't think is a bad idea is just having like a burner Discord account. And what you can do is just join 100 different Discords, and many of them have a section where you can do self promotion. So you can tell people about yourself and say, "Hey, I'd appreciate it if you join my Discord." And you can put your Discord link in there. I know like some big streamers on, like off the top of my head, who allow that. Do you know who Cornelius the Cat is? She's on Kick. She's a streamer. Uh, that's okay. X, I think that I think if I think if anything, nostalgia holds a very special place in society. Do I think it's killing new ideas? No. If anything, I think people use vintage or use nostalgic events or nostalgic items to be able to recreate things for the future. So, like, what am I talking about? Like, for instance, somebody might think that, well, here's a perfect example, like records, the record industry was dead for many years and has had a resurgence. But it's not old record players that are being used, it's new record players that are using perhaps old records to be able to give these things a second life. I mean, there are only so many different things that we can do uh, currently that we're allowed to do with bandwidth. Absolutely. Let's take for instance TV. Okay, there's a there's a website. It's called TV Tropes, and you'll see this is a very interesting thing that every single um like for instance, every single television show that you see on TV right now has been done in the past previously. Every single idea, whether it's like a crazy neighbor next door, or two people, one thinks one's cheating on the other. All of these storylines have all been done before. There's so much art now that everything has been done, and it hasn't just been done in television. Before it was done in television, it was done in radio, and before it was done in radio, it was done in vaudeville, and before it was done in vaudeville, it was done on the stage. So basically, every go ahead. Absolutely, absolutely. So here's just the A's. But like these are all things that you'll see in television and movies today that have already been done. An abandoned area, an abandoned mascot, an abandoned ship, abandoned shipping, an aborted arc, a bouncy springy index, a bridge series tropes, abstract strategy game, absurdism. I mean, that's just a. Let me just check out what the next like action horror, action girl, um, things having to do with cameos. And isn't that interesting? So, like, if you're ever watching a television show and you're like, "Man, this seems like, it's familiar to me from a previous show," they've all been redone. The thing is there are only so many different combinations that you can do, and Hollywood writers have basically run out of new ideas, so everything is going to be and, some people. Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right there. Especially that's how Hollywood works essentially. When you have a television show or a series or something, you get maybe one season to really get it renewed, and it's difficult to get that renewed for two, three, four, five, six, 7 seasons like used to be done. I was looking this up the other day. There's a show on CBS known as Lassie. It's about a dog. I don't know if you're familiar. Excellent. Okay, so um, Lassie was on television for many years, more than a decade. It was on. It's like the eighth longest running series in the United States ever. And in today's day, they would never let that happen. Where there just would be some executive who would say, "I'm sick of this dog. I want the dog off the air," and he would have gotten or she would have gotten canceled after 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Very rarely is something continued. Now, if it has a niche, like Law and Order has a niche, and like some what else has a niche like that? Well, there's certainly Law and Order Special Victims Unit, and like these soap operas, exactly. They have a niche and they can continue, but even as we've seen, the soap opera industry, I mean, you remember when you would turn on the television during the day and it would be soap opera after soap. 100%. Absolutely, you know exactly what it is, but it's no longer that. Now what is it? It's reality television, it's talk shows. Why? They're cheaper to produce. People don't understand that a soap opera generally has to have a new episode every single day. So that's a lot. Exactly. Exactly, and the acting suffers because of it. They can't do as many takes. They don't get a chance to memorize their lines, and the entire industry suffers. Now it's reality television. People, if you are aware, have basically just, especially during the day, aren't the same people who are watching at night. So they can really just put junk on the air. The only thing that they're really selling during the day are things for perhaps medical devices, different pharmaceuticals, and um, um, personal injury attorneys, because those are the people who are at home during. And so I agree with you. I had this conversation recently with a friend. Television. You're not of a generation that had like you're a little younger is what I'm trying to say, but you're still old enough to understand what I'm going to be talking about. But back in the day, there were like certain nights for television that everybody would like. You've even seen this with like Game of Thrones. Like Sunday night was really big for Game of Thrones or Curb Your Enthusiasm. But those are more modern and those are more niche. When I was a kid, it was Thursday night was must see TV. You get Friends, you get Seinfeld, and everybody kind of stopped what they were doing to be able to watch the show. Absolutely. Now, take that even back a generation before I remember, or before I was born, and literally, like you're saying, the whole nation would stop and watch the end of MASH, the last, like I can remember a little bit, like the last Cheers, and it also depends on how the show has gone. There are some shows. Like there's a show that I really, really love. I'm very nostalgic about. It's the Cosby Show. I don't know if you ever saw the Cosby Show, but I love the Cosby Show. But what happened? Go ahead. Oh, I love the Cosby Show. It's a show that I've always been nostalgic about. I watched it when I was a little kid, but what ended up happening with the Cosby, well, it was certainly one of the biggest. It wasn't one of the first. I mean, really, television kind of starts in the 1950s, and this was a show from the 1980s and 1990s. But what made it unique, it was the first major black sitcom. And I shouldn't say that. You had the Jeffersons, you had What's Happening, you had Good Times. Exactly. But no one had ever seen, let's say we had a doctor, a lawyer. They were very successful in Brooklyn, and the storylines were very understandable for mass appeal. But what ended up happening was there were um, uh, some contract negotiations that went awry, and also there was a spin-off known as A Different World. So some of the characters from the Cosby Show went to another show, and that kind of killed the show because it was like we were all used to watching the same people every week, and now we have to watch them on another show, and they ended up having to bring it back. So like the I can tell you like the finale of the Cosby Show was not like as big as the finale of Match or the finale of Cheers, perhaps, or the finale of Seinfeld or the finale of Friends. And when you would watch these shows, you would be with your family or you'd be with your friends, you would connect with them. It's not like that anymore. You don't have to be home on a certain night for a television show. You can literally just watch Netflix and stream new things. You get the whole season at once, which is a really interesting aspect. So let's say a television show like Stranger Things, which is somewhat in its own way a more modern version of a one of these very popular series. You get, if Stranger Things comes out on Saturday, let's just say, there are people who will binge it all by Monday. And so when you're at the water cooler on Monday, I was like, hey, did you see Stranger Things? You're like, well, I saw 1 or 2 episodes. Oh, well, I've seen them all. Here's what happened. Nobody's ending on the same day, on this at the same time. When previously you would say, hey, did you see the finale of whatever the show was? And everybody would have seen it because it was on at a certain time. So when it comes to the series, absolutely. When it comes to series, people don't have that connection anymore. It doesn't have as much appeal. What does is sports and live television. So what am I talking about? Like the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight, like perhaps some comedy specials that air live. What else? Like sports are really big. Why? Because you can't watch those later and get as much enjoyment out of them because you know what the score is. You know who won. You know the outcome of it. So sports are really the last feature of live television, and that's why they're the most popular television shows in the United States. If you look at the rankings every year, the top 20 events, top 20 shows in the United States are generally all football games, all NFL games. And when the NFL has so much power in the United States over what's going to be on the air, people are forced to watch it. It essentially becomes part of the culture. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's kind of the current situation. Getting back to your original question, though, what about nostalgia? The If you've ever seen the series Mad Men, uh, this isn't a correct quote. Well, it's a correct quote from the show, but they say that nostalgia is Greek for a word, and the translation isn't exactly right. But essentially, it is nostalgia is the idea of an aching heart from the past, something like that. There's something that we long for in the past that we once really enjoyed, and we want to bring that back. And um, but we want to put a modern twist on it as well. There are some other aspects that can cause some issues when it comes to these shows or whatever it is. So, for instance, there are agendas that want to get pushed. So, somebody may say, look, I want to have a sitcom of a mom and a dad and 3 kids. Okay, well, 40 years ago, and let's say, and we have neighbors as well. Okay, well, 40 years ago, it would have been a mom and a dad and 3 kids or whatever, and neighbors. Now it might be a gay couple, it might be a transgender person next door. There are all kinds of agendas that are pushed that aren't necessarily, they don't necessarily connect with everyone in society, but and so people just don't fall in love with the shows like they once did, but the agenda gets pushed. Other things that you may find, uh a lot of people like, I mean, I think I'm probably not unique in this, but they like shows that they can really get into, where there's a family, where you can see the children grow up and do cool things, and they deal with things that are that your average American or average person in the world is. Exactly. But it's difficult now in today's day and age, especially in the influencer world, where somebody can make more money just being an influencer than they can on a television show anymore. So why do I want to be on this little television show when I can just be on Instagram and go to parties and do all kinds of other things? So um, there are some connections, I would say, that people still want to keep from the past, and there are other people and agendas that want to get pushed. When it comes there's a saying, at least it used to be on TV land: times change, people change, great TV doesn't. And it's true. Times do change, people do change, but the ideas, the stories that we have don't really change. I mean, I was naming some of the things that that at least are TV tropes, but they're also movie tropes. The evil prince. We've seen evil princes in many different, Disney stories, things like Wicked, or similar things. Things like, a crazy ex-girlfriend or crazy ex-boyfriend. These are all stories that have been told, not just for 10 years, not just for 100 years, but even going back, yeah, even to like medieval periods, where you can have, someone who finds a shoe, or someone who eats an apple, or whatever it is. And yeah, so but nostalgia is important, and I think that the higher level of nostalgia that occurs, the more people long for previous days. For And there's a lot of money in this too. So the industry likes to play up nostalgia, and because they know, if you bought a record player, let's just say in 1950, and then records went out of coolness into the 80s and so such, you're gonna need a new record player. So that's an opportunity to sell you a new record player. Or but some things used to work better than they currently do. So for instance, I don't know, did you ever have an iPod? Exactly, perfect. So you know that when you were a kid and you had an iPod Nano, that you could put songs on it, never have to pay a dime to Spotify, and always listen to all the music that you wanted. And you were fine with that. Well, that's a nostalgic aspect of society, and people want to recreate that. And it's more difficult to do now because you don't have as many options to buy those things, and they're actually not always seen as cool as perhaps streaming, but they're free. And they're it's a one-time purchase, and then you add your music to it and you're done. And generally people aren't listening to this huge amount of music. If I gave you 200 songs to listen to for the rest of your life, you'd be absolutely fine. They'd all be bangers. You would be the songs that you would normally listen to. There's enough variety in that you'd be fine. And with an iPod, you could listen to 2,000 songs. You're never going to listen to that many songs. Here's the thing, though: the powers that be recognize that once they sold you that, you weren't purchasing anything anymore. So a company like Apple, that used to come out with an iPod every year, different generations, iPod Nano, iPod Shuffle, they recognize, you know what? We can make more money on people if we charge them $5 a month for their music, or $10 a month for Apple Music, and we have this recurring cash flow from them, essentially a profit stream that we didn't have, which is Apple Music. And the same thing happens with Spotify and YouTube Music and all that other stuff. And really, we're moving to a day, as Klaus Schwab has said, the head of the WEF, the World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and you will be happy. essentially you won't own your music, you won't own your television, you won't own your car. You will be essentially having a monthly payment on all of these things. And because everyone around you is doing the same thing, you'll be happy. You think that that's the only way. You won't even recognize that, hey, you used to own your device and own basically the music once you purchased it, and you used to own your car and you used to own your house. We're moving away from those days into a dark future where you own nothing. Perhaps you'll be happy, but perhaps that's only if you can afford to be happy. It's dark, and that's why I think people want that nostalgic sense. I think as well, especially in the winter, people get nostalgic. There are holidays; it reminds them of being with their families, and so these things go through cycles, not just in time periods, but throughout the year. And that has some sentimental value as well, especially nowadays. And then we'll get into a new year where, like, once we get a new type of device that revolutionizes things, people become less nostalgic and they start becoming more forward thinking. Go ahead. Well, I think a version of the internet is here forever. It's still in its infancy. But what I think is the next version, we'll have a virtual world with like virtual reality, but there's something known as a neural network, which I really think is the next version of the internet. So you don't have any connections to, there aren't any wires or anything, but basically your mind can download things from the air. And perhaps you need a brain computer interface to be able to do this, but this has already successfully been done. This is what Neuralink is. Exactly. It's been successfully done in two trial cases. I know of one of them. The man's name is Nolan Aspro, and he is a quadriplegic person. The way he became quadriplegic is he just jumped into a pond one day and landed on his head and or took a bad fall in the water, and he couldn't use his arms or his legs anymore. And he basically said, "Look, sign me up to be the first person to have this tested on me because I'm not living that. My quality of life isn't very good anyway. If I die, I die." Okay, so he made a major sacrifice, and he was on the Joe Rogan Experience. He was on the Lex Friedman podcast, and he's able to play video games better than you and I combined. His hand-eye coordination, or essentially the equivalent of it, is like an auto aimer, and you basically can't beat him. I mean, to the point where they're talking that in video game competitions in the future, you have to check people if they have a brain computer interface because they'll just be so much better than an average human being. And we're moving towards a world where that's going to become more and more popular, and you'll be able to download information wirelessly to this brain computer interface. So, what kind of information would you be able to download? For instance, all of Wikipedia, you could just have in your mind at any given time the entire thesaurus, the entire dictionary, the entire encyclopedia, so that you wouldn't have. Yes, so this has been addressed to the best of people's ability currently. It is encrypted. Now, nothing is totally impermeable, so everything can be penetrated in one way or another. But it is in its infant steps, and the security on it will improve. But that is certainly a concern that you can have bad actors who may perhaps want to change someone's behavior or alter the information that they're getting. Another worrisome aspect of this is, what about the people who are pushing out the information? What if they aren't giving you the correct information? What if they are altering it so that they're pushing their agenda? There are a lot of concerns when it comes to a neural network, but this is really the next wave. So we have the internet, which is basically at a keyboard. We're going to have augmented reality, which is coming very soon, which you'll have like heads up displays, So basically, like my glasses, I have like old-fashioned glasses, but in the future, you'll have glasses that will be able to tell you. Perhaps you'll be able to like read a teleprompter on your glasses. You'll be able to know the temperature of things. You'll be able to perhaps know distances just immediately through some type of heads-up display, and then you're going to get into. We've already moved into this a little bit. The virtual world, where you're going to be able to live your entire life virtually. You'll never have to get out of your off your couch or out of your bed or out of a chair. You can live your entire life in this virtual. Yes, it does. Well, it's important. It's let's talk about that. That's an excellent point, Flax. Excellent point. Okay, so previously, people have had to have jobs going back to antiquity, and those jobs take up a lot of their time. With AI, especially in the next 2 decades or so, it is going to replace 95% of people's jobs. You won't have coders anymore. Oh, absolutely. There you go. You won't have you won't have people working at fast food anymore. You won't have people who do mining for coal or mining for lithium or mining for cobalt. That will all be done by robots. You won't even have surgeons anymore. There are surgeons today that are robotic that are better than any surgeon on earth. The only thing that a surgeon currently has to do is just basically oversee the robotic process, but it can be done halfway around the world, which is really interesting. You won't have lawyers, perhaps. There will be law firms still, but you won't have lawyers in the traditional sense. Essentially, every law brief, every paralegal that would normally assist on these things, this can all be done by ChatGPT, and it can be done instantly. It can search all of the law cases that have, and it's perfect. So good. It's close. It's it's very close. It's very close. You're 100% right. Okay, so what's that going to mean? It means that the majority of people in the world will be unemployed. So then what happens? We're going to need something known as universal basic income. This has already been tried in California, in some cities, and it is expanding where basically people get $1,000 a month or so. But when your food is taken care of and your rent is taken care of and everything having to do with your transportation is all taken care of, and you just have $1,000 on which to live, that's actually manageable. And what's that going to mean? It means people are going to have a lot more free time, and that's where it gets into art. So you were saying that, basically with AI, isn't that going to be detrimental to the artistic world? You would think so, because AI can just produce so much art so much faster, and it's excellent. However, when it comes to people purchasing art, AI art will not have as much value as real human art. Something that a ceramics that people created, or a painting, or perhaps a piece of music. If a human created it, it's going to go up in value because these will be rarer items. Essentially, AI created art will be a dime a dozen. Anybody will be able to have that, but human art will, in my opinion, have much more value in the coming future, and we will have maybe a a second renaissance. So we had a renaissance. No, not right now. No, but it will be in the future. If anything, if I were going to tell you to invest in anything art related right now, it might be NFTs. And the reason why I say that, wait, let me explain. Let me explain. I'm not talking about very expensive NFTs. I'm talking about NFTs that have already hit their bottom floor, that are worth pennies, like 1 penny each. Okay, so you buy 100 NFTs at 1 penny each. You like them just for their art. They bring you joy. And what people will have in the future, they don't currently have this, and this is why the NFT world isn't that big. But in the future, there's something called the frame, and it's essentially a frame that you put in your house. It's a digital frame, but it's very big, and people will display their art using this frame. And so when you are at someone's house and you're looking, normally you look at a picture on their wall or a poster on their wall or something, it will be this cycling uh, display of all of the NFTs that they have. And what is going to make that interesting is that will give more value to NFTs because there'll be a way for people to see your art, a way of people for people to see what you have, and a way for it to be displayed in a professional, classy way. Now, when I say if you're going to invest in NFTs, the NFT, I'm saying you can buy 100 NFTs for $1 each one, even more than that. But I'm just saying, like ones that you just like their color. Why do I think that's important? You're going to say, well, Rabbi, they were worth hundreds of dollars, and now they're worth a penny. What makes them valuable? With time, most anything on earth increases in value. What am I talking about? If you buy a doll today and you keep it in its packaging, in 50 years, that doll's going to be worth money. Or if you buy even like a lamp, if 50 years, it'll be an antique. It will be worth money. NFTs, an NFT from 2018 or 2019 or 2020 will be worth a lot of money in the year 2045, 2055, 2065, because not because it was beautiful or not because people it spoke to someone. It's simply because of the age. And so basically there's a market of NFTs that have been rug pulled, that if there are any that you like just based on what they look like and they're cheap, I think that those are fine investments. Why? Because you're not losing anything on it. It's $1 to buy 100 of them. So I'm not saying, hey, there's this one NFT and you should buy. Don't buy NFTs for an investment. You should buy them for how they make you feel. But there's an opportunity to be able to buy them on the floor. I mean, even you can buy. I mean, you can buy. Sometimes you can buy 10,000 NFTs for a little bit of Bitcoin. I mean, like huge amounts if you wanted to. And what will happen in the future is you'll have your digital wall. People will come over to your house. They'll be looking at your art, and it will be scrolling through, and they'll say, hey, where did you get that? Or when did you get that? I really like the look of that. And you'll say, you know what? You're never going to believe this. I bought it for a penny in 2025, and now it's 2045, 20 years ago, and it has gained value because it has had a resurgence. Things go through ebbs and flows. And so whenever, like, for instance, a cryptocurrency like Hawk Tuah coin just had its rug pulled. Okay, fine. But there's an opportunity that 30 years from now, when Hawk Tuah is still an influencer, perhaps, or has her own show or something like that, that coin could be worth a lot of money. People don't see things with such a macro perspective. They see things with micro perspectives. Hey, what have you done for me lately? How can I make a quick buck on this? Exactly. And I'm exactly. I understand. I understand that, and I get that, but if you're a long-term investor, if you're a diamond-handed investor and someone who doesn't sell and someone who buys art because it's important to them, you'll recognize that macro is the way to do this, especially when you get into some of the technology about which I talked, which are things like life extension technology, stem cells, human growth hormone, things like nutrenics, nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We're going to get you from your average life expectancy flax of age 80 to age 100, 120. And then we may perhaps be able to move into mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, and you'll be able to live a digital immortality. Once people are able to do that, which is within a generation or two, that's when things really change, because you can make an investment in 2025 and get dividends on it perhaps in 3025, just because you're going to not die. Absolutely. So there are two schools of thought. There's the Homo sapien school of thought, where you live to your average life expectancy and die. And then there's what's known as Homo techno, So basically, people, it's a breakaway civilization that's currently happening here on Earth of people who are transhuman or at least are. Now, I'm not saying transgender, transhuman, meaning people moving away from the traditional Homo sapien route of death being inevitable into a world where they can upload their mind and live forever in perpetuity. So the mindset you're describing is really the Homo sapien mindset, but there's another type of classification of people in the future that will be taking advantage of this type of technology. And it's not going to be everyone. There are going to be some people who say, I don't want a brain computer interface. I don't want I don't want life extension technology. I just want to die when I die. That's fine. That's your choice. That's great. But then there will be other people who will use every type of advantage that they can to be able to live a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer until eventually they are able to take advantage of mind uploading technology. We already know that people have been interested in this for almost 100 years at least, in the world of cryonics, basically the freezing of yourself. There are people who are currently frozen in labs, and eventually the technology is going to be at the point where we will perhaps be able to unfreeze them and give them a new lease on life, so to speak. Some people have had their entire bodies frozen, some people just their heads, but eventually there's going to be some scientist or some person out there who says, I want to make it my goal to revivify all these people. I want to bring them all back to life. And then they may be able to live a digital immortality in perpetuity with the other people who consider themselves transhuman. Absolutely. Flax, I'll try to do less sleeping. And I want you to, excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear that. These are very high level conversations, Flex. I appreciate them very much. I appreciate having them with you. Best wishes to you on Kick, and I'll do my best to spam you as much as I can so you don't forget about me. And if you ever need anything from me, you let me know. Okay, buddy? You as well, Flex. Take care. That was Flex, baby. Let's see if that was recorded. Fuck yeah. This guy needs to go on Joe Rogan. 30/20 is 90, 100 years. Yeah, that's right. I gotta take a shower. I have to take a shit.
As I became more experienced as an expert in litigation, I could go through those documents quickly, maybe 20 hours, 40 hours, but it doesn't mean 3 months. And see if the way the company has analyzed the data is consistent with the way with their statistical analysis plan and their pre-specified outcome measures. It's not hard, and I think you're right. Peer reviewers, I don't peer review clinical trials, but I peer review other kinds of articles. I have to do one on the airplane at home. And it's hard. We're just ordinary mortal people volunteering to
Pay, the motivation is not clear.
The motivation is to be a good citizen in the medical community, and to be unfriendly terms with the journals, so that if you want to get published, it's sort of an unspoken incentive.
As somebody who enjoys game theory, I feel like that motivation is good. Could be a lot better.
Yes, you should get recognition or in some way academic credit for it. It should go to your advancement.
If it's an important paper, you recognize it's an important paper. There's a great peer review. But this is not in that area where it's like clearly it's a crap paper or clearly an awesome paper that doesn't have controversial aspects to it and it's just a beautiful piece of work. Okay, those are easy. And then there's like the very difficult gray area, which may require many, many days of work on your part as a peer reviewer. It's not, not just a couple hours. It's really serious reading. And some papers take months to really understand. So if you really want to struggle, there has to be incentive.
Yes, and billions of dollars ride on some of these studies.
And lives. Yeah, right. Not to mention.
Right, but it would be easy to have full-time statisticians hired by the journals, shared by the journals, who were independent of any other financial incentive, to go over these kind of methodological issues and take responsibility for certifying the analyses that are done, and then pass it to the volunteer peer reviewers.
Yeah, I believe in this sort of capitalism or even social capital. After watching Twitter in the time of COVID and just looking at people that investigate themselves, I believe in people. If you give them access to the data, like these citizen scientists arise. A lot of them, it's kind of funny. A lot of people are just really used to working with data. They don't know anything about medicine, and they don't have actually the bias that a lot of doctors and medical, and a lot of the people that read these papers go raw into the data, look at it they're bored almost, and they do incredible analysis. So there's some argument to be made for a lot of this data that becomes public, like the anonymized, all that kind of stuff, but for a lot of it to be public, especially when you're talking about things as impactful as some of these drugs.
I agree. So let's turn the mic. Let's get a little bit more on the peer review issue. We're talking about pre-publication transparency. And that is critically important. Once the paper is published, the horses are out of the field. And docs are going to read it, take it as evidence-based medicine. The economists call what then happens as stickiness, that the docs hold on to their beliefs. My own voice inside says, once doctors start doing things to their patients' bodies, they're really not too enthusiastic about hearing what's wrong.
Yeah, that's the stickiness of human nature. So that bar was published, the doctors, that's the stickiness.
Yeah, it's hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. Now, that's pre-publication transparency, which is essential. And you could have whoever saw that data pre-publication could sign confidentiality agreements so that the drug companies couldn't argue that we're just opening spigots of our data and people can copy it and all the excuses they make. You could argue that you have to, but let's just let the peer reviewers sign confidentiality agreements and they won't leak the data. But then you have to go to post-publication transparency, which is what you were just getting, to let the data free and let citizens and citizen scientists and other doctors who are interested have at it. Kind of like Wikipedia, have at it. Let it out if people criticize it.
Okay, so speaking of the data, the FDA asked 55 years to release Pfizer vaccine data. This is also something I raised with Albert Bourla. There's several things in that. So some things are expected, and some of it is just the human being, which is what I'm interested in doing. But he said he wasn't aware of the 75 and 55.
I'm sorry, he wasn't aware of
how long. So here, I'll explain this.
Do you know that since you spoke to him, Pfizer has petitioned the judge to join the suit in behalf of the FDA's request to release that data over 55 or 75 years? Pfizer's fully aware of what's going on.
He's aware. I'm sure he's aware in some formulation. Exact years, I have not been aware. But the point is, that is the FDA, the relationship of Pfizer and the FDA in terms of me being able to read human beings was the thing he was most uncomfortable with. That he didn't want to talk to them. And that it was clear there was a relationship there that if the words he used may do a lot of harm, potentially because like you're saying there might be lawsuits going on, litigation, legal stuff, all this kind of stuff. And then there's a lot of games being played in this space. So I don't know how to interpret it, if he's actually aware or not, but the deeper truth is that he's deeply uncomfortable bringing light to this part of the game.
And I'm going to read between the lines. Albert Bourla certainly didn't ask me to speak for him. But I think when did you speak? How long?
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. 2 months ago.
2 months ago. So that was just recently. It's come out. Just in the past week, it's come out that Pfizer is battling the FDA. Pfizer has joined the FDA in the opposition request to release these documents in the same amount of time that the FDA took to evaluate. So Pfizer is offering to help the FDA to petition the judge to not enforce the timeline that he seems to be moving with.
So for people who are not familiar, we're talking about the Freedom of Information Act request to release Pfizer vaccine data, study data, to release as much of the data as possible, the raw data, the details, or so, actually not even the raw data, it's data. There's details to it. And I think the response from the FDA is that, of course, Uh, but we can only publish like some X number of pages a day.
500 pages.
500 pages.
It's not a day though. It's
Whatever.
a week.
The point is, whatever they're able to publish is ridiculous. It's like my printer can only print 3 pages a day, and we cannot afford a second printer. So it's some kind of bureaucratic language. There's a process to this. And now you're saying that Pfizer is obviously more engaged in helping this type of bureaucratic process prosper in its full absurdity, Kafkaesque absurdity. So, what is this? This really,
This is really troublesome. And just to put it in just plain English terms, Pfizer's making the case that it can. Pfizer, the FDA, Pfizer together are making the case that they can't go through the documents. It's going to take them some number of hundreds of folds more time to go through the documents than the FDA required to go through the documents to approve the vaccines, to give the vaccines full FDA approval. And the FDA's argument, to talk about Kafka-esque, is that to do it more rapidly would cost them $3 million. $3 million equals 1 hour of vaccines and sales for 2 years. 1 hour of sales. And they can't come up with the money. Pfizer is doing the suit to help the FDA fight off this judge, this mean judge who thinks they have the data. But evidently Pfizer is not going to come up with the $3 million either. So pot for $3 million, maybe the FDA should go funding.
well, obviously the money thing. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk comes along and says, "I'll give you 100 million. Publish it now." I think they'll come up with another. So I mean, it's clear that there is cautiousness. I don't know the source of it.
Well, there's only one explanation that I can think of, which is that the FDA and Pfizer don't want to release the data. They don't want to release the 300,000 or 500,000 pages of documents. And I don't know what's in them. I want to say one thing very clearly. I am not an anti-vaccine. I believe the vaccines work. I believe everybody should get vaccinated. The evidence is clear that if you're vaccinated, you reduce your risk of dying of COVID by 20-fold. And we've got new subvariants coming along. And I just want to be very clear about this. That said, there's something I would give you 10 to 1 odds on that there's something in that data that is going to be embarrassing to either FDA or Pfizer or both.
So there's 2 options. I agree with you 100%. One is they know embarrassing things. That's option 1. And option 2, they haven't invested enough to truly understand the data. It's a lot of data that they kind of sense that might be something embarrassing there, and if we release it, surely the world will discover that embarrassing and do also steal them our argument. They'll take the small press. People will take the small embarrassing things and go on that.
Yes, support the anti-vax campaign. I think that's all possible. Nonetheless, the data are about the original claim. And the emergency use authorization was based on the first few months of the data from that trial. That was a 2-year trial. The rest of that data has not been opened up, and there was not an advisory committee meeting to look at that data when the FDA granted full authorization. Again, I am pro-vaccine and not making vaccine. I suspect that there's something pretty serious in the data. And the reason why I'm not an anti-vaccine, having not been able to see the data that the FDA and Pfizer seem to be willing not just to put effort into preventing the release of vaccine, they have quite a bit of energy preventing, investing quite a bit of energy in not releasing. The reason why that doesn't seem to be open to is because that's a trial of very several thousand people. We now have millions of data, people who have had vaccines. This is real world showing the efficacy of the vaccines. So far, knock on wood, there aren't side effects that overcome the benefits of vaccine.
So I'm going to do, I guess, 3 shots of the vaccine. There's a lot of people that are kind of saying, oh, the data, the real world, these large scale data, as it's messy. The way it's being reported, the way it's being interpreted. Well, one thing is clear, it is being politicized. I mean, if you just look at it, don't have to go to at the shallow surface level. It seems like there's 2 groups that I can't even put a term to it because it's not really pro-vaccine versus anti-vaccine. It's pro-vaccine, triple mask, Democrat, liberal, and then anti-mandate, whatever those groups are. I can't quite because they're changing. Anti-mask, but not really, kind of. So those 2 groups that feel political nation outside of it's they're bickering, and then it's clear that this data is being interpreted by different groups differently. It's very difficult for me as a human being to understand which applies, especially given how much money is on all sides. The anti-vaxxers can make a lot of money too. Not forget this from the individual perspective, you become famous and influencer. So there's a lot of resistance on all sides, and there's real human emotion, fear, and also credibility. You know, scientists don't want to ruin their reputation. They speak out, whatever, like speak their opinion, or um, they look at the slice of the data and begin to interpret it in some kind of way. It's clear that fear is dominating this person, especially in this time. So I don't know what to make of that. And the only happy people here is just plowing all ahead in, with every single variant. There's very, I would say, outside of arguably a very flawed system, there's a lot of incredible scientific engineering being done. We constantly developing new antiviral drugs, new vaccines, new malaria. So they're happily being a capitalist machine, and it's very difficult to miscontrol.
And let's just put this in perspective, folks. The best-selling drug in the world has been Humira for a number of years. It's approved for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and 8 other indications. And it's sold about $20 billion globally over the past few years. It leveled out, it peaked at that level. Pfizer expects to sell $65 billion of vaccine in the first 2 years of the pandemic. So this is by far the biggest selling and most profitable drug that's ever been come along.
I can ask you a difficult question. In the fall, when we're operating on the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine, what was done well and what was done badly? See now. It seems like we'll know more decades from now. But now, in the fog of today, with $65 billion flying around, where do you land?
So we're going to get to what I think is one of the key problems with the pharmaceutical industry model in the United States about being method driven. So In 2016, the NIH did the key infrastructure work to make mRNA vaccines. That gets left out of the discussion. And Pfizer and BioNTech actually paid royalties voluntarily to the NIH. I don't know how much it was. I don't think it was a whole lot. But I think they wanted to avoid the litigation that Moderna got itself into by just taking that 2016 knowledge and having that be the foundation of their product. So Pfizer took that and they did their R&D. They paid for their R&D, having received that technology. And when they got the genetic code from China about the vaccine, about the virus, they very quickly made a vaccine, and the vaccine works. And President Trump, to his credit, launched Operation Warp Speed and just threw money at the wall. They just said, we spent 5 times more than the EU really. Just pay them whatever they let's just get this. And Americans were vaccinated more quickly. We paid a lot of money. The one mistake that I think the federal government was they were paying these guaranteed fortunes, and they didn't require that the companies participate in a program to do global vaccinations. So the companies doing their business model distributed the vaccines where they would make the most money. And obviously they would make the most money in the first world. And almost about 85% of the vaccines went to the first world. And very, very few vaccinations went to the third world. So what happened is there was such a low vaccination in May 2021. There was an all hands on deck cry for help from the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the IMF, the World Bank, made a plea for $50 billion so that we could get to 40% vaccination in the third world by the end of 2021. And it was unquestioned. Nobody used it. And now Africa has about 8.9% vaccination rate. India is coming up, but it's been very low. The problem with this is, I believe that mRNA vaccines are excellent vaccines. But if we leave the third world vaccinated, we're going to have a constant supply of variants of COVID that are going to come back into the United States and harm Americans, exactly like Delta and Omicron had. So we've made a great product. It reduces the risk of mortality in Americans who get it by a lot. But we're not doing what we need to do to protect Americans from Omicron. You don't have to be an activist to worry about vaccine equity. If you're just ordinary selfish people like most of us are, and you're worried about the health of Americans, you would ensure global vaccine distribution. Let me just make one more point. That $50 billion that was requested by the organizations back in May 2021, 32 billion made $50 billion from the vaccines they got. Took it into their private wealth. So what had been taken, this enormous amounts of money that had been taken into private wealth was enough to do what those organizations needed to be done to prevent the subvariants from coming back and doing what they're doing.
The money was there. Well, how does the motivation, the money-driven motivation of the farmer lead to that the kind of allocation of vaccines?
Because they can make
More money in the United States.
they're going to distribute their vaccines where they can make the most money.
Right. Is there a malevolent aspect to this where I don't like saying this, but that they don't see it as a huge problem that variants will come back to the United States?
I think it's the issue we were talking about earlier on, where they're in a different culture, and their culture is that their moral obligation, as Milton Friedman would say, is to maximize the profits that they return to shareholders.
And don't think about the bigger picture.
The collateral damage, don't think about it.
And also kind of convince yourself that if we give it to this capitalist machine, this very narrow set of capitalism, that in the end will do good. This kind of belief that like if we just maximize profits, we'll do the most good.
Yeah, that's an orthodoxy of several decades ago, and I don't think people can really say that it could be. When you're talking vaccinating the third world so we don't get hurt, it's a little bit hard to make the argument that the world's a better place because the profits of the investors will change.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that's a belief you can hold. I mean, I've interacted with a bunch of folks that kind of, it's the, I don't want to mischaracterize that. Okay, I respect a lot of people, but there's a belief that can take hold. If I just focus on this particular maximization, will do the most good for the world. The problem is you choose what to maximize and you put blinders on, it's too easy to start making gigantic mistakes that have a big negative impact on society. It really matters what you're maximizing.
Right. And if we had a true democracy and everybody had one vote, everybody got decent information at one vote, and Rand's position would get some votes, but not many. And it would be way outvoted by the common people.
Let me ask you about this very difficult topic. I'm talking to Mark Zuckerberg about the topic of censorship. I don't know if you've heard, but there's a guy named Robert Malone, Peter McCullough, that were removed from many platforms for speaking about the COVID vaccines being risky. They were both on Joe Rogan's program. What do you think about censorship in this space? In this difficult space where so much is controlled by, not controlled, but influenced by advertisements from big pharma. And science can be influenced by big pharma. Where do you lean on this? Should we lean towards freedom and just allow all the voices, even those that go against the scientific consensus? Is that one way to fight the science that is funded by big pharma, or is that doing more harm than good? Having too many voices that are contending here. Should the ultimate battle be fought in the space of scientific publications?
And particularly in the era of COVID, where there are large health ramifications to this public discourse, the ante is way up. So I don't have a simple answer to that. I think everyone's allowed their opinion. I don't think everyone's allowed their scientific facts. And how we develop a mechanism that's other than an open internet where whoever is shouting the loudest gets the most clicks and rage creates value. I think that's not a good mechanism for working this out. And I don't think we have one. I don't have a solution. So ideally, if we had a philosopher king, we could have a panel of people who were not conflicted by rigid opinions decide on what the boundaries of public discourse might be. I don't think it should be fully open. I don't think people who are making who are committed to an anti-vaccine position and will tailor their interpretation of complex scientific data to support their opinion. I think that can be harmful. Constraining the speech can be harmful as well. So I don't have an answer. But
yeah, I tend to believe that it's more dangerous to censor anti-vax messages. The way to defeat anti-vax messages is by being great communicators. By being great scientific communicators. So it's not that we need to censor the things we don't like. We need to be better at communicating the things we do like, or the things that we do believe represent a deep scientific truth. Because I think if you censor it, you get worse into science, and you give the wrong people power. So I tend to believe that you should give power to the individual scientists and also give them the responsibility of being better educators, communicators, express their scientific ideas, put pressure on them to release data, to release that data in a way that's easily consumable, not just like very difficult to understand, but in a way that can be understood by a large number of people. So the battle should be fought in the open space of ideas versus in a quiet space of journals. I think we no longer have that comfort, especially at the highest of stakes. So this kind of idea that a couple of peer reviewers decide the fate of billions is doesn't seem to be sustainable, especially given a very real observation now that that the reason Robert Malone has a large following is there's a deep distrust of institutions, deep distrust of scientists, of science as an institution, of power centers, of companies, of everything. Perhaps rightfully so. But the way to defend against that is not for the powerful to build bigger walls. It's for the powerful to be authentic, um, and maybe to allow them to get fired, and for new minds, for new fresh scientists, let's go more authentic, more real, better communicators to step up. So I fear censorship because it feels like censorship is an even harder job to do it well than being good communicators. And it seems like it's always the C students that end up doing the censorship. That it's like it's always the incompetent people, and not just the incompetent, but the biggest whiners. So like what happens is the people that get the most emotional, the most private,
There he is.
and it doesn't.
Hey, did you talk with Flax this morning? Oh, excellent. Were you able to get sleep? Oh, that's excellent. I saw you guys were here till very early, so shout out to you. Flax, and we just, oh, excellent. Apologies. I'm so tired. I'm still tired. I had such a bad headache, and that's what happens to me when I stay up for more than like one consecutive day. I get just a really headache, and yeah, but it's kind of like just having to leave your own party early. But it wasn't my party; it was your party. We had Flax come in, and he and I just spoke for like an hour, and or I shouldn't say not that long, but maybe like an hour ago is what I was trying to say. And he and I have some good conversations on just futurology, and he asks really good questions. So that's good. I think once his stream is done, I'm going to go and clip my part of it and then upload that somewhere on YouTube so people can see that, which I think will be cool. Um, let's see here. So, anything new in your neck of the woods? Excellent. We had a lot of random people come in today, and that was interesting. So I awoke and just started having people come in from um, another Discord, and some of them spoke English, but others Spanish. They all spoke English, but not that strongly. So there was a lot of translation, but they were nice. They were like six guys who kept coming in all day, just like randomly. I'd be like, I oh wait, actually, there's a guy before then. There's a guy from Tunisia who came in, and he came in and he was like, "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" And I really had to go to the the bathroom at that time. It was like, "Yeah, I'll go." He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm watching a podcast." And he's like, "Well, can I ask you some questions?" And I'm like, "Oh, what are your questions?" And he's like, um, he's like, hey, I found you from the Fuzi um, uh, Discord, and I know you're not there anymore, but like, what do you do, et cetera, et cetera. And so I was like, oh, okay, he's not trolling me or anything. He's just he's being a nice person, and so I spoke to him for like an hour, and he was very engaging. He has great questions. And like by the end of it, I mean, like I knew I had an ally online and he knew he had an ally online. And he was just really, really nice. And um so I spoke to him for an hour, and then these like right when that gets done, it's very interesting how life on this side works basically. And you see it a little bit where I'll be like talking to somebody for an hour or sometimes longer than that, and I have to go to the bathroom, and somebody else will come in immediately when that person's gone. It's almost like they wait for each other. So then these other guys came in for uh they spoke Spanish, but they were in here like all day, just in and out, in and out, in and out. And so what they would do, they would ask me, yeah, they would ask me a bunch of questions, and then I would answer them, and I'd be like, "Do you have any other questions?" And they'd be like, "No." They'd leave for 5 minutes and come right back. And so that was interesting. Just getting a lot of, not a lot, but like 6 people in here is more than usual. And then the people in Aiden Ross's Discord started getting my attention, and um, they've been seeing me from the same angle for like 6 months or so, and so I changed it up on them a little bit and changed the cameras on them so that they could see uh, like just other. I gave them basically like a room tour, and they they're getting to be better to me. Like before, as I previously said, they would just make fun of me, but now if like somebody will just be like at Rabbi Rothschild just to get my attention, and another person will be, and they'll be like at Rabbi Rothschild, and they're like, hey, he'll get to you when he has time. All right, calm down. It's more people are in my corner, which is definitely good. We've got excellent. Yeah, I do too. The Wall Street Bets people, I'm growing on them like a weed. So like even that guy who had, this was so interesting to me. I could have almost screenshotted it. It was just so bizarre that guy with the swastika, the pink swastika, he's like wishing everybody happy 2025, and he wishes a bunch of people a happy 2025, and then at the end he puts a special message out there and a rabbi, and I'm like, wow, to get friendly wishes from this guy who's embracing this type of ideology is quite interesting. And appreciate any of the love that I can get. And I'm starting to morph into that um, group as, I don't want to say a leader, because I don't want to lead those. I mean, I'll lead people, but I would want to change their behavior before leading them. But like they're not making fun of me as much. They like even so um I made this GIF, and it's like got a lot going on within 8 seconds, and it's like pump the charts. And whenever anybody posts any chart anywhere in Discord or anything, I reply with that, basically like, hey, I want that to go up as much as possible. And so these guys, but like ideally what I'd like is that it gets started being used, of course, across the entire internet, obviously, but at least by the guys in this Wall Street Bet, even by this Wall Street Bets server, even if they just do it almost to just within themselves. And I also posted it in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group. Those guys, I okay, so there are some guys from Nigeria in that group. I think you're aware of that, but if you weren't, the reason why is the cryptocurrency has done some sponsorships with some villages in Nigeria, and to build wells. So we've built wells there, and we've also sponsored some soccer teams there. Nothing huge, but like we've got a pretty big Nigerian contingent. Well, what ends up happening is, I mean, these guys are in Nigeria and they like don't have money, and absolutely everybody understands that. Well, frankly, sometimes they use different accounts of each other, and I get confused on who's who. But one of the guys came to me today, and he was like, I don't know, just messaged me on Discord, and I was like, "Hey, why aren't you in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram?" And he's like, he wanted to know if there was any news about the coin or anything. I'm like, well, "Why don't you just check the Telegram?" He's like, I told you I was banned," and I do remember he told me he was banned, and I previously tried to get him unbanned, but it was just kind of like a at mods, like, "Can somebody please unban this person?" I didn't really follow up on it, but then today I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot you were banned, and I tried to get you unbanned, but it didn't work, and I didn't." He didn't follow up on it, or he wasn't like any updates, and so I was like, "Oh, maybe he got unbanned." I don't know, but I went to ask them, "Hey, can you guys please unban this guy? His name's Bitcoin. His name's Real Schiller X." And I asked a couple mods, and they're like, "Okay, X." He comes in here, and the thing is, if you're coming in here, I want to help you. You're part of the community, and so I'm like, "Can somebody unban him?" And when I thought it would be a really easy, "Oh yeah, sure, it was just an accident. He posted a link or something like that." They're like, "I don't know if we want to let him back in." I'm like, "Why not?" And even like more lights, like, "Yeah, don't let this guy back in." More lights, like the head dev, or like one of two head devs. I'm like, "Come on, why? What did he do that's so wrong?" So I'm like, Please provide me evidence," because he keeps messaging me, and I even said to them, "We're never going to have a big community if we ban everybody if they make one mistake, especially a permanent ban. I don't feel that's right. So please tell me what he's done, and then I'll make a determination whether to just say to him, 'Hey, you've done too much,' or 'Come on, can't we give him another chance?'" So they're like, "Well, he DMs everybody for money," and I'm like, "Okay, I understand, and I can't blame him. I truthfully can't blame him. He's in Africa and they have nothing there. And if you're so hungry, like, I don't know his situation, but I know some of these guys who message me, and it's heartbreaking. They're like, "I'm hungry. I can't. There's no food. Can you please give me something?" It's like, oh, it's heartbreaking. So they're like, he just DMs us for money, and sometimes he wants to shill other coins, and there was something else that they said that was somewhat of a complaint. Um, those were the two big ones, though. And so I'm like, okay, let me have a talk with him, and let me. So normally I don't do this. I really never do this, but I was already in a messaging with him, and so I just hit the voice call. I'm like, I wonder if he'll pick up, and he did. And I'm like, all right, so you listen to me, right? He's like, yeah. Like, look, they're going to let you back in under a couple conditions. You can't DM anybody that you need money ever. So just pretend this group doesn't exist if you need something, or else you're just going to get kicked out, and there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to help you. The second thing is you can't shill other projects. So especially in DMs, "Hey, I've got this great idea," yada yada yada. And the third thing is, when someone is like, "Hey, is there any way you would create content?" You can't be like, "Well, pay me to do it." If you want to create content, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine. But don't have everything associated with money. And I understand you're doing something, so you think that you should get money for it. But some people just make content just to help build the community. He's like, "I understand. I won't do that stuff." I'm like, okay, fine. So I go back to the people at in Telegram, and I'm like, all right. So I've spoken with him. Like, firstly, I'm like, "Look, guys, I normally wouldn't put my ass on the line for someone, but I was really kind of mad that I'm like, hey, I'm asking for this guy to get unbanned, and I'm getting some pushback on this. Is this going to have to be a situation where I'm like, fine, then I'll stop streaming in your Discord and I'll change my clothes, because basically I've done this now for a year and a half, and I don't really ask for anything. So one time I'm asking for something, you're not going to do it because of some mistake that this guy made 4 or 5 months ago. And the reason why he perhaps made the mistake is because he was desperate, and we don't know what kind of circumstances he's in. Um, and so they're like, no, I mean, like, we'll let him back in. I mean, he does create content for us, and he can be really funny. So I told him, once they let you back in, you thank them, and then I told him, just calm down in there. Don't send messages. You can upvote stuff or whatever, but just give it a month before you start really getting things, shaking things up in there. And so I said, when you get back in, I want you to thank them, and let them know that you will essentially be on your best behavior. So I was able to get him back in, but even all that was just like an unnecessary hour of just bullshit. And I know in the Bitcoin Obama community, I could ask for moderation privileges and maybe get them, but I really don't want them. I don't want to be associated with any cryptocurrency as like a leader or a member of it, just because I like the neutrality that I can have to say like, hey, I'm not even a moderator. This isn't my coin. I have no connection to it except the fact that they've sponsored me in merchandise, and I think that it's a good investment if people are interested. So that was good. Got him back in, and I was really really exhausted. So I took another like I don't even know, maybe a few hour nap. And then I awoke to Flash yelling at me here, wake up, wake up, wake up. And I heard him, and it was kind of just like this thing that like if I react to him, then he's gonna know whenever he comes in here. If he just starts yelling at me, he'll be able to get me. So um I let a little time pass, and then he came back in, and then that's when we had the interview, and I just took a shower and doing some laundry and yeah, so the the new year is up off to the new secular year is off to a kickstart, and I always get I don't know why, but like there's so much going on, especially when Hanukkah runs from like towards the end of the year. There are all these secular holidays that occur. There's Hanukkah that occurs. There's it just seems like time moves so quickly. And I bet you feel the same way, especially having your birthday be right or it's like thing after thing after thing after thing. And then before I know it, it's the new year and it'll be like January 3rd or something before I really have like I've acknowledged like oh it's no longer 2024, it's really the new year, and then moving on from there. It happens to me basically every year, but I think it also has to do with me being up late, usually on December 31st. Not always, sometimes I go to bed early, but generally if I do, then I'm tired the next day and all that stuff happens. So very long story short, it's been a good day thus far, and I hope for yeah I've got these people who, all right. So like Real Schiller X, he says, "Okay, good morning." Okay, I'm just gonna tell him, "Morning. Hope you have a great." All right. So that's what's new with me. Glad things are normal for you. I'm just gonna continue with the excellent. You were up very late, and that's wonderful. Excellent, excellent. I saw. No, you're no. The same thing happens to me when I am up all night, and then the next day there's like a hangover that I experience. Right. With no alcohol. That could be. That could
He's that just objectively observing how censorship seems to work in this current. There's been so many censorship. German. It's a very different process. People have to conflate all these things together. Media trying desperately to have trillions or hundreds of billions of exchanges a day, and like trying to make sure that their platform has some semblance of like quote conversation. Like people just don't go insane after like use the platform, and they censor based on that. That's a different level of censorship. Even there, you can really run foul as the people that get the whiny students controlling too much of the censorship. I believe that you should actually put the responsibility on the self-proclaimed holders of truth, aka scientists, at being better communicators.
I agree with that. I'm advocating censorship. Marshall McLuhan was influential when I was in college. He's it's a little bit hard to understand hearing radio, TV. The medium's message in what he's never seen, he's never imagined, where rage, anger, and polarization are what drives the traffic on the internet. And we don't, it's a question of building the commons. Ideally, I don't know how to get it. I'm not pretending to have a solution. But the commons of discourse about this particular issue of vaccines has been largely destroyed by the edges, by the drug companies and the advocates on the one side, and people who just criticize and think that even though the data are flawed, that there's no way vaccines can be beneficial. And to have those people screaming at each other does nothing to improve the health of the 95% of people in the middle who want to know what the rational way to go forward is and protect their families from COVID and live a good life, be able to participate in the economy. And that's the problem. I don't have a solution.
Well, there's a difficult problem for Spotify and YouTube. I don't know if you've heard this thing that Joe Rogan's currently going through as a platform, whether to censor the conversation that, for example, Joe is. So I don't know if you've heard that Neil Young and other musicians kind of spoke out saying they're going to leave the platform because Joe Rogan was allowed to get in his platform, having these kinds of conversations with lights and popular. And it's clear to me that Spotify and YouTube are being influenced by extreme culture on the side. It's also clear to me that Facebook is going back and forth. In fact, that's why Facebook has been oscillating on the censorship the other, depending on whether it's an election year. There's a couple things here. So one does seem to be politically well. It will be based on these platforms to find mechanisms to listen to the center, to the big center that's actually going to be affected by the results of the scientific truth, right? Listen to those voices. I also believe that most people want to process information and to make up their own minds. Like they're not in terms of there's it's complicated, of course, because we've just been talking about advertising, how people can be influenced. But I feel like if you have raw, long form podcast programs where people express their mind, express their argument, I think people can hear it because they're online. If those arguments have a platform in which they can live, and other people can provide better arguments that disagree. And now we as human beings, as rational, intelligent human beings, can look forward to making a That's where social media can be very good at like this collective intelligence. We together listen to all of these voices and make up or sometimes you know, like you're an actor, say you have a PhD in a certain thing, there's this confidence. The collective allows you to all it takes is time. You know, now, 5 years later, I realize how we have business, right? And only through having that discourse can that Spotify also, just like iTunes, which is why this podcast are sensitive. A podcast can so we're in a fortunate position to only Spotify. So Spotify's been actually very good saying we're staying up from now. But ours says this is pirate radio. The internet. So financially, platforms cannot. This is why podcasts are really so Spotify, YouTube wants to be the host of podcasts where they flourish is no matter how good.
Yes, but I do want to push back a little bit on this. So I have anti-vax. I love your dear church, and they'll send you something. It'll take me an hour to go through what they sent. And usually it's not. It's not a random sample of anti-vax argument. I'm not saying I can disprove the anti-vax argument, but I am saying that it's almost like we're talking about how medical science, clinical trials, the presentation of trials to physicians could be improved. And the first thing we can do is to have pre-publication transparency in the peer review process. So bad information, biased information doesn't get out as if it's legitimate, and you can't put it back, recapture it once it gets out. I think there's an element in the arguments that are going on vaccines, and they're on both sides. I think the anti-vax side puts out more units of information claiming to show that the vaccines work. And I guess in an ideal situation would be real-time fact-checking by individual people, not to censor it, but to just say that it was set up to do this is what the conclusions were, so the way it was stated is on one side of the street.
But that's what I'm arguing. I agree with you. What I'm arguing is that this big network of humans that we have, the collective intelligence, can't do that real time if you allow it to encourage science as opposed to this. I interact with a lot of colleagues, a lot of friends and scientists. Their responses, like they don't want to interact with us, but that's not the right response. When a huge number of people believe this, it is your job, communicators, to defend your ideas. It is no longer the case that you go to a conference and defend your ideas to other nerds that are working on the same problems. I mean, sure, you can do that, but then you're rejecting the responsibility of explicitly or implicitly accepted when you go into this field that you will defend the ideas of truth, and you will defend them is in the open battlefield of ideas and to become a better communicator. And I believe that we have a large, you said you invested 1 or 2 hours in this particular, but that's the little amplitude, I think. At scale, I think that allows us to progress towards truth, at least that hopes.
I think you're not. I want to work with you. Let's say a person like Joe, who, by the way, had the podcast and let me
Amazing conversation.
well, thank you. I did too. And I didn't know Joe on the podcast.
He pushed back as well, which is great.
And he was a gentleman. He had it out. He put one clip. At one point, he said something wrong, and I corrected it. And he had the guy, Jamie check it, and was very forthright in saying, John's got a right. You got to monetize. In any event, got him. Well, I wasn't trying to get him. I was trying to
It's a beautiful exchange. There's so much respect in the room. Push back. It was great.
Yeah. So I respect him. And I think when he has somebody who's died in the role, the question is, how could you balance, if it needs balance, in real time? I'm not talking about afterwards. I'm talking about real time. Maybe you report, well, he doesn't report, but maybe when there's a statement made that is made as fact-based, maybe that statement should be checked by some folks who, imaginary folks who are trusted. And in real time, as that discussion is being played on podcasts, to show what independent experts say about that.
That's really interesting. Although for some reason this idea about I think real time is very difficult, and it's not difficult, but it kind of ruins the conversation because you want the idea to be. I think what's very possible is before it's published, it's the pre-publication. Before it's published, you let a bunch of people review it and add their. Before it's published, they can add arguments. With it, argument against certain parts. What's very interesting, as one podcast published, like Edmonds, they published the peer review together with that's very interesting. Might actually do that. Because we've been doing both debates at the same time, people, which is a different dynamic. It's both people. It's really nice to have the time to pause. How do you by yourself to fact check, to look at the study that was mentioned, understand what's going on, to the peer review process, to have a really good time. That's what if you would try that. To agree with you at some point that I've been fascinated by listening to arguments from this community of folks, quite large, like flat earthers, the people that believe the earth is flat. And I don't know if you've ever listened to them or read their arguments, but it's fascinating how consistent and convincing it all sounds. And you can just kind of take it in. Just take it in like this speak normally. It's all very logical. Like if you don't very well, no. The thing is, the reality is, at the very basic human level, with unlimited cognitive capabilities, the Earth is pretty flat. You go outside and you look at it flat. So, like, we use common sense reasoning. It's very easy to play to that. Plus, there's powerful organizations that can manipulate you and so on. But then there's the whole progress with science and physics of the past. But that's difficult to integrate into your thought process. So it's very true that people should listen to flat earthers because it was very revealing to me how easy it is to be convinced basically by charismatic arguments.
And if we're arguing over the earth is flatter, as long as you're not navigating airplanes, you don't have a consequence trying to get satellites to do transmissions. It's not that important. But if we're arguing about how we approach the worst public health crisis in, I don't know how long, I think we're getting worse than flu now. The total global deaths was Spanish flu, but in the United States, we should be
Plus the economic pain and stuff.
Yes, and the damage to the kids, school. We got a problem. It's not going away. So when we get a problem bad, it's not just an interesting conversation where the earth is there are millions of lives.
Let me ask you yet another question. An issue I raised with ICC without. It's the question of revolving doors. That there seems to be a revolving door between Pfizer FDA, people that have worked with the FDA, work with Pfizer, vice versa, and CDC and so on. What do you think? So first of all, his response once again was with rules, very strict rules to follow. Do you think that's and also maybe this is the time to talk about this Pfizer thing?
Let's one at a time.
One at a time.
Okay, and this is me about Pfizer, but it's an answer to the question. So there's this drug adjuvant that was approved by the FDA maybe 6 months ago. It's a drug to prevent the progression of low-grade Alzheimer's disease. The target for drug development for Alzheimer's disease has been the reducing the amyloid plaques in the brain, which correlate with progression of Alzheimer's. And Biogen showed that its drug adjuvant reduces amyloid plaques in the brain. They did 2 clinical trials to determine the efficacy, and they found that neither trial showed a meaningful benefit. And in those 2 trials, 33% more people with the adjuvant group developed symptomatic brain swelling and bleeding than people with placebo. There was an advisory committee convened to debate and determine how they felt about the approvability of the adjuvant given those facts. And most actually disputed their Biogen slides as well as the advisory committee voted 10 against approval and 1 abstained. So that's essentially a universal, unanimous vote against approval. Now, the advisory committees have been pretty much cleansed of financial conflict. So this advisory committee votes 10 no, 1 abstention. And the FDA overruled the unanimous advisory committee and approves. 3 of the members of the advisory committee resigned. They said, we're not going to, the FDA is not going to listen to a unanimous vote against approving this drug, which shows more harm than benefit. Undisputed. We're not going to dispute. And the argument against it is that the surrogate endpoint, the reduction of amyloid, the progression of amyloid plaques, is known by the FDA not to be a valid clinical indicator. It doesn't correlate. 7 studies have shown it doesn't correlate with clinical progression. Interrupting amyloid plaques doesn't mean that your Alzheimer's doesn't get worse. So it seems like it's a slam dunk, and the FDA thinks they should whatever they do to protect their bureaucratic reputation. So the head of the Bureau of the FDA, the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research that approves new drugs, who had spent 16 years as an executive in the pharmaceutical industry, issued a statement and said, what we should do in this situation is to assert the prohibition of financial ties of interest with the drug companies so we get less emotional.
We're just too emotional.
The 10 people who voted against it and the no people who voted for it. It's all too emotional. So this gets back, this is a long answer to a short question. I think this is a wonderful window to thinking of the FDA that financial conflicts of interest don't matter. In a situation where I think it's obvious that they wouldn't.
But there's not a direct financial conflict of interest. It's kind of like it's not like Albert said. There's rules. You're not allowed to have direct financial conflict of interest. It's indirect.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I'm not denying what you said is true. But the FDA, high official of the FDA, is saying that we need to allow conflict of interest in our advisory. she wants to change the rules. So Albert Barilla would still be playing by the rules, but it just shows how one-sided the thinking is.
But you think that's influenced by the fact that there were pharmaceutical executives working at the FDA and vice versa?
And they think that's a great idea.
Who gets to fix this? Do you think it should be just banned? Like if
I
you
don't
work,
know. Two separate questions. One is should the officials at the FDA come from pharma and vice versa. That's one question. And the other question is should advisory committees be allowed to have information? I think, in my opinion, and people might say I'm biased, I think advisory committees should not have committees. I think their only interest ought to be the public interest. And that was true from my understanding of the situation. It's the afterward in my book, some time studying about education. I think it's a slam dunk that there ought to be no conflicts. Because now the security drug evaluation research thinks that that's going to give you a biased result because we don't have the company influence. And that, I think, shows how biased their thinking is. That not having company influence is a bias.
but when we try to look at, I'm trying to empathize with the belief that companies should have a voice at the table. I mean, yeah, it's part of the game, but this is how it should be played.
But they have a voice. They've designed studies.
Right, that's their voice. That's
They allow
the,
it. I mean, what bigger voice do you deserve?
but I do also think on the more challenging question, I do think that there should be a ban. If you work at a pharmaceutical company, you should not regulatory. And back and forth, it just, even if it's 30 years later.
I agree. And I mean, in another nation, we're in this crazy situation. Medicare is not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs with the drug companies. So the drug companies get a patent on the new drug. Unlike every other developed country, they can charge whatever they want. So they have a monopoly on a utility because no one else can make the drug. Charge whatever they want. Medicare has to pay. And you say, how did we get in this crazy situation? So how we got here is that in 2003, when it was passed, Billy Towson was in the Ways and Means Committee in the House, played a key role in ushering us through the non-negotiation clause of it. And after it was passed, Billy Towson did not finish out his term in Congress. He went to pharma for $2 million in job.
This is incredible.
You might think the man.
I spoke with Francis Collins at the NIH podcast. He and NIH got the power over funding science. What are they doing right? What are they doing wrong? In this interplay with big pharma, how connected are they? Again, returning to the question, what are they doing right? What are they doing wrong in your view?
So my knowledge of the NIH is that said, in broad brush, the NIH is doing the infrastructure work for all drugs. I think they're participating in 100% of the drugs that have been approved by the FDA over the past 10 years or so. They've done infrastructure work. And what they do is not work on particular drugs, but they develop work drug targets on targets in the human body that can be affected by drugs and might be beneficial to turn on. And then the drug companies, when they find a target that is mutable and potentially beneficial, then the drug companies can take the research and choose to invest in the drugs specifically. That's our model. Now, 96% of the research that's done in clinical trials in the United States is about drugs and devices. And only a fraction of 4% that's left over is about preventive medicine, how to make America smart. I think, again, satellite, the NIH is investing more in science that can lead to commercial development rather than, as you said at the beginning of the podcast, there's no big fitness and lifestyle industry that can counter pharma. So I think at the NIH level, that countering can be done. And the diabetes prevention program study that we talked about before, where lifestyle was part of a randomized trial and should be more effectively informing by preventing development of diabetes. That is absolute proof positive that investing in science can produce good results. So I think that we're aimed at drug development. And what we ought to be aimed at is an epidemiological approach to improving the health of all people. We rank 68th in the world in healthy life expectancy, despite spending an extra $1 trillion. And I believe strongly that the reason why we've got this crazy position is because the knowledge that we're producing is about new drugs and devices, and it's not about improving population. In this problem, the NIH is the perfect institution to play a role in rebalancing our research.
And some of that is like leadership project that Francis Collins and ecology, not just speaking about basically everything that just leads to drug development, vaccine development, and also speaking about healthy lifestyles, speaking about health, not just sickness.
Yes, and investing.
I mean, it's like one feeds the other. One, you have to communicate to the public the importance of investing in health, and that leads to you getting props for investing in health, and you can invest in health more and more. And that communicates everything that Anthony Fauci says or Francis Collins says has an impact on scientists. I mean, it sets the priorities. I don't think the sad thing about leaders, forgive me for saying the word, but mediocre leaders, is they don't see themselves as part of a gang. They don't see the momentum. It's like a fish in the water. They don't see the water. Great leaders stand up and reverse the direction of how things are going. I actually put a lot of responsibility. Some people say too much, but whatever. I think leaders carry the responsibility. Put a lot of responsibility on Fauci and Francis Collins for not actually speaking a lot more about health, not and big inspiring people in the power and the trustworthiness of science. That's what I'm building Anthony Fauci.
I'm going to abstain because I'm not an expert.
But,
No, but seriously, the problem is pretty that we're investing 96% of our funding of clinical research in drugs and devices, and 80% of our health is determined by how we live our lives. This is ridiculous. The United States is going further and further behind the other countries for health. We ranked 38th in life expectancy in 2000, and now we're spending $1 trillion, and we rank 60. We've gone down.
You have this excellent. There's a few churches out LA that tell the story in really powerful ways. So one is the healthcare spending as percentage of GDP. That on the x-axis is years and y-axis is percentage. In the United States, as compared to other countries, on average, has been much larger and growing.
We are now 7% of our GDP, 17.7%, but 10.7%. 7%. And I think GDP is the fairest way to compare healthcare spending because per person, in dollars, we spend even the difference is even greater. But other costs vary with GDP. So let's stick with the conservative what you're doing.
17.7, no, 18% GDP. 18%. 7% higher comparable country background. 17.7% versus 10%. 7% higher.
Right? And 7% of $23 trillion GDP is more than $1.5 trillion in excess.
And then you have another healthcare system compared to spending. And this cloud, a point cloud of different countries. The x-axis being healthcare spending as a percentage of GDP, which we talked about. That U.S. is 7% higher than the average. And then on the y-axis is performance. So x-axis is spending, y-axis is performance. And there's point cloud overlay this if you're watching on YouTube. A bunch of countries that have high performance for what they're spending. And then U.S. is all low, right bottom side of the chart where it's low performance, high spending.
So this is a system that is abiding by spending that is directed by the most profitable industry for healthcare.
You put that in the hands of big pharma. Is you maximize the profit, you're going to decrease performance and increase spending.
Yes, but I want to qualify and say it's not all big pharma. They're not responsible for all the companies in our health system. They're not responsible for the industry. But they are the largest component of the rising healthcare costs. And it knowledge, controlling the knowledge that they have makes it so doctors can live with this situation, believing that it's optimal when it's a wreck.
Let me ask you the big. So, as a physician, for everything you've seen, talked about 80% of the impact on health is lifestyle. How do we live well? What advice would you give to general people? What space of ideas result in living longer and higher quality lives?
This is a very simple question to answer. Exercise for at least a half hour, at least 5 times a week. Number one. Number two, don't smoke. 3, reasonable body. Some people argue that lower than BMI of 25 is healthy. I think that may be true, but I think getting above 30 is unhealthy. And then now that's largely and we don't want to talk about all of these things. Not saying but exercise and a good diet, maintaining body weight. We have to be doing those things. The impediments to people with lower socioeconomic status being able to make those changes. We've got to understand that personal responsibility counts for some of those circumstances, accounts for some. And back to fish bowls, fish tanks, it's not being maintained. The approach would be to treat individual sick fish. It would be to fix your fish tank to get the bacteria out of it, whatever bad stuff is in there, and make your fish tank healthy. But we invest far less than the other wealthy countries do. We're flipped. We have the mirror image in the spending on social determinants of health and medical determinants of health. We have exactly the wrong order. And not only does that choke off social determinants of health, which are very important, but actually just the ratio, even if you're spending, if you raise the social spending and raise our medical spending in proportion, it's the ratio of social spending to medical spending. So, and why do we do that? Well, the answer is perfectly obvious. The way to transfer money from working Americans to investors is through the biomedical model, not through the social health model. And that's the problem. And I'd like to discuss this because the market isn't going to get us to a reasonable allocation. All the other wealthy countries that are so much healthier than we are and spending so much less than we have some form of government intervention in the quality of the health data that's available, budgeting of health and social factors. And we don't. We're kind of the Wild West. We let the market determine those allocations. And it's an awful failure. It's a horrendous failure.
So one argument, yeah, or an alternative to government intervention is the market work better, decisions agree better. So one argument is that communicators, podcasts, and so on, but other channels of communication will be the way people look. So providing information. The alternative to government intervention on every aspect of this, including communication with the doctors, to provide them other information and not allow the market to provide that information by basically making it to make better and better communicators on Twitter, op-ed, so on. So basically, there's a lot of incentive to communicate against them. There is incentive. People want to understand what's good for their lives, and they want to listen to charismatic people. They're able to really what is good for them.
And they do. And more than 80% of people think that drugs cost too much and the drug industry is too efficient. Profits.
They still get it.
They can't get the Congress. Democrats like are taking somehow. It just doesn't work out that these even small changes. I mean, the pared down part of Medicare, the plan for increasing Medicare negotiation drug costs in Build Back Better, is literally going to reduce the number of big drugs that are beneficial by about one new drug over 30 years. It will have virtually an indecipherable impact. And yet pharma is talking about the impact on innovation. And if you vote for this, if you let your congressman vote for this, you're going to severely slow down drug innovation and affect the quality of life.
About over medication that we've been talking about from different angles. But one difficult question for me, I'll pick one of the difficult topics: depression. So depression is a serious, painful condition that leads to a lot of people suffering in the world. And yet, is likely the world as a patient, a healthcare system, as a society, we do affect that people suffer. There's a lot of people suffering from depression. And also people suffering from overprescribing antidepressants.
So, paper in the journal, like Eric Turner, the data, we find out that antidepressants are not people who are depressed. They serious people who can't. They have a hard time getting out of their social roles. But what's happened is that the publicity, Prozac Nation, of making the argument for why people settle better than happiness. If you're not having happiness, you should take a drug. So that concept that serotonin metabolism, the root cause of depression, is really a destructive. We have drugs that change serotonin metabolism. We don't know why antidepressants work depression. But certainly don't work on everybody with major depression. I forget that you can treat it or the people with depression don't get better. And the vast majority of these use. So what happens is that feelings of happiness, not sadness, have been medicalized. The normal range of feelings have been medicalized. And that's not to say that they should be attended to, but the evidence shows tending to like somebody in medicine doesn't help except that they feel like somebody cares about them and believes that they're suffering. But there are problems in living that give rise to much of this psychology of less than major depression. And let's call it what it is and figure out a way to help people in visual therapy, group therapy, maybe lifestyle modification work. Try that. But let's call it what it is instead of saying, oh, you're in this vast basket of people who are depressed, so we can be more depressing, even though the evidence shows that people who are suffering from your level of depression don't get better.
And that's a consequence, not focusing on preventative medicine, the lifestyle changes, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes, but it's really a consequence of the drug companies creating depression that if you're sad, it's pill.
If you're non-major depression, how do you overcome depression?
Well, yeah.
Talk therapy, lifestyle changes.
Well, no, it's not jumping. I'm saying that you ought to, the way you feel must be respected.
Yeah, knowledge of yourself.
Acknowledge that you're suffering and deal with healthcare providers who acknowledge that you're suffering. So take that first. And then,
Also,
big first step, yeah. Family docs are pretty good at that. It's kind of a reason that caused me to go into the subject of experience. Okay, so you're a person who is not getting the drug out that they feel they ought to be getting. Now let's figure out why and whether that means some time with the social workers, the psychiatrist, time with a psychiatric nurse. I'm not sure how you best do it most effectively and efficiently, but that's what we need to do. And it may be that there's a medical problem, there's something going on, and stop. Situation. I
you get family medicine. As a doctor, what do you think about the saying, save one life, save the world? Like this. And your time is worth money. Your prescribe, your efforts after the visit worth money. And it seems like the task of the doctor is to not think about any of that. Or course. And with
all decisions need to all the whole population's interest is that's attention. We have this position. Let's take the extreme example. So you got a patient in front of you who, if you gave a $10 billion bill, you would say, I would just be tortured by that because I know epidemiologically. Yeah. So, like, now, trying to do the best. And there's this, it's the same future project. And maybe people will read my book and help get a little more excited about it because I legitimate in practice. They've got to make a decision. Data, they're trying to get through the day, the right thing for their patients. So they're tortured by that decision too.
so, if you're not careful, big pharma can manipulate that drive to try and help the patient, that humanity dealing with the uncertainty of it all. Like, what is the best thing to do? Big pharma can step in, use money to manipulate that humanity.
Yeah, I would state it quite differently. It's sort of an out rather than an opt-in. Big pharma will do it, and you need to opt out of it.
What advice would you give to a young person today, high school or college, stepping into this complicated world full of advertisements, of big, powerful institutions, of big, rich companies, how to have a positive impact on them, how to live life they can be proud of?
I would say to that person who has only good motives, go into medicine. They have an inclination to go into medicine. Ask me. And my answer is, if you got the knowledge, you should do it. You should do it because nobody's going to do it better. And if you don't have it, and you're in it for the money, you're not going to be out of your city.
How do you prevent yourself from letting the system change you? Like letting the game of pharmaceutical influence affect you?
It's a very hard question because the sociological norms are to be found and to trust the sources of information that are largely controlled by the drug industry. And that's why I wrote SEO, is to try and use people in information, to understand what's going on right now looks normal, but it's not. The health of Americans is going downhill. Our society's getting money that's getting pulled out of other social beneficial uses to pay for health care that is not helping us.
So fundamentally, the thing that is normal, question the norm. Don't. If you conform as a.
Well, you have to. You can't become a doctor conforming. I just made it through. There aren't many. It's hard work. But you have to conform. And even with my colleagues in practice, I couldn't convince them that some of the they had our best of practice weren't accurate. There's one scene, a younger physician had prescribed hormone replacement therapy. This was back in 2000, 2001. Had prescribed hormone replacement therapy for one of my patients who happened to be a good person friend. And I saw that patient cover for my colleague. Saw that her hormone replacement therapy doing this. I should from no, but it doctor so said it's better for my health. And it's not just showing that it's not good for your health. So my colleague approached me when she saw the chart. So that's maybe your friend, my patient. And I my alma mater, medical school. They said on the case. And I said, there's got to be drug companies. And she said, no. It's not a drug company. I said, yeah. So she said, yeah. So, sure enough, it was sponsored by a drug company. They're everywhere. And back to groups, experts share unspoken assumptions. And in order to be included in that, share those unspoken assumptions. What I'm hoping to do, and being here, having this wonderful conversation with you, is to create an alternative to this normal that people can pursue and practice better medicine and also prevent burnout. About half the doctors claim that they're burned out and at it. And I think that this is a subject that I don't have data on. But I think that a lot of that burnout is so-called moral injury from practicing in a way that the docs know isn't normal.
It's not actually providing an alternative to the normal. It's expanding them, it's shifting them. I mean, just like this program, you're basically looking for to shift the way medicine is done to the original, I mean, to the intent that it represents, the ideal medicine of healthcare.
Yeah, in terms to have a revolution, and that revolution will be to practice medicine in a way that will be epidemiologically most effective, not most profitable for people who are providing you with what's called knowledge.
You helped a lot of people as a doctor, as an educator, live better lives, live longer. You yourself are therapy. Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
I'm not. I faced it. Close.
Yourself? How do you think about it? What wisdom do you gain from having come close to death? The fact that
It's liberating. It's very liberating. I mean, I'm serious. I was close. And not too long. And there's a sense of, maybe the way it ends. And done my best. It's not been perfect. And it's here and it's different. People around me trying to do their best. And in fact, I got pulled out of it. But it didn't look like I was pulled out of it.
Are you ultimately grateful for the ride, even though it ends?
Well, it's a, you know what? I think so. If I know, you can't take the ride if you know what it's going to end right. It's not the real ride; it's just a ride. But I haven't gone through the whole thing. I definitely freed me of the sense of anxiety about them, and it said to me, "Do your best every day, because it's going to end someday."
I apologize for the ridiculously big question, but what do you think is the meaning of life, of our human existence?
I think it's to care about something and do your best. Whether it's being a doctor and trying to make sure that the greatest number of people get the best health care, or it's a gardener who wants to have the most beautiful plants, or it's a grandparent who wants to have a good relationship with their grandchildren. Whatever it is that gives you a sense of care, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, to really commit yourself to it. That commitment, being in that commitment for me is the
Put your whole heart and soul into the thing.
Yep.
Was it the Picasso poem? Go all the way. John, you're an incredible human being, incredible educator. Like I said, I recommend people listen to your lectures. It's so refreshing to see that clarity of thought. And obviously, your criticism of Big Pharma or your illumination of the mechanisms of Big Pharma is really important at this time. So I really hope people read your book, Sickening, that's out today, or depending on when this comes out. Thank you so much for spending your extremely valuable time with me today. It was amazing.
Lex, I'm back to you. Thanks for engaging in this conversation, for creating space to have it, creating a listenership that is interested in understanding serious ideas. I really appreciate the conversation.
And I should mention that offline you told me you listened to the Gilbert Strang episode. So for anyone who don't know Gilbert Strang, another epic human being to check out. If you don't know anything about mathematics or linear algebra, go look him up. He's one of the great mathematics educators of all time. So of all the people you mentioned to me, I appreciate the question because he is a rock star of mathematics. John, thank you so much for talking to us. This was awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Abrams. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Marcus Aurelius. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
How would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence?
Do you think they saw what they saw?
They didn't just start showing from 47.
How hard do you think it was to communicate with humans?
What do we believe in? Technology. So you show yourself to form of technology. Right? The common thread is you're not alone. And there's something that's here with you. And there's something that's, as you said, watching.
You are a professor at Stanford studying the biology of the human organism at the level of individual cells. So let me ask first the big, ridiculous, philosophical question. What is the most beautiful or fascinating aspect of human biology at the level of the cell?
The micro machines and the nano machines that proteins make, and that to me is the most interesting. The fact that you have this basically dynamic computer within every cell that's constantly processing its environment, and at the heart of it is DNA, which is a dynamic machine, a dynamic computation process. People think of DNA as a linear code. It's codes within codes within codes, and it is actually the epigenetic state that's doing this amazing processing. If you ever wanted to believe in God, just look inside this head.
The DNA is both information and computer.
Exactly.
How did that computer come about? The big, continuing on the topic question, it's this both scientific and philosophical. How did life originate on Earth? How did this, at every level, the very first step, and the fascinating complex computer that is DNA, that is multicellular organism, and maybe the fascinating complex computer that is the human mind?
Well, I think you have to take just one more step back to the complex computer that is the right? All of the so-called particles or the waves that people think the universe is made of appears, to me at least, to be a computational process. And embedded in that is biology, right? So all the atoms of a protein that sit in that computational matrix. From my point of view, it's computing something. It's computing towards something. It was created in some ways, you believe in God. I don't know that I do, but if you believe in something, the universe was created or at least enabled to allow for life to form. And so the DNA, if you ask where does DNA come from, or you can go all the way back to Richard Dawkins and the selfish gene hypotheses. The way I look at DNA, though, is it is not a moment in time. It assumes the context of the body and the environment in which it's going to live. And so if you want to ask a question of where and how does information get stored, DNA, something 3 billion base pairs long, contains more information than I think the entire computational memory resources of our current technology. Because who and what you are is both what you were as an act all the way through to the day you die, and it embodies all the different cell types and organs in your body. And so it's a computational reservoir of information and expectation that you will become. So actually, I would sort of turn it around a different way and say, if you wanted to create the best memory storage system possible, you could reverse engineer what a human is and create a DNA memory system that is not just a linear version, but is also everything that it could become.
When we're talking about DNA, we're talking about Earth and the environment creating DNA. You're talking about trying to come up with an optimal computer for a particular environment. So if we reverse engineer that computer, what do you mean by including all the possible things?
So who you are today, right? So 3 billion bits of information does not explain. Like 3 doesn't explain this, right? But the DNA embodies the expectation of the environment in which you will live and grow and become. So all the information that is here, right, is actually not only embedded in DNA, but is embedded in the context of the world in which you grow into and develop, right? But so all that information that is packed in the expectation of what the DNA expects to see.
So, like, some of the information, is that accurate to say is stored outside the body?
Exactly. Yeah. The information is stored outside because there's a context of expectation. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, to linger on this point, if we were to run Earth over again a million times, how many different versions of this type of computer would we get?
I think it would be different each time. I mean, if you assume there's such thing as fate, right, and there's not a pre-programmed, and that there is some sort of, let's say, variation of randomness at the beginning, you would get as many different versions of life as you could imagine. And I don't think it would all be, unless there's something built into the, into the substrate of the universe, it wouldn't always be proteins, right?
But I wonder what the thought of a butterfly means. The effects it has, because it's possible that if the system is really good at finding the efficient answer, and maybe the efficient answer is there's only a small finite set of them for this particular environment.
Exactly. That's the kind of, in a way, the anthropomorphic universe of the multiverse expectations, right? That, there probably is all kinds of universes out there if you believe in multiverse theory. We only look at the ones where the rules are such that lifelike exists.
So using that logic, how many alien civilizations do you think are out there? There's like trillions of environments, aka planets. Or maybe you could get bigger than planets. How many lifelike organisms do you think are out there thriving? And maybe how many do
I think, I think in terms of
greater than
much greater than zero. I mean, I would just be surprised what a waste that space just for us if we're ever going to. That would be my first way to think about it. But second, I mean, I remember when I was about 7 or 8 years old, I was going to any of to find this National Geographic. I remember opening the page of the National Geographic. I was about 7 to 10 years old. And it was a current picture of the universe. It was around probably 1968, 1969. And I just remember looking at it and thinking, what kinds of empires have risen and fallen across that space that would never know? And isn't that sad that we know nothing about something so? And so I've always been a reader of science fiction because I like the creative ideas that people come up with. And I especially like science fiction writers that base it in good science, but base it also in evolution. That if you evolve a civilization from something lifelike, right, some sort of biology, its assumptions about the universe will come from the environment in which it grew up. So, for instance, Mary is a great writer, and he imagines different kinds of civilizations. In some cases, what happens with evolution. I was an intelligence evolved from a herd animal, right? Would you lead from behind, right? Would you do, in this case, the so-called puppeteers, and to them, the whole imperative is cowardice. You put other people forward to run the risk for you, right? And so he writes entire books about that premise. There's another guy, David is his name. He writes the so-called uplift universe books. And he takes different intelligences, each from a different evolutionary background, and then posits a civilization based around where and what they came from. And so, to me, I mean, that's just, but I mean, back to your original question, is how many are there? I think as many stars as we can see. Now, how many are currently there? I don't know. I mean, that's the whole question of, how long can the civilization last before it runs out of steam? And you, for instance, does it just get bored or transcend to something else? Or does it say, I'm doing enough and I'm done?
what is running out of steam? It can destroy itself before.
It's we've done everything we can, and they just decide to stop. I don't know. I just don't know.
That you almost worry that we stop reproducing, or we slow down the reproduction rate to where population can go to zero.
Could go to zero and we can't, and we collapse. And so the only way to get around that is perhaps create enough machines that they take care of us.
What could possibly go wrong? You've talked to people that told stories of UFO encounters. What is the most fascinating to you about the stories of these UFO encounters that you've heard that people have told you?
The similarity of them, the uniformity of the stories. Now, I just want to say up front, a lot of people think that when I speculate, I believe something. That's not true, right? Speculation is just creativity. Speculation is the beginning of hypothesis. None of what I hear in terms of mechanics is necessarily true, but I still find it fascinating to listen to because at some level there's still data, and you have to listen to. Once you start to hear the same story again and again, then you have there might be something to it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of a Jungian background in consciousness that creates these stories again and again. It's coming out of the it's coming out of that pre-programmed something. The young can talk quite different, this kind of thing, the collective unconscious. But actually, one of the most interesting ones I find is this constant message that you're not taking care of your environment. This came long before climate change, it came long before many kinds of, let's say, current dangerous around taking care of our pollution, etc. And so, for instance, perhaps the best example of this, I find most fascinating, is a story out in Zimbabwe. 50 or 60 children one afternoon, and Zimbabwe is a well-educated group of black children who at lunchtime in the playground saw a crack, and they saw a little man. And they all ran into the teachers and they told the same story. They drew the same pictures. And the message to them was, you're not taking care of your and it's got, there's actually a movie coming out for this episode. 30 years later now, the people who are there, the children who grow up, say it happened to us. Now, did it happen? Was it some sort of hallucination? Was it an imposed hallucination by something? Was it material? I don't know. But these kids were 7 to 10 years old. You see them on video. 7 to 10 years old.
Yo, big dog.
And so, what I find out, again, it's the
You stream it, yeah. I'm down for it. Yes, sir. I'm gonna mute one of my YouTube streams so I don't get nailed for copyright.
That is worthy of further inquiry.
Yeah, so here we are, human cognitive capacities, trying to make sense of the world, trying to understand what is real and not. We have this DNA that somehow, in complex ways, is interacting with the environment, and then we get these novel ideas that come from the populace, and then they make us wonder what it all means. And so how to interpret it. If you think from an alien perspective, how would you communicate with other lifelike organisms? You perhaps have to find endpoints in this interaction between the DNA and its manifestations in terms of the human mind and how it interacts with the environment. To get some kind of, right, what is this DNA? What is this environment? Get into
Right.
to like interact with it, to perturb the system where these little ants, human-like ants, get like excited and figure and see stuff out. Yeah, and then somehow steer the first of all for an investigative purpose. Understand, like oftentimes to understand the system, you have to perturb it. Exactly. It's like poke at it. Do they get excited or not? And then the other ways you want to, if you worry about that, you can steer in one direction or another. And this kind of idea that we're not taking care of our world, um, that's interesting. I mean, that's comforting. That's hopeful because that means the greater intelligence, which is what I would believe, we want to take care of us.
We want to take care of the gorillas and the national parks and everything.
Yeah, but we don't want to take care of cockroaches. So there's a line we draw. So you have to hope that
Right now, we're a bunch of angry monkeys, and maybe whatever these intelligences are also keeping an eye on us. That you don't want a bunch of, you don't want the angry monkey stomping around the local block.
do you think these folks know the truth? Do you think they saw
I think they saw what they said they saw, but I also think they saw what they were shooting. I mean, if you go back to the whole notion of, okay, how long has this been around? It didn't just start showing from the 1940s. There are stories going back, into the 1800s of people who saw things in their farm fields in the U.S. It's in local newspapers from the 1800s. It's fascinating. But if you go even further back, so to your point of how would you, as a higher intelligence, represent yourself to a lesser intelligence? Well, let's go back to pre-civilization. Maybe you show yourself as the spirits in the forest, and you give messages through that. And once you get a little bit more civilized, then you show yourself as the gods. And then you're God. Well, we don't believe in God anymore necessarily. Everybody does. So what do we believe in? Technology. So you show yourself as the form of technology, right? But the common thread is you're not alone, and there's something that's here with you, and there's something that's, as you said, watching, and at least watching over your shoulder. But I think that, like any good parent, you don't tell your student everything. You make them learn. And learning requires mistakes, because if you tell them everything, then they get lazy.
you've looked at the brains or information coming from the brain of some people that have had gifts and powers. What's common about the brain?
So the study started with a group of, let's say, a cohort of individuals that were brought to me and their MRIs to ask about the damage that had been seen in these individuals. It turns out that the majority of those patients ended up being, as far as we can tell, having syndrome. And so, for me at least, that part of the story ends in terms of the injury. It's likely almost all of Havana syndrome. That's somebody else's problem. It's not my problem. But when we were looking at the brains of these individuals, we noticed something right in the center of the basal ganglia in many of these individuals that at first we thought was damaged. It was basically an enriched patch of MRI dense neurons. We thought was damaged, but then it was showing up in everybody, and then we looked and said, oh, it's actually not. The other readings on these MRIs showed that actually that's living tissue. It's actually head of the caudate routine. And at the time, and I remember even asking a good friend of mine at Stanford, who was a psychiatrist, what does the basal ganglia do? I said, oh, the basal ganglia is just about movement and nerve and motor control. I said, well, that's odd because these other papers that we were reading at the time started to suggest that it was involved with higher intelligence. It is actually downstream of the executive function and involved with intuition and planning. And if you think about it, if you're going to have motor control that is centralized in place, motor control requires knowledge of your mind. You don't want to move something and hit the table. Or if you're walking across the room, you want to be aware and cognizant of what you might bump into. So obviously, all of that planning requires access to all the senses. It requires access to your desires, memory, knowledge of where and what you want, and desire to walk nearby. Like, use the example of you're at a party, you want to avoid that person, you like that person, the waiter's about to drop something. All without thinking. So that actually, all that planning is done in the basal ganglia. And it's actually now called the brain within the brain. It's a goal processing system subservient to executive function. So what we think we found there was not something that allows people to talk to you folks. I mean, I think the UFO community took it a step too far. What I think we found was a form of higher functioning processing. So what we then looked at, and this was the fascinating part of it, we looked then at individuals and families of these, so the index case individuals, and we found that it was actually in families. And more so, this is the most fascinating part, we've probably looked now at about 200 just random cases that people download off of databases online. You don't see this higher activity. You only find it in what Kit Green have called and has called higher functioning individuals, people who are, he called them savants. I don't have the means to even want to test him. But it turns out my family, right? We found it, and me, my brother, my sister, and mother. We found it as well in other individuals, husband and wife pairs. So statistically, if you had a group of 20 individuals and you found two husband and wife pairs, both of whom had it, and yet it's only found in about 1 or 200 individuals. The fact that two individuals came together, two sets of individuals came together, those who had it, implied either a restricted breeding group or attraction. The reason why it seems to be in, let's say, so-called experiencers or people who think, if intuition is the ability to see something that other people don't, I don't mean that in a paranormal sense, but being able to see something that's in front of you that other people might just dismiss. Well, maybe that's a function of a higher kind of intelligence to say, well, I'm not looking at an artifact. I'm not looking at something that I should just ignore. I'm seeing something I recognize it, not what it is, but that it is something different than is normally found in my environment.
Yeah, I have a feeling with that. I seem to see the magic in a lot of moments. Like there's obviously something that seems to be chemical in nature. But I just am excited about life. I love life. Love like stupid. It feels like I'm high. I like mushrooms or something like that. Where you really just like I'm able to detect something about the environment that maybe others don't. I don't know, but I seem to be over the top grateful to be alive for a lot of stupid reasons, and that's in there somewhere. And it's kind of interesting because it really is true that our brain, they were brought up with the genetics, enables us to see certain slices of the world. And, some people are probably more receptive to anomalous information. They see they see the magic, the possibility, novels, right? Opposed to kind of finding the pattern of the common, the regular. Some people are more, wait a minute, this is kind of weird. And a lot of those people probably become scientists too. Like, there was this pattern that happened over and over and over, and then something weird just happened. And then you get excited by the string and discover what is at the core of that weird. It's that, maybe by way of question, how does the human perception system deal with anomalous information?
Well, it first tries to classify it and get it out of the way. If it's not food, it's not sex, right? If it's not in the way of my desires, or if it isn't in the way of my desires, then you focus on it. And so I think is how much spirit is power, how much CPUs do we spend on things that are not those core desires.
What is the most kind of memorable, powerful work you ever? Just you on a personal level, something true.
Well, I mentioned this in Zimbabwe. That's particularly interesting. And one that actually most people don't know about, but family driving down the highway, two little girls in the back, open glass top car, and the little girl sees right over. This is the middle of the day on a busy night. The mother sees it. Nobody can. They look around, nobody else seems to see it. So the girls take out their camera, take a picture of it. And then they get home. They look at the picture. There's no craft, but there's a little object about 3 feet above their car or so, probably about 3 feet across, kind of star shaped. It's not the craft, but it's something else. It's obviously the something there. And so what were they seeing? Were they seeing a projection? Were they seeing, and why were only they seeing?
And the photograph was capturing something very different than what we're seeing personal an object. What can you give a little bit of context? Is this from modern day?
It's modern day. Oh, yeah, they had a camera. I mean, they had a cell phone.
This is like a report provided. By the way, where's the central place to provide a report? Is this?
Oh, there's a new phone, but this isn't public. I've seen a picture.
Oh, this is you directing.
Yeah, I've seen a picture.
So those moments like that, they captivate you.
Well, it's so different. It doesn't fall into the standard story at all. But it also, in another way, it's kind of it's a clear enunciation of this notion that people see events and all see the same thing. Now we've heard this about traffic accidents. Different people see the color of the car, different chain of events, differently. This tells you that memory isn't anywhere near what we think it is. But the issue around these so-called UFO reports is that the same people would see a very different thing, almost as if whatever it is projecting something into the mind, rather than it being real, right? Rather than it being real manifestation, material in front of you, it's actually almost some sort of an altered virtual reality that is there's no. I mean, I think the company Meta and all the virtual reality companies would love to have something like that, right? Where you don't have to actually wear something on your face to experience a virtual reality. What happens if you could just project it?
Well, that's the fundamental question from an alien perspective. when you look at it, as we humans look at ants, how does the perception system operate? And not only how does this thing's mind operate, how does the human mind operate, but how does their perception system operate? So that you can like stimulate the perception system properly to get them to think certain things. And so, you know, that's a really important question. Humans think that
Here are our final actual costs for this year. Oh, okay. As you can see, we did pretty well. So, yes. Let's see.
review right
That we did indeed.
But there could be
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm an equal? All right, well, this is the overall budget for this fiscal year. X-axis. Right there. There's the x-axis. Clearly, this page that we have a surplus of $4,300. Okay, but we have to spend that by the end of the day, or it will be deducted from next year's budget. Why don't you explain this to me like I'm from? Your mommy and daddy give you $10 to open up a lemonade stand. So you go out and you buy cups and you buy lemons and you buy sugar. And now you find out that it only costs you $9. Oh, you have an extra dollar. Yeah, so you can give that dollar back to mommy and daddy. But guess what? Next summer, I'll be saying, I can ask them, they're going to give you $9. Because that's what they're going to do. So what I don't want to do is spend that dollar on something now, so that your parents think that it costs $10 to run a lemonade stand. So the dollar's a surplus. This is a surplus. We have to spend that $4,300 by the end of the day, or it'll be deducted from next year. We should spend this money on a new copier, which we desperately need. Break it down in terms of. I think I'm getting it.
So let's say you wanted to tell family humans, you would interact with them. And this is again, this is a technology which is magic.
Guess what, everybody? Christmas has come early this year. Oscar, very smartly, has discovered an extra $4,300 in the budget. Thank you, Oscar. And I have decided, with that money, I am going to buy a new, drum roll please. Can anybody guess?
New chairs?
No, a new copy.
I think the aliens need to figure out.
Unless everybody can agree on something better. Please do not do this.
Yes. Michael, new chairs. These chairs are terrible. We were supposed to get new ones last year.
So we all agree to get new chairs then. Good?
Good? Yeah, he said good. I'm good.
We are a paper company. How do we take pride in our jobs? We have to put our fine paper on this wretched machine.
Sir, no, this is not the time for one of your principals stands.
Man, we make more copies than anybody.
Exactly. That should tell you how terrible the chairs are.
Okay.
Well, that's
Good suggestion.
do they have to?
All this is let's just decide and agree upon one. All right, so teams forming. We should really have the offices air quality tested. We have radar coming from below. We have asbestos.
That's why I always
Silent killers. You are the silent killer. Go back to the enemy.
Michael,
Yes.
Meredith, Stanley, and Jim about chairs. I know they're with me on this.
they're different enough, but they're not so different as to be
Jim.
Ever since when I started dating, I just feel weird asking to make copies one.
different enough.
So I make my own copies. And that copier sucks.
They're what you
Let me tell you.
coming in some
You know what?
future. So is that?
And I don't have to experience everything.
Jim, good for
I
you.
don't
Standing
know.
up
I
with him like
believe
that.
in the grace.
But so Michael, what do you think? I made.
So it's talking about a communication strategy that says,
Okay, well,
you know, we're
I swallowed all your ideas. I'm going to digest them and see what comes out the other end.
this might be the manifestation that you represent.
Dwight, I'm a little concerned about some of these directions to Shrew Farm.
What's the
Tell. I mean, like 156 pieces from the light red mailbox, make a left, walk until you hear the beehive. How could it be more clear?
I think Andy makes an excellent
You
point.
have to
But my biggest concern is that there's going to be one bathroom.
We'll dig a trench.
I know.
Once it's downhill from the well, it should be fine.
Yeah, maybe cannot squat over some trash.
Without stumps, come on.
I
Let's
saw the
three-way this little issue and come to a solution by the time we get to Shrew Farms. How's that go? We're getting married at Shrew Farms. I have looked at 12 inches. I have lost 8 deposits. I've seen Angela naked 0 times. I am not losing another deposit.
I know one of the guys on the inside who was who had interviewed these pilots.
I'm thinking about this whole chair
It was
copier thing.
to hear this. But
I
also,
really think you should reconsider.
here's not just people's testimony, these incredible individuals.
But I
We've
really
seen
think
this
you should reconsider.
episode with some of these pilots. They have monetary gain and everything.
Threatening you?
But then you also have all of this simultaneous ship analysis from the USS Princeton, the radar analysis, etc.
All right.
So, at the end of the day, it's just data.
This is where you'll have your receiving line. First, we'll clear out all the livestock and hay and such.
Honestly, perfectly happy.
What's that smell? You're gonna need to be more specific.
Manure.
That could be a
Manure covers up the smell of the slaughterhouse.
You have to slaughter on our wedding day?
You want to eat, don't you?
Honey, say something.
Dwight, if we pay extra, can you slaughter the entrees the day before?
Anomalous events are such that they're going to be,
See?
they're going to be rare.
That's how you do it.
State they represent.
Making progress here.
The full range of data to discover that these are actually represent.
Darn!
Remember, you were going to get a new chair and you were going to give your old chair to me. Remember that?
Yes. Michael, I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm just going to grab some lunch. Really? Absolutely. Yeah, that would be amazing. Oh, I'm thanks for lunch. Yes. Oh, God. All right. Yeah. Let's do it. Woo! All right. Cool. Where are we going? I have no idea.
Oh, I guess that's how they're going to play this.
After I've been openly
It is on.
especially.
It is
I have
so
a
on.
number of students from top schools, aren't my students,
I
come to me
really
and say,
I mean,
I
seriously,
can help.
how is it possible that in 5 years I've
How can
had 2
I
engagement
never had
rings?
thought about this before, but you opened, you and others.
To me,
Thank you, Michael.
extraterrestrial being observation itself. It's like you mentioned, is hypothesizing, imagining these things, considering the possibility of these things. I think opens up your mind in a way that ultimately can create technology. First, you have to believe technology is possible.
Michael?
Yeah.
Hey! That's
I do.
Oh, that must have been so fun.
It was fun. We had a good time.
Hey, have I told you you look really nice today?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, is that a new tie?
No, I got it at TJ Maxx, $4.
That is amazing.
You think that's good? Let's check out the pants. $9.
What?
$9. Boys and
No.
girls. Look at the ass. Put it down.
No
Look at that.
way. Oh, so I guess Oscar and Jim were talking your ear off about the costume.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
They were.
Here's what I was thinking.
And so
Everyone sits on a chair every day, but not everyone
Sits on a copier.
or even uses the copier every day.
Yeah. Very valid. Okay.
All right, see you later.
See ya.
Hot tie guy.
Well,
one of the other postdocs.
Have you made a decision on the butter sculpture?
No, I haven't thought of it.
Take the cow. It's cheap. It's not that hard.
I would like
In 2 days, in 2 months.
I would like a cow butter sculpture of a cat.
Doesn't make any sense. I'm telling you.
Butter sculpture of a cat.
More sheep. What is this? Right? All the same team. Is it? Why is that in the kitchen?
The future. And so that's, I think, what the whole UFO thing is for people. Let's imagine a future where these kinds of things are. Also, let's imagine a future that nobody else is up. Right? So if these things are there, we manage
I want to
it.
take training teams with you.
So it means that at least
No.
one of
Here's
the
three.
civilization got past the question.
Have my copies.
So if some of these represent alien
I have my
civilizations
original.
themselves,
So stuck
why
it.
do you think they're doing it?
Okay.
Michael, I got you a hot
You
chocolate.
suggested that perhaps this
Oh,
study
my dear.
understand their action.
Wait, Michael, let me open the door for you.
Oh,
And
hell. Chivalry
yeah,
is not dead
from
after
our
all.
perspective, us as humans, we have.
There he is. Hello, hello. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you.
To steer
Yeah,
us
yeah.
away
There's that ass.
Hey, hey, yeah.
right?
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
assumed that
Oh, don't take it away.
even if we make it past the press, we'll also at least not a bunch of psychopaths.
Here's another place.
So maybe there's a little bit of motivation there to make sure that the neighbor
Hello.
next to you is not
So,
unruly.
why don't we try this out?
You
See
know,
what
but
would
I mean,
happen. A little
maybe
test
it's
drive. What do you say? You pretend to be Angela's
what
father.
we have
Hey, Angela, and I'll pretend to be you. That way you can see what it looks like when you're up here.
national parks where animals continue to live out their lives in natural way. I mean, that would be. I mean, the problem is, imagine from a anthropomorphic viewpoint what an alien might think. And as I said before, aliens, right? I mean,
Although born just minutes only from a closed society.
different
So,
ways of thinking.
now, after the readings by all of your sisters who arrive at the vows, so that's the
That we could
because I'm
only
it.
No, but
This is a little
if we ever
taste of
get,
the
if
ceremony.
we ever
Right,
get
guys,
past all
explaining why we're here, what we're doing here, making introduction.
and even if we
Then he's gonna have Andy read a bunch of stuff. He's gonna ask Andy to produce a ring.
light
Have
sails to get
now
rid
just
it takes us
flying
10,000 years
and
to get something.
you will put a ring on her finger.
We might encounter some stuff, so we just want to stop.
Then he's going to ask Andy if he would like to marry Angela. Ideas. And he's going to ask Angela if she would like to marry Andy, to which you will reply.
We're getting better
And
understanding
there
what
we go.
it's like.
And that's just about
And I
it.
think we're getting better being careful not to step on it when you see it. This is one of the nice things about talking about is it expands the it expands our understanding of what possibly could be like.
So there's no security problem.
Because the scientific community.
You know, I hustled up the stairs.
When we go to
Yes,
I
I need your sage advice. And everyone, whatever Hank decides, that is the decision. That will resolve this issue.
Complexity that
Yeah, take as many as you want.
arises in resistance
Nice
to
and
the
warm.
natural world. And
But what are we talking about?
there's a lot of it.
Well, we have a surplus. Imagine that your parents give you money for a lemonade stand.
I know what a surplus is.
Okay, good. Well,
And I don't
here's
know
the thing.
in
Some
many
people
ways
want to
to
use the
form-
surplus to buy a new
there's a
car.
sense,
Other people
you know,
are complaining
for
about
aliens,
the chairs.
We got the
as
coffee.
the technology develops, they take more and more as information, as something that can influence the space of ideas, processing the data itself. I just this idea of embodiment that we humans so admire. Physically
I was just
visible,
thinking, let me see a chair.
visible
Okay.
embodiment may be a very inefficient thing. Right?
If you think just about
Not much money or support.
AI,
Now,
you know, we're
everyone, bear in mind, once again,
trying to
that
make
whatever
smaller and
Hank
smaller
says
and
goes.
smaller.
He is an impartial third party.
On the one hand, this house is very old. You should see some of the new copies they have. You would not
closer and
believe.
closer to physics of
Copy.
how
Let me finish.
the
Now,
universe
chairs.
operates. Right?
Chairs
Right now,
are very,
quantum
very
computers
chair. I could not sit on this chair.
So fast forward 10,000, 30,000 years, maybe somebody found a way to embody AI directly into the physics of the universe, right? And it doesn't require physical manifestation. It just
I know what I wanted.
sits in space time. It's just a
Being here with you,
space time.
German
We're
with
just
my
locally in
minister.
space time.
Just hold
Right.
that one.
You know, I mean, maybe they found a way to embody it.
Mistake making
They
it.
probably have to get really good at traveling.
That's why I have
The
to
better
take
technology gets, the easier it is to accidentally oops. The stories
said I do, and I said I do.
Because
And then
whatever these things might be, we think that they are supposed to unified.
Dwight, that doesn't count.
Yes, of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does in the state of Pennsylvania.
I didn't. They're not married.
And maybe what keeps them from stomping all over the ends is each other.
It's not my fault you don't understand German. I've been telling you to take it for years.
To
Are we in it or what?
running on the
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's kind of there's always going to be these
The chocolate powder just went down my throat.
hierarchy
I'm stopping now.
greater and
That's
greater.
why you're calling me? No,
And they're all probably also wondering,
I'm calling.
wait, what's thinking of me?
exactly what I always wonder is that maybe that they're keep them in line is something that
I'm
is
calling because
Like, what created the
give stupid budget surplus and people, everybody wants something different.
You want me to
weigh in on a minor budget? No. I want you to make the decision so I'm not the bad guy. If I were you, I would just return the
Is this
surplus.
something you
The what now?
think about?
Great man,
Area of communication, biological system, or something else? How difficult is it to find a language?
$645.
smart
I
enough
hate disappointing
or
just one person.
technologically enabled enough.
And I
It's
really hate
relatively
disappointing
straightforward. Now,
relative
whether
factor.
your concepts
You go in there with
can ever
$645.
be done
You are literally a king.
that might be hard.
Tell me how that going.
I mean,
Again, talking to the ants.
talking to the ants. I mean, so
All right, attention everyone.
You want to look good in this picture. Let me explain.
I have made my decision. I need a new copier.
that's the
I
essential
need new
problem.
chambers. This copier
Perhaps they
is
realize who it is that they're talking to. And they say, we should, rather than muddy the future, we're
working perfect. That's the original.
right? And yeah, maybe we could sit down, like you and I, and have a conversation. But then they would make assumptions. The humans would then make assumptions about us.
See how relaxed I am?
Because we're not here,
I like this chair.
right? So let's
Offers good
stay
support.
at arm's length.
It is
Let's just let them know
ergonomically
that.
correct. It's a good chair. I think we're spoiled because we don't appreciate
Again, this
the things that we have. You think kids in Africa have chairs? No.
and
They have
you
big
know,
piles of garbage.
if they
You think they have copiers? They don't have copiers. They don't even-
kind of thing that is going on.
They don't even have
And
paper.
so it's
And we are
they know
spoiled
it's just
we
a
throw
function
out perfectly good
to
tiramisu
step in.
with a little tiny hair on it. My point is this.
Yeah, you have
I've
to
seen the light in
open
terms of
the
what
amount of
we
boost
need,
that you carry.
and it is nothing.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, and so it's very easy as well for widgets
Oh,
to
what? Yeah, now what?
Does anyone happen to know what 50% of 4,300 is? $645. Why don't you say dollars? Because that is how my mind works. What's 15% of 200?
Again, if you're trying to fit it into a framework.
Thank you. Everyone, Michael is returning the surplus so he can keep 15% as a bonus. Wait, what?
You can do that?
Hey, Michael, what's 394 times 5,912? Let's see.
You're gonna give yourself a bonus of $645 instead of getting the entire office that you really
I don't need $645. I already have $645 in my life. You're gonna get this out of this. And this is so stupid. And that's my phone. He continued.
Saying that skeleton discovered to calmer
No, I
region of Chile
This doesn't change
might be
anything. I have a very important decision to
to
make.
calmer
Copiers,
cast
we need new chairs, and I need to figure out a way to keep this money without having everybody hate me.
whole genome sequencing of anaconda
Hey, Jenna,
skeleton
check it out.
novel mutations linked with
Just like
dysplasia.
you.
Can you tell this story?
The story was, as you put it right there, correct. Reached out, got a sample of the body, did the DNA sequencing, then worked
now
with a
trying
team
to take care of a legal
of
issue.
2 other Stanford scientists and Roche sequencing group
Is that hot or what?
And
So it's gonna be-
We have to make a decision. The day is almost done.
And as
Just
his,
say you're
as his
promising me
standard
this chair's the day before.
is
Smart guy.
professors
Not
actually
to the right thing.
and figure
You think it's easy?
and then
You know what?
together.
Why don't you guys get with it? I am going to get up.
And
I'm going to be out in the common area. But you
that,
need to decide.
human, 100%.
Otherwise, I'm
I
taking
went
the
into it
bonus.
thinking it
Right? It is a classic management tactic. You have two
I
sides.
got kind of excited
Deadline.
a few months
You know
into the
that
process.
either you're going to concede. What you do is you put them in the room and you
Right,
say,
and
hey,
after the characteristics and stuff, and
What?
make it unique.
I just figured I'd
I
rather have
rarely
you
get this coffee was
Thanks, Michael.
and
Good
so the
work,
first
I'm
thing
proud
I
of
did
you.
is I got pictures of it. I took it to a local expert at
Mother,
Stanford.
what did we learn this week?
And,
Well,
he was
one,
on the paper.
Thanks to me,
And
my team is
he was
much,
the world
much
expert
faster
in
at coming to
pediatric
decisions
bone
than I thought they would be.
he
Number
literally-
two, never buy a fur coat with a
And,
credit card
uh,
until you
because that's what you do. You go to
absolutely
an expert
have
when it's
the
outside
money
of
to
your
pay for it.
interest. And he said,
And
I
three,
haven't seen this
you should know that some people think it's cool to throw buckets of fake blood on you as you're walking out of Burlington Coat Factory.
physiology before, but here's what I think it might be. And so,
True.
but based on the size of the
Yeah, I guess.
thing and the bone density, it would appear
Anyway,
to
I'll
be
3 copies of each of these
like
staples.
6 or 7 years. Now, again, that's the thing where I think the great public doesn't understand or takes a speculation like that and turns it into a fact. No one ever said that it was that age. We only said that the bones made it look like it was that age. But then we went back and looked for genetic explanations of what those bones did. And if you again read the papers very carefully, to say that the mutations of height is unexpected mutations associated with these individuals. And it was just, I rolled the dice. Right? You roll the dice enough times with enough people born every year, and someone will roll the wrong dice all at once. So the sad part about it was individuals with OCD who wanted to think that it was some sort of conspiracy around it, right? That somebody had somehow convinced all of my students to. I mean, come on.
What is this?
You know, I would lose
I mean,
my job.
But do not open up till Christmas.
And
So pathetic. How long did this take you? 3 hours? 5 minutes, actually.
in trouble forever.
Yeah, but also it's just
No such thing. They don't give out black belts for things that are stupid.
doesn't. I don't think it.
Well, I hope it was worth it because I'm going to take it apart in about 5 minutes.
The kind of people that go to science.
If I can skin a mule deer in less than 10 minutes, I ought to be able to cut my
They might be naive. They might not, especially modern science, look at the big picture, philosophical, ethical questions, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, people with integrity and just a deep curiosity. There's and
I'm sorry. It's
science
still
has to
I will not be the big guy on the tiny head.
This is the first Christmas party I'm throwing as head of the party planning committee. The theme is Nights in Morocco.
Walking online.
This isn't your grandmother's Christmas party.
Encounters, you're dealing with
Unless, of course, she's from
the
Morocco,
anomalous.
in which case it's very accurate.
Have said,
Hey, Phyllis.
let's
You want to give this invite to the Christmas party?
Yes.
Awesome. I think
Debunking is
it's going to be
sort of
That's
assumes that you can go in there supposed to prove
Angela.
something. I wasn't. I was just going in to
It's
collect
not
the
a
data.
It's
And
the nativity scene.
here, I showed that this one
Right.
was human. There was another
Keep that camera. She, fellow French, and I'm Catholic. You say everything
I
else.
said, I looked at the DNA sequence to tear it down.
I am not going to judge Phyllis for desecrating Christmas.
End of story.
There is one person who will, though.
The people
And Phyllis just stuffed him into her drawer.
time
I need you to get rid of the tree.
disagreed with me. And then
Thank you.
eventually, another group came
Oh, I don't think it's
And it's not
blackmail.
about debunking.
Angela just does what I ask her to do, so I won't tell everyone that she's cheating on Andy with Dwight.
Table. I mean, the reason
If
I'm
I
interested
think
in
it
this was somebody
blackmail,
was making.
it would have to be a
And not
formal
because I
letter.
wanted to dispute it, but because I just wanted to know. And let's forget about the usually the most extravagant things that are most likely to be wrong.
These are not dolls,
Somewhere
Jim. These are
in the
commodities,
will
same
be
as gold
something interesting.
or oil. Every
And
year
so
I do
that's
research to
what
determine
you
which
get
toy will be the most popular of the
drop
Christmas
off the
season.
table,
This year,
and
it's
then
a doll,
somewhere
half
in
girl,
the data
half
will be
unicorn.
something worth
Catchphrase, my horn can pierce the sky.
And that's if you inquire deeply enough.
I bought at every store in the area over the last couple of weeks.
exactly.
And that's what
And
site
as
science
lazy
is
parents
doing.
become more desperate, I will
You
sell
want
at an
the
enormous
rigorous
profit.
science to actually
Princess.
And so look at Christmas.
That's the Christmas spirit. I'm simply punishing those parents that would wait till the last minute to give their child a gift.
Sequences
Such a genetically improbable one. Look at that. How does that happen? King has sex with a unicorn? Man with a horn has sex with a royal horse?
Hey, is that Princess Unicorn? I thought they were all sold out.
They are now.
So how do they get there? And lo and
Oh,
behold,
here's the guy.
prizes when these strange things.
This is equal parts Scotch, absinthe, rum, gin, vermouth,
You've also
triple
looked
sec,
at gift materials.
2 packs of Splenda.
You are
All in one
possession
day.
of gift materials yourself. Alleged
Oh
gift materials.
my
There's some
God!
there's another term. Weird materials that don't seem to.
All right, one more time around the block.
Never thought you would give that origin.
But she would stop running that
It's
in
not.
that creepy way.
Stupid. Everybody knows that's
There's a
wrong.
process of proving that, and that process may take decades, if not centuries.
And check it out.
You're in
There's a place in France where the lady is
describe
done.
some of that.
Really,
Maybe also
Andy?
to the
It's
process
Christmas.
of how you
We're singing about
investigate.
nudity in France.
Right. So see that there's 2 classes of materials that are being given by people, and they're not being just giving people. What's the reason for changing?
That is vodka. I mixed it with orange juice. You call it an orange vodka juice.
There are always things that people have claimed about
I know!
some sort of leftover. They are from an object that was released from this
20, 80, Thank you so much. My daughter is going to love this. Oh, I'm so glad I could help. Merry Christmas. Oh, la 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 la, catching. Oh, so this is what every day would be like. Armin.
And you're interested just in is there whether they're the amounts of elements have different isotopes. And that's kind of where in some of these cases gets
We're back on the fish. Should we just do
right?
it then?
Because on
Then?
one of them
Something dental
has the
time.
first study,
Soft teeth.
the isotope
I'll have your
ratios,
second.
in this case, in this magnesium,
Would you
way
want
off.
to do it on your Groundhog Day? No. Celebrate privately. That's right. Why don't we just do it it's our Christmas party. Quickly. If you can't do it quickly, but if you can't do it,
Accomplished by some kind of an industrial
how to do
process,
intervention.
whether it's the
Hey,
result
shut up.
of
Here we go.
the
Everybody
process
gather
or
up.
whether
An intervention,
it was sort of a
it's
leftover,
sort of hard to describe,
or
but
whether
really
it was made
it's
that way
it's a
for
coming
particular
together.
purpose.
It's a surprise party
All
for
I know
people
is that
who have addictions.
engineered,
And you get in their face and you scream at them
right?
and you make them
But then
feel really badly about themselves.
the question is,
And then they stop.
sort of you go one step
It
deeper.
looks like I've been here for a while, so why don't you make a little plate of hummus for everyone?
Right.
Little triangles of
Why?
pizza,
What
toasted
is
on both sides,
engineered
so you can
meat?
easily grab
There's all
them.
kinds
And
of.
napkins.
It could be a byproduct. It could be
Okay.
The main result in the process, it will be a fire process. That is the main part.
Okay, you know what I thought we should do is have a quick intervention and then get back to the party.
We only want to talk about Meredith's work performance. We cannot ask her to stop drinking.
I am not asking her to stop drinking. I am imploring her to quit being an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic. Yeah, obviously you are. Okay, everybody who thinks Meredith is an alcoholic, please raise your hand.
Alright.
The ayes have it. I don't care what everyone thinks. I know I am not an alcoholic. Right? No.
And
Let's
so everything
get
is
a little closer about it, shall
our
we?
system is more or less.
When I was in college, I used to get my nickname was Puke. I would chug a fist of soap. I was sneaking to a frat party,
tens of percent difference.
polish off a few
So
people's
what you
empties,
get isotopes with
brewskis, some jello shots, do some body shots off myself,
isotopes that have
pass out,
in
wake up the next morning,
per pound
food,
or ton
rally,
things like
more so go,
ratios
head to class.
uranium.
Probably would have gotten expelled if it let it affect my grades, but I aced all my courses. They called me Ace.
Isotopes.
It's totally awesome.
It's
Got straight
relatively
B's.
easy to do, but
They
it's
call
so
me
expensive.
Buzz.
For any other reason,
Have you ever used alcohol to alter your mood or deliberately change your state of mind? Sure.
we use stabilized.
Do you sometimes have a drink to celebrate a special occasion or mark a holiday? Obviously.
Certain ratios of isotopes.
Have you ever, under the influence of alcohol, questioned the teachings of the Mormon Church? Where did you get this?
And so, but
I got it on the website. That's not important. I want you to contact some experts who don't know what you're doing. Okay, someone tell me one of my employees is undergoing a crisis. Just once, take my side on this.
In which case, this
Job.
describes that distance.
Hey, are you texting?
You describe this case a little bit further.
Alcohol is a drug.
We're
Yes.
talking about-
Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go around the room and have a speech express to Meredith how her alcoholism has affected us.
Released
I'll
something
begin.
or
This Christmas party
exploded.
is perhaps the best Christmas party I have ever been to. But then you got so drunk that we had to stop and do this.
Relatively pure.
That's how your drinking affected me.
Obviously something that's in it.
Anybody else? Another time when Meredith's drinking affected you?
Other metals, single alloy.
Come on, people. If you don't say anything, it's not going to get any better.
Basically.
Yes, Kevin.
Well, Meredith, there was
So
that
the
one
question
time
is,
bought movie
so
tickets,
then we had two
and
pieces
you got too
that
drunk to go,
so
you
two
came
different teams in custody
and that was really cool.
claimed to be from the
That's,
same
you didn't,
at
you
least
weren't hurt by that.
Yeah, you said
physically
affected by it.
two things.
Thanks again.
No, that's not what we're going for. Who has a
So
problem
we took
with Meredith's drinking? That's to bother you.
we put them in
It bothers me, right? How does it bother you? Dwight,
extremely
don't you have anything?
Well,
and it can
I like
see down
Meredith.
to-
Actually, I don't care for Meredith, but I don't believe in this kind of thing. In the Shrew
which
family,
is-
we believe in a five-fingered intervention: awareness, education, control, acceptance, and punching.
And so
Who's going to tell us the latest dirty joke?
one of the
Who
changes
is going to tell us what you watched on television? Was anyone fine? Was John Belushi fine? Was Bob Hope fine?
one of them had completely normal magnesium isotope ratios.
If anything ever happened to you,
And the other was off.
I would be very angry at myself.
And they were both off.
I'm doing all that I can do.
So,
I drink.
I
I like to
mean, it
party.
was sort of like you
I
had
like to say I'm an alcoholic.
Not an alcoholic.
You can say it as loudly as you want. I'm
and
not
so
going to
you
believe
left
you.
with
I was waiting until later to hand out dishes gifts from corporate.
was this a hoax? Were these two chains of custody?
I don't
one
think
of
they're
them was
appropriate
somebody
anymore.
purposely because you could do it. It would cost a lot. I mean, at the
Please stop
time
making
this
me
was
do these
around,
things.
I guess,
Sorry,
1970s or so.
Son of mercy.
Even though
You didn't show me mercy when you were in
Uh,
charge.
the amount that I had
Why
would
don't you
have
lay
cost
there,
several tens of thousands.
Austin?
And again, it's not something you just throw around. And why would you do it? I hope that some guy 30 years from then would pick it up and study it.
Very subtle, subtle
Yeah,
troll.
it's a long road.
I don't mind
So-
telling you that
so
I have
just
an
don't know
addiction.
what- just don't
I
know
do.
What to make of it.
To porn.
It's interesting.
All right, no.
Different question. Like,
That's
asking,
it. The image, I
what
think it's always
constitutes
very disgusting, but
right?
You know what?
Is
There it is.
this
you lit your hair on fire today. What about tomorrow? What is going to happen when you come into work and you're dead? I stab her in the brain with a stick. There are several ways to kill a zombie. The most satisfying one is to stab it in the brain with a stick. Everyone in this room loves you. Mark my words, we are not going to support your alcoholism anymore. The next time you light yourself on fire, we are not going to. Oh, as fire marshal, I would have to. People like the hazard people at the office and shot stuff. It's a controlled burn in a more ventilated area. When you show up with, right, that'll take a couple of weeks. I can get you one in an hour. Okay, this is over. I would agree. It's bigger than all of us. Right. Enabler. Enabler. It's Christmas and we're turning our back on somebody who's asking for help. You know what the only thing I want for Christmas? I want Meredith to get better. That's my only wish. But you know what? My wishes never come true, so I'm not going to wish that on her. A watch would be nice.
And so take them off the table. I think, again, I think showing up with technology that we can't even find completely novel.
That's a whole Shabbat really producer during Ramadan.
Because obviously it can't be so novel that we don't recognize what it is. So, and I would say most of the technology that we have would be something we don't recognize. So it's actually a hard problem to convince hands. Like, you first have to understand what hands are reading about, like what they care about in order to like inject into their culture. Because that's why I think it would be the technology that you present this space of ideas. It's try to influence individual humans with the encounters and try to this kind of thing that you mentioned about us not taking messages about us not taking care of the world. It's difficult. I mean, I don't understand you have to talk to trinkets to express us. I mean, maybe the very technology, the fascination, development of technology, and the development of technology.
We just missed
actually
Yeah, I thought it was going on for a shoot. Oh, well. We'll have to go someplace else then, I guess. Bob, yeah. Coopers, Kelly, Schwartz's, Youngman's, Fort, and Fires. I must have just opened up. Yeah, all right. I hope this Christmas party music. Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Hey, girl. It's Daddy. Now, this doll princess.
People associated with the
I'm just curious if you heard of it. This is great.
But also,
Next one's going to be so good.
With each other. So here's this Stanford professor who is willing to talk about this stuff and investigate things. Maybe we should talk to him.
Yeah, I'd like to buy one of your dolls.
Oh,
that's my last one.
And I had lunch actually.
No, I was going to buy that doll.
So
I was going to get the doll.
Is one of the first openly science.
I promised my daughter that look
really in this area.
I need the
going
doll.
back to the 1960s. He's forward a number of ideas and speculations about it might interact. The first thing that I learned from him is this notion of kabuki theater. That many of the things that I've seen are, I remember reading his books and thinking, he uses this word Thank you. A ship doesn't land in a farmer's field and then come up and talk and roll with these are stories literally out of the newspapers from the 1930s. It's a song. The other thing is ships don't crash. If you're so technologically advanced,
Sunrise rehab? No. I told you no. Okay. Sorry.
Meredith, we're doing this for your own good.
Right?
Okay,
It's not
come
meant
on.
to influence individuals.
Here we go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be. No, you'll.
As a whole. Maybe they don't look at us.
There we go. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And so
Wait a minute. 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 Wait a minute.
behind the scenes doing this
Come on. Start eating. By sign.
I need you to put the
Because you pick apart
It's outside. I
or
didn't ask
anything
you
that
for
you
it. I took you right
can show you why you don't know what you know.
Shut up.
And he uses the example that they is all you need is one counter example to any conclusion.
Because they won't be able to do your stupid
And so I learned from him. I mean, I'm supposed to be a good scientist, but I learned from him. Don't talk about conclusions, just talk about the data. Because data's not wrong. I mean, hit yourself if the data's not wrong, it's not an artifact. But be careful about your conclusions because whatever is going on, it's much more complicated.
Angela's having sex with Dwight.
Well, that's possible. Vegans always step back.
I caught them doing it after Toby's going away party.
Conclusions data, but always step back. Possible vegans always step back. We get excited.
Don't look so
Yeah, we
surprised.
start to jump to conclusions with data.
I knew it.
And so my
I
Twitter
knew some of
feeds,
it.
my shares on Twitter are full of, well, when are you going to get us the answer? You know, science is
I knew
not
it.
immediate. You're going to have to be patient. And
As it turns out, you can't just check someone into
where's the data?
They have to do it voluntarily.
Where's been your work?
They have to hit rock bottom.
You know,
So I think I know what I need to do. I need to
We talk about flying from the
find
tail,
ways to
data,
push Meredith to the bottom.
And it's really disheartening.
I think I can do it.
The U.S.
I
government
did it with Jan.
not investing as much as they thought.
All right, everybody's still here. Perfect.
Let's
Got a
jump
little surprise
to
that
the
we're
most
working
recent.
on.
What do
And
you
you're
make
like
of
my bride.
the title?
I want you to know that
Preliminary
the rest of our lives,
unidentified
matter,
area
cultural
was released by
milieu
the Office of the
will
Director of
always be
National
there.
Intelligence in
You
June 2021.
just
So this is just like a
check the halls of
okay,
Balzo
we're gonna
Holly.
step
La 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 la.
where do we stand wording
Charlie.
pictures?
La 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 la.
Is there
Don't you know I gave a barrel. La 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 la.
always stepping up?
Rolling, rolling, that zero.
What's that?
Good and different do.
You know, sounds like curiosity. But it's also, I think, for people who are very populous at large might run screaming into the streets and riot.
Sure.
You know, they basically compare evidence. You know, these videos and all these things have been out for now, what, 5 years?
You know, protocol is a little round of applause. But
Right? So
hey, it's this to all and to all a good night.
et cetera. You know, even Tucker Carlson talked about it many times on his news program. Joe Rogan has a lot of people don't know about it. So I think people, if it's not affecting their day-to-day life, they're going on with their day-to-day life. So that's it. I think it was an important sea change in the discussion because, and the reason that I think this is actually perfect it was becoming so obvious that this was showing how shit. They just couldn't keep it quiet anymore. Right? And so it's like, we need to do something about it. And Lou Elizondo and Chris and others too that are great found the right angle to talk about this. So it's, well, okay, let's say it's not out there. Maybe it's the Russians, the Chinese, or somebody else. We should know about this because we damn sure know it's not us. So that to me is an important thing to finally be a bit more open about the matter. But like I often say, I'm not looking for people to give me permission to do anything. I'm just going to do the analysis myself of what I have. Bobby Love has taken the same approach. He said, I'm not going to wait for the government to give me
I'm sorry he's not in yet. Would you like his voicemail?
technologies or things that might be even more like solar system. I'm just going to collect
Okay.
and that's the right way to do it.
12 miles an hour.
Don't wait for somebody else
Leave
to do
that
it.
call
It's
moving.
also possible to
Angela made several
inspire
911
other
calls about
people
cars
to
going too
do
fast in
a
front of the
wider
building.
spread data
So the
collection.
police put up a radar
Where you
gun.
yourself can
It's
do
actually
a
caused
large
them
enough
to
data
track
collection.
accidents.
If you're talking about anonymous events, you should be
No, there was wind. I was just jogging. Right, there was wind. I want to do it. It's not your turn. All right, 13 is the new number. Oscar, go ahead. I want another try. Here we go. 31. There's the car. I was ahead of the car. 31 is my new number. 31 is humanly impossible. Go, Oscar. 31 is my number. That's impossible. Beat it.
capitalistic companies company
Today's big day. My presence has been requested by financial officer David Wallace. He says that he wants to talk about big picture stuff. And I'll be honest, I have little or no idea what that means. Probably bad.
Some of the greatest.
Quick announcement. New year, new candy.
Some of the greatest.
Okay, be careful, Kevin. They're kind of spicy. Maybe just try one first.
I agree. I wish.
Excuse me, everyone. Can I have the floor, please?
But
This is
related to
insanely
that,
awkward.
task force.
It's kind of the elephant in the room, so I'll just.
The bill was passed.
No one has RSVP'd our wedding yet, and the deadline was yesterday.
Collate that information.
Wait, it's so
and
long.
also to be transparent about it. Money is not satisfied.
You still don't know.
What
are you doing?
Oh, we just.
Andy,
No one has RSVP'd, and I don't understand it. And now you're shutting me out. You're not even listening. That's really concerning. Andy still doesn't know that Angela's had an flight.
It's
It's been
stupid.
17 days. I mean, eventually, we'll figure it out.
All right, it's
Kids
directed
have giant
by
heads.
the Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. And
But right now, it's just.
what do you make of this office?
How can he still not know? I can't take it anymore.
Wait, what? You can't take what?
I ain't telling Andy.
No, you can't do that. It shouldn't come from you.
Angela will be used
Are you still having intercourse with her?
make things
What is wrong with you? She is
right
engaged.
to start to
Did
get
you ever have intercourse at his level?
there's
Are
I'm
you
involved
serious?
to get other academics. Do
Where?
you think there might be that money could be directed to funding media groups like yours to do some research?
Where, Dwight?
So they would be open to that.
I mean, nothing is set in stone yet, so and I'm not hiding
Kevin,
anything.
you screwed this form up again.
Right, but I
The amount owed goes at the top.
I do think that
I'm sorry.
there will be.
I didn't realize I was doing something wrong.
There are being set up private efforts
I would have admitted it
to
and stopped right away
That's enough.
because I wouldn't want an innocent person who doesn't know anything about the law.
So what you're seeing is kind of an ecosystem on a positive sense.
She's the everyone saying something, but also plays pressure.
How about,
before
I'm sorry I did such a whorish job filling out this form.
There you go.
now, if there's money, as I said before,
That cannot be true. You're going to charge me a
The
fee
work that I've done,
to cut my own cake? No. What I'm saying is I want to cut my own cake.
the paper
We've got a better angle on that.
out of my own pocket. And but the amount of money that needs to go in is in at least millions to do of these materials.
Rule 17.
The work I know
Don't turn your back on bears, and you have wronged, or the dominant turkey during the mating season.
probably in
number 40 rule, all food poisonous learn before the age of 5.
But that's actually a relatively modest
You
amount
better learn
to
your rules.
accomplish something that has been in the zeitgeist for decades.
I should also push back a little bit. You probably will agree when you said scientists are essentially capitalists. What I've noticed is there's certainly an influence of money, but oftentimes
What is
talking
it?
about basic research and basic science.
That is a
The
terrible
money,
idea. One of your worst.
Get it over with.
It's
Then
a
we don't have to hide it.
You're expanding on your worst idea.
Do you love me or not?
And the
I've already hit
scientists
that
get
idea.
really
Why
good
do you keep making
at
yours?
telling a narrative. Yeah. We're telling you the purpose of this funding. We're actually, they end up being really curious.
Yes.
Of course, you cannot deviate. Like, if you're getting funded to study penguins in Antarctica, you can't start building rockets. Probably you can, because you will convince sometimes with constant narratives. Rockets are really important to study penguins. I think actually this is one thing I think people don't generally understand about the scientific mind.
Hearing what I'm saying.
I don't know how
This is really not
it
how
was.
this is supposed to happen.
When we started,
Angela said she was going to tell him. She's just
No.
not ready.
I mean, I make happen.
I don't know.
mean,
Is she crazy in bed? Yeah, stop.
so
What?
starts
Okay,
companies
listen.
saying,
This shouldn't happen at
we
work.
can only
And this shouldn't be coming from his boss.
And
And
so-
also, the fact
from
that that man has an
companies,
answer.
and that used to
What's that to do? I am already walking. Michael, this just gets out.
why do most
I don't know how it's going to go down.
many
What does that mean?
uh,
Get it.
will cancer research because
That's
there's a lot of it's an important
So,
topic, but
yeah.
I might not have ever gotten involved in it.
Good trip. Thanks.
I was going to be a botanist
Andy?
when I was a kid.
Real new boss man.
So having money available will make people spare. Now, another mistake that's often actually made, I think, by the way people put it
I do not have much time,
just as you said,
as far as I'm over there, to tell you what I have to tell you. And just bear in mind that when I say these things that are bad things,
and that's how good science is.
your ears,
And so that's what I'm hoping.
Not making any sense.
Here.
Well,
the worst kind of
no, I'm not. So
this subject
I'm not very articulate today, so I'll just leave it for another time.
they have
Another day.
Alrighty.
So
Fine, I am off.
Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Kick Wallace's ass.
Okay.
Put it, get it out into the public.
Dwight and
Get
Angela are having an
open
affair.
minds thinking
So
about
Can't hear
it
you.
and then
Class.
doing the right
Dwight and Angela are having an affair. They've been sleeping together for some time. That was the news.
But,
I wanted to let you know. All right.
do you think
See you later.
some other government is in possession
Are you serious?
of something of extraterrestrial origin that is far more impressive than anything we've seen in the public?
If I have not seen anything personally, but if I believe the people who I don't think can lie, yes.
How does that make you
There's
feel?
something that was going to happen today.
You said that yesterday.
And I never got murdered.
What are you
There might
standing
be
for?
things like that.
Sitting. You can't disable his neck or his groin.
Is there a hopeful message for transparency
I
possible?
don't have the
Like if
option
you
to
were,
right now.
if you were in power, you're not saying president because maybe the president is not the source of power here. Would you release this information in some way? Of,
Yes. If I were, I think it. I think it's something that can bring right. I think
You can
that
talk right here.
knowledge is the kind of thing to know that
This is good.
we are more in comparison to this is.
It's true
Is
What have you heard?
that you're sleeping with white.
That doesn't sound like me.
Is it true?
Andy,
And
I'm
to
engaged to you.
I
mean,
don't necessarily
we just signed off on our wedding vows. Would I suggest to form up sacrifice if I didn't want to get married? And we went through all that stuff. They're
government
ready.
officials
Just
overhand
answer the question. Are you sleeping with white?
right answer. This isn't a time you did something wrong. You did
How long has
everything
it been going
to
on?
get back. who do we have available to determine those? We have two reasons. Now, if your reason if your reason for you wanted to do it,
Who else knows about it?
to your benefit instead of others, then I think maybe there's something else that can be said. But you know, an opportunity to get all this information out if I were in charge.
So listen, like
I would try to do it.
France have been doing great lately.
I might be
Slow status is very strong.
and
Outperforming others.
having access to
But
unlimited
I don't know exactly how to
maybe you might
list.
try to do a bomb
But
Or something that gives
what
you
are you
something like a many ideas possibly, but you haven't figured it out yet.
what? Utica, Albany, all the other branches are struggling, but your branch is reporting strong numbers.
right.
Not our most traditional guides, and clearly something you are doing is right. And I just need to get a sense of what that is. David, here it is. My philosophy is basically this.
It's
And
obvious
this is
that
something that I learned
the
about.
Chinese government,
I always have.
religion's heart, is interested in
Don't ever,
not releasing information
for any reason,
because
do
it can only
anything
be
to
passed
anyone,
by the Chinese
for
government.
any reason, ever,
And
no matter
every
what,
government thinks it is.
no matter where
Every action is disappointed
or
to me
who you are with,
talking to PR
or
folks,
where you are
companies.
going,
They're
or
always nervous.
where you've
They're
been,
always like concerned, right? In the sense like,
ever,
well, if you release more stuff,
for any reason
you can
whatsoever.
only
Sometimes I'll start sending
and
this.
then
I need to know what's going on. This is how I find out why
tweets ridiculous speeches.
improv
It
conversation.
doesn't give a fuck. And
Improvisation.
I've been encouraging
Business also my maintenance, but at like 3 degrees below here, I always think that it's
national
more.
security is really
Here's the thing,
like
Michael was doing something right, because in this economic climate, no method
let's
of
start
success.
at the light
It's not really time for executives to start being mental. It's Hail Mary
all
time.
the social
Hey,
media, the
What
technology,
say
be transparent about it, because it excites people.
saving
It like you said,
Standard.
it connects
No, nothing
people.
fancy.
So,
It inspires
He
them.
said nothing fancy.
It's good for the brand, good for everybody. I honestly think this kind of idea that people steal information and we use it against you
We can either
is an idea that's not
if we're
truly
saying that we're not good together,
Who says
Some
that?
of the benefits
Or-
of social media
prove them wrong.
are
Let's
social
prove them
norms
wrong.
that transparency is beneficial. And I hope governments learn that lesson because they're usually the last ones to discuss it. We
Where's
can
Dwight?
make policies in terms of possession. I do believe
Not at all.
in the
Actually, but thanks for asking. Appreciate it.
You
You know what? I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for lying to my face, not telling me what's been going on this entire time.
You're welcome. Done some beautiful documentaries. I just don't. I don't know how to interpret it. And again, some of the people who
No,
fraternize with,
it's over
I think
between
it's all
you two.
rubbish.
No way.
But I don't know.
You have
The
to.
problem
No, I
is,
don't.
and
She doesn't love you.
this is a
She's marrying me. Well, I don't know about that because she certainly seems to enjoy making love making with me. Angela Bernard will never be her name. Will be her name. We'll have to call her that. I don't think so.
Her science is
Just cool off of it.
I worked on
I'm
the
telling you to back down. I'm telling you that I will never back
area.
down.
It's like
Data on through the use of force that is very general. It does not scare me in the slightest. I will fight you. Okay, fine.
I can get
Good.
materials.
A duel. The winner gets Angela. Fine.
This is nuts.
What is your weapon? This is none of your business.
Hey, this is my
That's
business
what
when it happens at work.
And so, I'm
Not happening at work. Yes,
I know.
we're going to do it outside. Outside of work. None of your business.
yeah, but there's a
Good. A weapon. My bare hands.
I won't.
That's stupid. I was just
Sometimes
sort
I
of
think
cut off
it's
your hands.
again,
Get something too.
rare
I've had
events.
2 men fight over
Some
me
of the
before.
data is inextricably
Usually it's over which one gets to hold the camcorder.
observation.
Angela, you have to put a sound to this right
I mean, I
now.
hope in the future, that sensory data.
I will respect the results of the duel. Of course you will. I call Lizard.
I will be taking my break at 4 o'clock.
in the parking lot.
So it's an interesting
I will also
question.
be taking my break at the exact same time and in the same location.
And what impact the stories like this have the willingness of governments to be transparent.
So I either get more involved or I take a sick day.
Or captivating the imagination of people and getting the conversation going.
He's maintained a good story this year. Little to no change. So, but there's so many other people who are experts in that story.
I did get there.
We made a set of
There's a star-shaped tape under the kitchen table.
evidence where you
So I was in the office.
Yeah. You mentioned,
I look over to our
got to ask
accountant, and there was Kevin Malone.
you know, because you got a lot of
Jacket that I've never seen before. And
we make it that
I call over to
we
Kevin.
make all
Kevin,
to look
is that a
at
tweed
rocks, essentially.
jacket?
But look at
And he looks
objects
at me and he says, Michael,
Find
yes, it
our
is a tweed jacket.
in our
I look back at him and I say, I feel the need.
Most of the stories could be
The need for tweed.
most of the facts they be discovered here on Earth.
Always trying to evaluate yourself, Michael, but
just going to Illinois.
thanks for coming in.
Oh,
These insights
thank you.
Yes.
is
I have to say, I am so impressed with the potential you see.
like I was saying, people sometimes look at something and it's not for what it is. Many would look at that and say, "Oh, it's an asteroid," and dismiss it. There was something odd about the date.
Come on!
And said,
Where are you?
it doesn't fit. That actually benefits. Then it just be, and to his credit, he just has
I guess people have their choice.
he believes the data is real. Is using that then as a pattern
Is there anything happening yet?
to go after other things. So I think that's right.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah,
Believe in something.
Say it could
Where are
be
you?
alien extraterrestrial.
that's one of the things. He's explaining how it could be lights. And I'd say at least
Oh, that's Commander Bernard.
near capabilities to
No. Pathetic.
very
Here's what?
Russian.
And now you ever see my
He's
note?
involved in projects to make lightsabers laser to launch
Invested.
them power
Soft underbelly of my
towards
refined
opposite
my soft underbelly.
right? So
There's
it's something that humans
Guys, what is he doing?
could make.
Pointer.
I think all these photos is a possibility. In Saturday, how
Oh my god.
Yeah, some people think that
Andy's running over twice with his car.
razor,
Oh, hey, hey, hey! Oh, oh! Come on, ow!
the tools of software to
You get it up?
Never!
Get out of face me like a man! I am a man! I'm a bigger man than you'll ever be! I'll never sleep with another man's 3 hours a day! You're not a man! You don't know how to take care of her! All you do is dress fancy! And sing! Oh, la, 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 la. What does that mean? You can't even protect her! Protect her from what? Bears, you idiot! When's the last time you saw a damn bear at sprint? Last year, idiot! What? Your leg's broken? Oh, my right one's falling asleep a little bit. Andy, you alright? Go away till I'm winning this. Yeah, back off. This is your fight. Oh, how much is this going to cost? Oh! What? Trust fund will take care of that. What did you say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I see. What? You're an idiot? You're like a Sasquatch. Sasquatch is the strongest animal on the planet. So fine, call me a Sasquatch. I don't get it. I'll picture me sleeping with you this whole time, only freaking me twice. What? She's sleeping with you?
Yeah, the Galileo project was, I think it's about 6 months.
He's getting both classes together.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend. I'm shocked at the organization that brought us out together. It looks like a moonshot. I mean, I think which are a lot of coordination, and they're putting it together.
So you're extremely well published in a lot of the fields where you began this conversation with you. So you're legit scientist. But yet you're on the line to
Yes, my last name is Bernard, and I like to cancel a wedding cake that I had ordered.
maybe required to take a leap outside the
R.
what advice would you give to young people today that are, you know, in high school or college that are dreaming of having tech, science, maybe whatever career path it goes on?
Wow, what a day! I thought I was gonna get you down, but hold on, here's an attaboy for you. What? Roller coaster ride. Roller coaster. Just goes to show you, these creating exciting things can happen.
Societal control device, whatever they want you to do rather than you. So shame sometimes is stuff you can do something, but shame also is something that is circumscribing your environment. I've never let people have told me, you shouldn't do that. Lie to science or speech or something right. Why is it wrong to ask questions about this? It's wrong to ask the question. Frankly, you're the person who's wrong for trying to slip these questions. You're the person who's understanding you basically are supposed to go to this. And I'm not and if it took me to if it's my time, why is it bothering me? And I had a very well-known scientist tell me I was for my career talking about this. If anything, it's enhanced my career.
So I have a couple questions. So first of all, just a small comment on that. I've realized it feels like a lot of progress in science is done by people pursuing an idea that another senior faculty would probably say this is going to hurt your career. I think it's actually a pretty good indicator of something interesting when a senior wise person says this is going to hurt your career. I think that's one. As a small, if I were to give advice to young people, if somebody senior tells you this is going to hurt your career, advice,
yeah. I mean, I think that's what
Yours doesn't.
And the other, I tell my own students, I have about 23 people.
It's going in a different direction than the other one.
1992, people come and go, is it's not data that falls in the that's so interesting. It's the spot, what's the thread that you want to understand. It's you want to experience. That's the interesting thing. That's the interesting thing. And one of the stop people in my life said, wait a second, go back and what was that? And then it ends up being interesting. That made there.
I got 500 feet of big wire in my room at Dunmore High School. $20 for the whole school.
Extraordinary side of the thing that you've done in the past. I just want to push this.
I'm in it there.
Is there, I'm sure when you expect something to pressure,
What you talking about, Wallace?
Hi, Michael. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Very good. So, listen. As you know, we haven't yet filled the regional supervisor job.
Oh, have you not?
And I was wondering if I could get you to do some of the paperwork that would normally go to the supervisor. Okay, there's an area from Carbondale to Marshbrook where I've never done anything. There's a small company there. I can't get a report on it because it's not a public company. So we've been talking about going after the market, but I was hoping we could do back science. Okay. I'll back over some of this. Okay.
outside
Conventional
way of thinking.
Oh, well, then
There's
email.
the AI field you were working
Got no taste.
So, I was talking about some extra strategies.
Hillary Swank.
Hillary
I
Swank.
got a trick. Really
Not at all.
She's got big eyes.
So,
Have you seen her with her bags?
She looks like a monster.
For those
It's a beautiful
about,
movie.
well, shall I step inside?
She is an amazing
You're
actress.
going to meet
That's not the question.
She's not
You
hot.
know, she doesn't like
Okay, so
talking about
let's
this.
take a vote.
Yeah, I'll go give it
I'm not voting.
Okay. Who thinks that Hillary Swank is
And
hot?
at dinner, inevitably,
Okay, who thinks that Hillary Swank is not hot?
and inevitably, somebody else that looked at their interests over their seats.
5 to 5.
And suddenly the whole tone of the conversation changes.
What do we do now?
It's kind of
What
like
if the owner of
safety
Prince
and
Family Paper has a beautiful daughter and wants to seduce her in order to get
And
their
then
secret
before I
file?
come to the
No,
answer,
I'll seduce her. Seduce her. No, I got it. Oh, love it.
so the number
Yeah,
of
so what if I did? That would take precedence and I would expect your support.
something else to
Okay, so let's go to the plan again. All right, I'm a local business owner. I need to buy paper. I find out everything about their prices and policies. Your fictitious name, Michael Stone. I am a paper salesman looking for a new job. I find out everything about their expenses and salaries. Okay, then we meet at the Denny's and we compare notes. No, I never said Denny's, IHOP. No, I said Denny's. You know how I feel about IHOP.
Social media.
I don't want to get into this debate again. Okay, I enjoy IHOP. I'll have a cup of coffee. You will have pancakes and you'll like it.
We've mentioned the big question with the origins of the universe. What do you think is the key for us humans, our human existence here on Earth, or just a big individual? What
No, because the sign is set up perfectly above their store. No sign on the sign being moved.
I think that what we're going through today, this
There's no sign of anyone coming in or out.
it's
Which means
kind
they're
of
not
like
taking customers out to
you
lunch.
look out
Not acquiring a business. So once again, growth.
and
Cloud.
you look across the
Why
ocean,
would
it's
I
over back to
rate that for business? Well, what if they were also giving us my serious strategy? Why is it all? Clouds, right?
you realize
Okay.
so suddenly you're
Going now, we're going to go in exactly 10 minutes. We have never met each other. We are complete strangers. We're going to need a signal to bolt out of there in case there is danger. And that signal is click your left. Try it.
and not just there might be
No. Like this.
somebody else, but that there's something else. And what it is yet to be understood. And it isn't understood to me because I can
This discovery to look out and realize
it
In
makes
nature, there's something called the food chain. It is where the shark eats the little shark, and the little shark eats the little shark, and so on and so on and so on until you get down to the single cell shark. So now,
I know that
the sharks, the paper
it
company,
excites
and
me.
that is all you need to know about business.
well, Gary,
Hello?
both to respect your time,
Hello.
also because it's well
Hi.
process.
How can I help you? My name is Michael Stein. I'm a local business owner, and I would like to find out about your company.
Great scientist, as a person ready to
Thank you.
reject the convention. And thank you for speaking about
What kind of business are you in?
We're a law firm.
I assume your primary business needs are stationary general law.
You know, I'll be honest with you on something. Where I used to live, our paper supplier, a lot of big clients, and I just didn't feel like a priority.
How do you
So I guess my question
communicate with the ocean? You
you,
can't even understand.
how many clients do you have?
Thanks for listening.
About
See
80.
you.
Really? That many? This doesn't seem like a very big operation.
Oh, it's just me, my wife, and my son.
Ah. So when did you set up shop?
Well, I opened this place after I came back from Vietnam.
Ooh, Vietnam. I hear it's lovely.
Each side will have 3 minutes to prepare opening arguments. Topic. Hillary Swank is attractive. The debate is whether she's hot.
I believe it's
Attractive, hot, beautiful. We're talking about the same thing.
the reality. Do you think we're
Can be
could be in the matrix?
I don't want to bang. Okay.
So even special paper, say 94 brightness double bonded, you would put that on the same front with your conventional stuff?
You know a lot about paper.
Oh, well, that is because I am a genius. Yes. Well, about some things and other things I'm just very stupid. Watch this. Is this the cup? Is this the cup? I drink out of? Laughter is a job. Tears are my game. Lost my profession. Hello. I'd like to apply for a job. Hi, I'm afraid we're not.
He is the author of Error Foundation for New
That's my son.
and
I'm your son now.
host
It was
of
him on
an
holidays.
excellent
Dwight Schrute.
mind.
I'm a paper salesman at a second-tier paper company called Thunder Mifflin.
Podcast
Top salesman there, and I look at the challenge.
description.
I would say you guys have
Here's
what,
my conversation.
40 high-volume clients? 80. That's nothing. 90 clients. Nice stuff.
Question about
Someone might run you out of business.
the question of quote, does consciousness permeate
Me too.
have a tendency to keep the conversation this way. So he's like, therefore we don't judge them as real people.
Just show us a picture.
Do you?
He's making all these fancy.
Elon Musk's answer. I disagree.
I can't do anything.
I think consciousness pervades matter. In fact, I think consciousness is the nature of matter. So, outside of the scientific method, I think there's a fundamental part of the science of consciousness that we need to, which is that consciousness is not, I can't look inside and see your experience. You know, experiments with observation, about immediate awareness.
Respect the game.
So
there are a couple of reasons consciousness, I think, is not susceptible to the standard, fully susceptible to the standards like unreasonable grace.
Hey, how's the interview going? You don't blow it.
Another reason.
Linda, can I get a
So
picture of you?
science is usually
I would.
unobservable.
Just stand right over here.
Fundamental.
Great, just something to
What's
remember
great
to
about
trip
other
by
universes
to your
observed, but there's an difference.
head.
With all these
Perfect.
Can I have a copy of that?
postulate observables in order to explain what we can observe. I think
What's
in the
going
whole
on?
of science,
Homework over here.
that's the
See if I can help.
in the case of consciousness,
Oh,
in the
now
unique
that's
case
also
of consciousness, the thing we
four of
bring
these,
to
four of the
explain
parentheses, right?
is not
Why is this little tube
and that is
so small?
unique.
It's
What a fully
weird.
great
Just
scientist.
you
We
just
need a
go
more
by the X.
expansive
X means
conception of scientific method.
so that means
Consciousness
4
scientifically,
times
but we need
X
to
2.
rethink
What
what
is double
science is.
4?
We need publicly.
Right. Excellent. There we go. Nice.
I suppose we're privately.
Put that.
Yeah, it's tricky to define.
Ladies and gentlemen, even though the
The
penis
data
was
physics
I
are
kept
available.
expecting a second plot twist where we found out that Hillary Swank actually was a woman.
Kevin, okay.
Maybe they
I wasn't going to dignify this discussion by getting involved, and I don't even get the discussion. Hot is a temperature, people. But Kevin deserves to lose for what he said.
Look at the
So,
data around
yes, she's hot. She's hot as heck. She's a female Boris Becker.
Oh. Well, thank you very much for all of your help. It's going to be incredibly hard to do. Oh, wait. I get something for you. Here's some references. Our top clients. Call any of them. I trust you. Here's good thing.
But you, from the outside,
Okay.
cannot directly access my page,
Okay.
access same behavior,
All right, thank you.
or you can ask me, but you can't access my page
Excuse
in
me,
the
sir.
way that I can
I took the bus here. I
my
was
page.
wondering if I could catch a ride
So
home
I
with you
think,
in your car.
Of course, thank you very much.
it might
Thanks
be
for your time.
Thank you very much.
I cannot wait to contact your clients.
I look forward to getting your calls.
fairly clear.
Hold on.
So you think kind of direct observation
We
that I'm
love the
reliant
Come on!
always speak of your indirect versus yours.
Go!
You is possible
Okay, okay.
to get closer and closer to being able to observe your
What was that? That's not good.
like all the subjective experience, yours in the way that you do.
Oh, come on.
No. This is hot. Okay. Hey.
And then we
And then Hillary's like, I'm not hot because obviously I'm not Hillary's like.
interpret smiles as people trying as sadness.
Oh.
And as we get to know someone, they
All right. Is
and
everyone okay?
get
Yeah.
into their shoes.
No, we're fine. We're fine. You folks have done enough already. More than you can possibly know. Like, you know, we're just going to call it tow truck. Yeah, tow truck.
If you were trying to
Let me take a look. No,
explain
really not necessarily the divider and the back. I'll be right
I
back.
don't
I'm
think
just
you
going to grab my
have
tool.
recourse
Don't.
to actually just postulate some kind of mechanism. If you were
Are we prepared to let the Kevins of the world decide anything at all? We don't even give us.
what science is in
See that?
is
The obvious symmetry,
the
the natural appeal of koinophilia, that are a composite average of many. Yes, she's attractive.
Daniel Dennett is really consistent. My consciousness.
Hey, you know, let me give you some money for this. No, I said, well,
I think a lot of people have a slightly confused middle way on this. On the one hand, they think
disgusting. What is this, Insta?
the business of
Oh, I
science
know how to do
is
it.
just
Okay.
So better.
Thank you.
experiment.
Josh,
But
that
on
was
the other
good.
hand,
Bye-bye. That looks
they
great.
receive consciousness
Look forward to hearing from you about that job application, Max. Okay.
the data.
Goodbye, Prince family.
The data
Sucker family.
namely just the reality.
Fix your bin for you and sharpen your teeth while I'm at it.
I will, but I'm not trying to stay kind
Bye-bye.
of focused too much. Let's lay it out. Since he sticks to his story, pun unintended, and you stick to yours, what is your story? What is your theory of consciousness versus his? Can you clarify his position? So, consciousness is a fundamental ubiquitous feature of the physical world. So it doesn't literally mean that everything is conscious despite the meaning of the word can, everything, psyche, mind. That means everything has mind. But the typical commitment of psychics is that
They're
the
doing
fundamental building blocks of reality.
Live and let live.
Maybe
Yes, James doesn't make any sense.
have
Of course, I'm alive.
I'm not going to make this call.
Michael,
experience.
have you ever seen the Lions
Complex
Have
experience.
you ever seen a bad movie with the Rollins and
Brain is somehow
My heart says no.
Your heart is a wonderful thing, Michael, and it makes some terrible decisions.
So,
That's
Yes.
true.
I mean,
I've gone down the wrong path many times. Jan, Ryan,
For love, your brain for business.
we are immediately aware of experience in a way that I don't think everything is past. If you ask me to contrast that to Daniel Dennett, I think he would just say there is no such data. Dennett says the data for science and consciousness is what we call entrophenomenology, which is specifically defined what we can access from the third person perspective. It could be what they say, but crucially, we're not picking what they say, we're not relying on their
Now, the old Stanley Hudson would have found something to complain about with this
realm of feelings and
But
experiences.
that's no way to live
what they
life.
say as
look
dating
at the
public
smoke
observation experiment that we can account for in terms of underlying
strong.
mechanisms. Look at the deeper
Come on,
view of
people.
what consciousness is. So you have a very clear, and we talked quite a bit about panpsychism. We have a clear view of
Oh, so many.
almost like a physics view of consciousness. He, I think, has kind of viewed that consciousness is almost a side effect of this massively parallel computation system going on in our brains. The brain has a model of the world, and it's taking in perceptions, and it's constantly reading multiple stories about that world. It's integrating perceptions from multiple stories, and somehow it's like a Google Doc collaborative
Where are you
editing.
taking the client
And
list?
that collaborative editing is
Can't
the
hurt
actual
anyone.
experience
Michael!
of what we think
Michael!
somehow the editing of this story. I mean, that's a theory. The narrative or the multiple versions of the collaborative editing of a narrative. Yeah, the multiple drafts. Incidentally, there's a very interesting paper that's come out by a very good footballer in Rolla defending the psychic version of Dennett's multiple difference being that so I guess Dennett is sort of no to the matter about which of these drafts is the correct one. Roll up it's about which of these drafts is my business. But nonetheless, all the drafts correspond to some consciousness. And I mean, it's just not going to put it, I calls it Denettian panpsychism. But this is one of the most rigorous and serious.
All those in favor of the resolution
I hate
Hillary
when
Swank
we go
is
in an audience at talk. He always cuts straight to the weakness
and all those.
So it's nice because panpsychism is sometimes associated with fluffy thinking, but
It's all about debating. People just get entrenched in who they had in the first place.
tradition we call analytical philosophy, which is rooted in, detailed, rigorous argumentation, and it is defended in that
I'll be in touch. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Analytical philosophers and stickers for terminology. It's very fun group to talk shit with them.
It's
Yeah,
just
well, I mean, it gets boring if you just start and end defining words, right?
Yes, this is what they call the bittersweet moment.
Actually, the philosopher Derek Parfit said
It is
when he
bitter
first
because I
thinking about
slightly
philosophy,
destroyed
he
a
went to a talk in analytic philosophy,
wonderful little
and he
thing.
went to a talk in continental philosophy.
Sweet, because David
And he
Wallace and I
decided
did a good job.
But the problem with the continental philosophy, it
That's why I hate
really
bittersweet talk.
emphasized. The problem with the analytic philosophy is it was just
What's the point?
not about anything important.
Why not just
And he
speak?
thought there was more chance of working within analytic philosophy and asking some more meaningful, more profound questions than there was in continental philosophy, making it more rigorous. Now they're both horrific stereotypes. I don't want to get nasty emails from either of these groups, but there's something to say. I think just a tiny tangent of terminology. I do think that there's a lot of deep insight to be discovered by just asking questions. What do we mean by this word? Remember, I was taking a course on algorithms and data structures. And the structure from the amazing professor. But I only asked some basic questions like, what is an algorithm? The pressure of pushing students to answer think deeply. You just woke up, hungover in college or whatever, and you're tasked with answering some philosophical question about what's an algorithm. These basic questions, and they sound very simple, but they're actually very difficult. One of the things I really value in communication is asking these dumb, simple questions of like, what is intelligence? And just continually asking that question over and over of some of the biggest researchers in the artificial intelligence and computer science space. It's actually very useful. At the same time, it should start at terminology and then progress. We kind of say, fuck it. We'll just assume we know what we mean by that. Otherwise, you get the Bill Clinton situation where it's like, what is the meaning of this? Is whatever he said. It's like, hey man, did you do the sex stuff or not? Yeah. So there's you have to both be able to talk about the sex stuff and the meaning of the word is. With consciousness, because we don't really understand, very much. Terminology discussions are very important. It's like you're almost trying to sneak up to some insight and just discuss some basic terminology. Like what is consciousness, or even defining the different aspects of panpsychism.
Smoking is going to save lives.
But just to bring on the Daniel Bennett thing, what do you think about narrative? Sort of the mind constructing narratives of ourselves. So there's nothing special about consciousness deeply. It is some property of the human mind that's just is able to tell these pretty stories that we experience in consciousness, and that's unique.
Oh my God!
Which is, I suppose,
Oh my goodness! What's the procedure? What do we do, people? Oh, how did that happen? No, we don't know that. The smoke could be coming through an air duct. Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Calm down! No, Michael, no! Touch the handle. If it's hot, there could be a fire in the hallway.
I think this has gone out of
Warn me. Not a viable option. What next? Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle? It worked. Well, another option. Jeez, okay, settle in. Wait, go. Things can be replaced, fellas. People. Human lives, however. This one's hot too. Okay, we're trapped. Everyone for himself. Okay, a rag, a damp rag. Let's remember those procedures. What are the options? That's the wrong way. We've already tried that. Remember your exit points. Exit points. What's next? Stay alive. I'm getting help. Pull me out. You're too heavy. Only way 82 pounds. How about 911? Anyone? 911.
Something connected behind the story about ourselves.
Use the surge of fear and adrenaline to sharpen your decision making.
I'm saying
This has been a test of our emergency preparedness. There is no fire, it was only a simulation. What? Fire? Not real, this was merely a training exercise. So, what have we learned? Oh, come on, it's not real, Stanley. No, not that. Stanley, you will not die. Stanley, Iraqi's president. You want flag, Stanley. Everything from mouth to mouth. Don't think mouth to mouth for this. You swallow stuff. Open your mouth. Like, don't swallow it. I'm fine. Leave me alone.
To just have experience, except for cast or evil technology and avoid consciousness. They're the fingertips of the devil.
How could you possibly think this is a place? A lot of ideas are associated
Like,
with
is there
that.
something special about
Electricity and
food?
shampoo. You could have burned down the whole
What
building.
is
I
any
just want
of
to say for
you
the
under
record,
the
I did not kill
encyclopedia?
anyone.
This will
Stanley was
back
attacked by his own heart.
we'll have a big picture conversation about
Hospital,
what is best
in
like
the office a
but
couple days.
given
She
your
was
kind of
fired,
broad theory of
causing a
consciousness,
panic. Yes, I shouted
what's unique
fire.
about
I shouted many
As a
things.
panpsychist,
I also shouted
there is
instructions
a
on
great
how to get out of the
continuity
building. So you can imagine my
between
frustration. A
humans
safety
and the
officer
rest
who nobody
of
would
the
heed
universe.
of.
There's nothing
Heated of,
that
no one
special
headed,
about
no one would
just
take
a
credit
tiny
of things.
force of
So
what exists
you,
throughout the
I
universe.
don't see my
So
coworkers
we're very much
heeding
continuous
this right now.
because it is the universe. What is unique about human beings, I suppose,
Okay.
the capacity to reflect on our conscious experience, plan for the future, the capacity, I would say, to respond to reasons as well. I mean, animals in some sense have motivations, but when a human being makes a
You're not
decision,
mad. You're disappointed.
they respond to
Yes.
what
You are.
is called normative considerations. You know, should I take this job in the US?
I am not a
Weigh it
man.
up and say, well, you're not getting the money, you've got a
Look,
quality of life.
this is a very serious offense. We have cause to fire.
Weigh up considerations.
Instead,
I'm not sure.
Instead, what I
Any
think we should
non-human
do
animals
is strip you from
quite
your title of
respond to
safety officer,
consideration of value
and we
in
should
that way.
take
I mean, I might be
part of
interested
his
in
pay
something
and donate it to a charity of your choice.
I think there
Something
are
like it's a right.
objective
Michael,
facts about
you have to take
what we have reason
responsibility.
to do,
One of your
and what we have
employees
reason
had
to
a heart
believe.
attack.
Humans have
You
access
could
to
have
those
died
Humans have
because
access
of the way
to
you were allowing your office to
That's a
run. Do you
controversial
want that on
claim,
your conscience? Do you?
many of my places residents know
They always get a hamster to can look up to the stars and ponder
Well,
theoretical
maybe
Remember
not.
that pretty nicely.
Depends what you think about.
Part of the reason
You
for
have a
thinks that he
more
makes a big change with a 20-minute meeting and some
Humean
fancy
picture of
high-rise.
value, by which I mean relating to
I
the
don't
David
know.
Hume, who said reason is the slave of passion. Really, we just have motivations,
Life is in
and
Don't you
what
worry
we
about
have
that.
reason to
I
do
got it covered.
arises from the motivations. I'm not a Humean. I think there are objective facts about what we have reason to do, and I think we have access to them. And I don't think any non-human animal
I'm a smart guy.
has access to objective facts about what they have reason to do or what they have to believe. They don't weigh effective.
Oh, this is the place that I'm going to die
reason,
today.
slave, the passion.
That's
That
the
was
hospital.
David Hume's.
Yeah.
I mean,
Office
yeah, do you want to know my problem
is
with
for
Hume's? I had a radical conversion. This is
office
this
is a
might not be
place
connected, but I had a
live
radical
life
conversion. I
to
used
the
to have
fullest, to
all
the
views
max.
when I was a graduate student, but I was
An office
persuaded
is a place.
by the University of Reading where I was that if
I'm
you
excited.
view
I'm
say
excited about
any basic life goals are equally valid.
It's
So,
true.
for example, let's
Around
take
this
someone
office
whose
at the past, I
basic
have
goal
been
in
looking
life
for people.
is
Maybe
counting
yes
like
or no. No way. Are you
and
from another
crucially,
planet?
they
Or
don't
have you
have
lost your mind?
right?
No,
If they don't
I'm
have
done. I'm
that's
done.
just their basic
Goodbye.
goal to spend their life
But the
building
doctor said,
mentality
if I can't find a new way to
not
relate
some
more
really goal,
positive
that's
to my
just their basic goal.
surroundings, I'm going to die.
I want to say
That's
that
right.
is
Pull your
objectively
harness.
stupid. That is objectively
Not
pointless.
sit on the wheelchair.
No, no, no.
It's
No debate.
objectively
You're going to sit in
pointless.
that wheelchair until you're back on
In
your
a
feet.
way that
I'm
pursuing
going to
pleasure
die.
or pursuing someone else's pleasure or pursuing
ABC,
scientific
okay?
play is not
That
pleasure.
stands for
As soon
airway,
as you make that
breathing,
admission,
and
you will
circulation.
not
Okay, you know
follow
what that
David
would be?
Hume anymore.
Say
There
it.
are
ABC means always be
objective
close.
facts
This is a
about
course.
what
I should be
goals
teaching
you
this
are
course.
pursuing.
Shut it. Shut it. We found
Is
ourselves
it
on
possible to have a goal
less
without
prepared
pleasure?
side of
So this kind of idea that you just joined into.
and
So
I knew exactly what to do,
the
but in a
Wallace
much
idea,
more real sense, I
Peter
didn't
Wright,
know what to
Beyond
do.
Bora,
So I
isn't
thought
it
we should have some
possible
air training
to
class.
discover the pleasure
And
in everything
of course, you
in
can't
life?
get
The
practice
counting
dummy
of the
unless the
blades
instructor
of
comes along
grass.
with it.
Once you see the mastery, the skill,
Racket.
the pleasure. Before, you know,
I can't keep doing this
um,
forever.
I guess
It's
what
in
I'm
20
asking is
seconds.
why and when and how did you lose all that to grad school?
Would you like to try next?
Is that what you're
Absolutely, I would not.
I think
I really think
it may or may not be true that it's possible to find pleasure in everything.
It's not a good
But I
idea,
think
Michael.
it's
He needs
also
to rest.
true that
No rest for the
people
sick.
don't have to solely pleasure. They certainly don't tell you for their
You're
own
not
pleasure.
always going to be
People
there.
will
suffer
to
for things
bottle
I think
your
are
heart back
I might, you know,
when
I
it
might
disappears to be working.
suffer
What are you going to do if you're by yourself in your house?
finding out cure for the pandemic or
Come on,
attempt my own pleasure. I might have less pleasure doing that, but I think it's worthwhile. It's a worthwhile thing to do. I just don't think it's the case that everything we do is rooted in maximizing our own
You're
pleasure.
losing
I
me.
think that's
You're losing me.
psychological
Do it.
cause of
Michael,
pleasure than
this is you I'm talking about.
that's
Michael.
like
Okay,
a short-term pleasure. We see pleasure is a kind of
So
ability
assessing
to
the
hear the music
situation.
in
Are they breathing?
It's like, yes,
No,
it's difficult
Rose,
now, it's
they are
suffering
not
now.
breathing. And
There's
they have
some
no arms or
greater
legs.
thing beyond.
No, that's not part of it.
Where are they? You know what?
That
If we
would
come
do it.
across
I mean, that's
somebody
kind of
with no arms
even
or
if it's
legs,
not
do
in
we
this way.
bother resuscitating?
But, you know,
I mean, what kind of
warriors who
quality of life do we have? I would want to
right?
live
The
with no
feeling
legs. How about no
there's
arms?
meaning, fulfillment
No arms
to
or
life
legs, basically
not
how you
necessarily
exist right now.
grounded in pleasure of like
All right, well, let's get back
counting
to
the
it
grass.
because you're losing us.
It's something else. I don't know.
Okay, too fast.
the
Everyone,
struggle
we need
is
to
the
hold our
source of
pace 100 beats per minute.
deep
Oh, okay. That's
So, like,
hard to
I
keep track.
think
How many
pleasure
times
needs
per
to be
hour?
kind of
I
thought
will
of
divide and
a
then
little
count to
bit
it.
broader.
Okay, well,
Just
a
kinda
good trick is to pump to the tune of Staying
gives
Alive
you
by the
this
Bee Gees.
sense.
Do you know that song?
Yes, yes, I do. I love that song.
For a moment, it allows you to
First
forget
I was
the
afraid,
terror
I
of
was
the fact that you
petrified.
die.
No, it's
That's
Staying
like that's
Alive.
the part of
You were in the
pleasure.
parking lot
When you
earlier.
get
That's
to
how I
kind
felt.
of play in the little illusion that all of this has
Staying
deep
alive, staying alive.
That's
Staying alive,
you know,
staying
people
alive.
sacrifice their lives. Atheists may sacrifice their lives for the sake of someone else or for the sake of something important enough. And clearly, in that case, they're not doing it for the sake of their own pleasure. That's not what I choose to be honest rather than lie about
And
something
the ambulance didn't
and
arrive.
I lose out of it.
He called
And I
911.
have a
So
bit
you
less
lost
pleasure.
Okay, he's
But it's
dead.
worth doing
Anyone
it.
know what we do next?
I mean, I
Anybody?
just think that
Rose?
I mean, maybe you
I
can
have
use the
no
word
idea.
pleasure so
Very
broadly
Wrong.
that you
And
just
check for an
essentially
organ
mean
donor
something
card.
worthwhile.
He has one. We only have
But
minutes to harvest. He has no water.
I think the word pleasure
He is an
maybe
organ donor.
loses its
Yes.
meaning.
Give me some ice and styrofoam bucket.
Well, what do you think about the place you've got? I think with someone who spends their life doesn't enjoy it. So I think it's possible for maybe a lot of understanding, even like the first formulation. But I think it's possible to have a goal which is not about pleasure.
Oh my God.
To get to the pleasure. I think the word goal is meaning. If I say I'm going to count the number of pens on the table, if I'm actively involved in the task, I will find joy.
This is
I'll find,
$3,500.
like, I think there's a lot of meaning, joy to be discovered in the
David, this is why
in the skill, in
start with
mastering
the
the
dummy
skill,
and
and taking
our
pride
mistakes,
in
and that way
doing it
knows
well.
not
I mean,
to have to say something to a real person.
I don't know what it is about the human mind, but there's some joy covered in the mastery of it. So I think it's just impossible to downplay the craft and not have the Georgian sushi compelling, like, draws you into the mastery of the
Buzz.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean,
This is Albert.
in a way, you might think it's just hard to imagine someone who would spend their lives doing that. But
We
then
don't
maybe
totally
that's just
download
because it's so evident
because we're honest
that
people.
that is a pointless task. Whereas
But Andy does.
if we take this data hugely seriously, it ought to be, you know, a totally possible life goal. Whereas, I mean, yeah, I guess I just find it hard to shake the idea that some ways, some life goals are more worthwhile than others. And it doesn't mean, you know, that there's one single way you should lead your life, but pursuing knowledge, helping people, pursuing your own pleasure to an extent are worthwhile things to do in the way that, you know, for example, I'm a little bit OCD. I still feel inclined to walk on cracks in the pavement, do it symmetrically, like if I walk, step on a crack in my left, I feel the need to do it with my right.
No one knows, but
I think that's kind of pointless. It's something I feel the urge to do.
My dad spent the night at our place
Whereas
last night.
other things like
My parents
choose,
been
you know,
fighting for
because it's
kind
worth
of
doing.
sucks.
And
Jim's been great,
it's hard to make sense of.
but I'm
It's
gonna need to buy
physically
my dad
not because of the ground that how can you know about these
He's not saying what he needs to say.
That's the stuff we put to do. I don't know. I think you walking
Yeah.
on the sidewalk in a way that's symmetrical brings order to the world. Like if you weren't doing that, the world might fall. And you, it feels like. I think that there's media like you embracing the full experience of that. You
Hi,
living
everyone.
the richness of that as
Corporate
different
has
as
given
me
Dwight
would give meaning to it.
2 strikes. They are
Whatever
very,
genius
very
comes of that
upset.
is you as
So,
1 million
as a
intelligent ant
disciplinary
will
measure,
make a better life for everybody else.
he is going to have to
Defending
issue
the
a
blades of
formal
grass
apology.
because I can
Dwight,
literally imagine myself enjoying this task. As somebody
statement
who's
of regret.
OCD in a some kind of way, quantitative. But now you're going to these empty buckets and enjoying it. I'm happy somebody who doesn't enjoy it. We don't want a life
Statement of
that's
regret.
just full of pleasure. If we just sit there, you know,
Because I did not feel it.
in the big sugar
Okay,
high
everyone,
all the
I'm
time.
going to need you to
We
sign
want a
this
life where we
statement
do
of regret,
things that are
acknowledgement
worthwhile.
that you heard.
It's
Okay?
just something to be
Come on up here.
worthwhile. It just is for it to
Yeah,
be a
let's
basic
build
life goal.
Yeah, right. I
Then
filled it full of butter and sugar for 50 years and forced them not to exercise.
not
I take a lesson from Stanley. Jog on up here and sign this, okay?
worthwhile.
Take a line.
On the David Hughes picture.
On the line right here.
All it is for something to be
Sign it.
worthwhile is it was a basic goal of yours.
Sign it now.
Derived from basic goal. And, yeah, I mean, I think
Hi, Dad.
goal. Wow.
Yeah, Jim has
I
shades.
think goals are more sort of existential. It's like, did you ride the roller coaster of life? Did you fully experience life? That, and in that sense, I mean, the blade of grass is something that can be deeply joyful. That's in that way, I think suffering can be joyful in the whole context of life. It's the roller coaster. But without suffering, without struggle, without pain, without depression, or sadness, there's not the highs. I mean, that's the fucked up thing about life is that the lows really make the highs that much richer and deeper and like taste better, right? Like I tweeted this up to sleep and I was like late at night. And I know it's an obvious statement, but like every life story eventually, you know, ends in loss, in tragedy. So like this feeling of love at the end is always going to be tragedy. Even if it's the most amazing lifelong woman or another human being, one of you will die. And I don't know which source, but both are not going to be pretty. And so that the sense that it's finite, the sense that it's going to end in love, that gives us like richness to those kind of evenings when you realize this fucking thing ends. This thing ends. The feeling that it ends.
I don't know.
That bad taste, that bad feeling that it ends gives meaning, gives joy, gives, I don't know, pleasure is a loaded word, but gives some kind of deep pleasure to the experience of good. And I mean, and that's Blades of Grass, you know, they have that.
Everybody's on the floor and you sound like me. Oh my God, if you're wearing a dress, please keep your voice together. Nobody wants to see that. Oh,
is kind of removing the magic.
My goal is to make this
I think
office as
what
peaceful
makes
a place for
counting the Blades of Grass beautiful is just because it's life.
have a lot to do with that.
Okay, so it sounds like you reject the David Hume type picture anyway, because you're saying just because you have it as a goal, that's what it is to be well. But you're saying what it takes to engage in your life, providing the stuff. So that does sound like, in some sense, there are independent of our personal goal choices about what it means to live a good life. And I've been going back full circle to start of this was what makes us different to animals. I don't think at the end of a hamster's life it's things, did I ride the roller coaster? Did I really live my soul? That is not a mode of reflection that's available to small human animals. So, what do you think is the role of death? in this, the fear of death, does that interplay with consciousness? Does this self-reflection, do you think there's some deep connection between this ability to contemplate the fact that our flame of consciousness eventually goes out?
Chunky monkey.
Yeah, I don't think unfortunately panpsychism helps particularly with life after death, because for the panpsychist,
People, please, I told you to
there's
get rid of the
nothing
cell phones.
supernatural, there's nothing beyond the physical. All there is really is ultimately particles and fields. It's just that we think of the nature of particles and fields is consciousness. But I guess when the matter in my brain ceases to be ordered in a way that sustains a particular kind of consciousness I enjoy in working life, then in some sense I will cease to be. Though I do, the final chapter of my book, Galileo's Error, is more experimental. So the first 4 chapters are the cold-blooded case for the panpsychist view as the best solution to the hard problem of consciousness. And the last chapter
That's what he said.
Yeah,
Right? Guys, okay.
and I talk about mystic experience. So I always want to emphasize that panpsychism is not necessarily anything spiritual. A lot of people defending its view, like David Sharma's or Luke Roloff's, are just total atheist secularists, right? They don't believe in any kind of transcendent reality. They just believe in feelings, mundane consciousness, and think that needs explaining, and our conventional scientific approach can't cut it. But if, for independent reasons, you are motivated to some spiritual picture of reality, then maybe a panpsychist view is more consonant with that. So if you mystical experience where you it seems to you in this experience that there is this
phone guy comes in and he shows Michael that our phone's just delusional.
If you're a materialist, you've got to think it's a delusion. There's something in your brain that you think that it's not real. But if you're a panpsychist, you're reality is constitutional consciousness. It's not that much of a leap to think that this higher form of consciousness will seem to apprehend the mystic experience of mind. And, in many different cultures, experience claim to have experiences in which it becomes apparent to them that there is an element of consciousness that is universal. So on this view, your mind is individual conscious minds is built on the foundation of universal consciousness, and universal consciousness is one and the same thing as universal consciousness as it exists in you. So I've never had one of these experiences, but if one is a panpsychist, at least one is more open to that possibility. I don't see why it shouldn't be the case that is part of the nature of consciousness, and maybe something that is apparent in certain deep states of meditation. And so what I explore in the experimental final chapter of my book is that it allows for a kind of life after death, because that will even when the particular aspects of my conscious experience fall away, that element of universal consciousness, the core of my identity, would continue to exist. So it's sort of be, as it were, absorbed into universal consciousness. So, I mean, Buddhists and Hinduistics try to meditate, get rid of all of that karma to be absorbed into universal consciousness. It could be that if there's no karma, if there's no rebirth, maybe everyone gets enlightened when they die. Maybe
Well, him and I have a loaf. Actually, just crossed the bank.
So
and we are on the way.
Coming back to morality, suggests
seriously, I am on electricity. Apparently, Scranton has the best sales of any regional branch. So David Wallace has asked me to go to all the branches, except Nashua, so a little bit raw there. But I'm going to these branches and I'm telling them my secret recipe for success. My 11 business herbs and spices in a sales batter. Oh, that is Pam. Pam's coming along as my assistant and my driver, so I can and I like to pack heavy. That's sled. No, that is a toboggan. You never know when you're going to find a snowy hill. So every magician has a hot assistant, and every rock star has a roadie, and Pam is my hot roadie.
I love being on the road, but I especially love the kind of have to pay 24 hours a day for 3 days. Because I have a mortgage now, gotta bring home the bucks.
No, don't say bucks, it's ladylike. There we go. Okay, so what we do is we drive all day, and we stay in hotels together. Like, separate rooms. That goes without saying. Hey, look at what you're wearing. Again, Pam. Have you ever seen a magician's assistant?
This is a new part of you.
Kind of, yeah. Maybe you can tie it around your waist or lose a shirt underneath or something.
Yeah, in our minds together. What is that? That big elephant. Is there any different association of that big elephant in everybody's mind? Or is it the same elephant?
Excuse me. There's no way to address a superior.
Yeah, screw you
in our mind, start petting that elephant, like touching it. That experience, thinking that would feel like.
It's yesterday.
What's that? Is that all this experience together? Or is that separate? So like there's some aspect of the togetherness that almost seems fundamental to civilization, society.
Basically, after Phil's wedding out in Angela, Mike lost to put stuff down from the party planning committee. What he said was there was a problem with having one head of the party planning committee. She becomes too powerful, so he appointed two heads. Party planning is literally this is humiliating. That's on my side.
As is trying to explore the output.
So this is
But
fun.
that could be just
My birthday was yesterday, and everybody forgot. I got really dressed up and excited, and no one said a word. There wasn't even a party. I think sometimes people are really mean. Hot. Can I turn on the radio?
Silence or save Kennison.
But then you fall asleep and there's nothing to do.
Listen to your iPad.
That's dangerous.
Well, then, hey, you know what? Let's talk.
That's okay. I'm fine. Just play a song in my head.
Out of our minds, that we interact standardly.
You never smell seeing Karen again? Since she was the other woman. Actually, you were the other woman, so.
No, that was a long time ago.
Is that why you're wearing makeup today?
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me. But Karen knows that she still hates me. Oh, this is a nice office.
Mystical conceptual reality rooted in but like me, she's brought this tradition of authenticity, and so she defends this.
Your information has been responsive to people.
The idea that experience meditators as
this conversation is over.
I am single now.
So
what we have here is the ultimate smackdown between the narc dog
I have no idea.
and crippling despair, loneliness, and depression.
The universe is 2 billion years old.
I intend to win.
Knowledge is based on
I just want to say here.
she thinks
Screw you guys.
Did you say screw you one more time?
Screw you people. I never do that.
Hey!
as a relevant kind of expert.
Just want to make
So she wants to defend rational
Yes, ma'am. Only
acceptability
wish.
of this.
See, that's nothing so terrible would ever happen to anyone except for again.
We shouldn't be ashamed.
In a way, it's good that it happened to me because at least I can bear it.
What kind of
You know?
game do you want in songs?
As long as it's done with rigor and seriousness. I think sometimes terms like
Okay, my name is Thunder Midland.
function a bit like racist terms. Racist terms picks out a group of people, but then implies certain characteristics. So people use.
Hello, Rolando. How are you? Rolando. I'd like you to meet Pam. Here's our receptionist. Oh, maybe you guys go out on a little pen date.
Everyone's waiting to come to treat
and so really like the idea is to follow the evidence where they lead.
Hey.
But it's kind
Hi,
of
guys.
very hard things to do that. I think we get stuck in some section of how we decide to look.
Let's go horse. Okay. Wow. Oh man, my head just exploded. Ooh, thank God for everybody, right? Okay. Wow, you're huge. That's incredible. My God. Sorry. My head is. I'm trying to figure out the last time that you and Jim had sex.
Becomes kind of crutch. When you use the word expert, you have some kind of conception of what expertise means. Oftentimes that's connected with a degree of particularly prestigious universities or expertise.
They match the carpet.
Sort of that claims an expert is usually
Your
not
birthday
the
bears.
biggest
Not even an exclamation point. This is not professional. It's not like she discovered a cure for cancer.
A good sign of somebody who's traveled a long field and how little they know. So some of the best people, whatever they spend
Have you collected the money for everyone? I am working on it. How much do you have?
humble and face of it all. So like,
That's how much you and I contributed.
humble
Damn it, Jim.
how little you can travel. I do like that. I mean,
See what's
second off,
Good to know the deets about the girl you're wooing.
people who have traveled.
Ah,
With the
nice.
help of DMT to
Yes.
got some deep understanding, and their insight is perhaps as valuable as the insight of somebody who ran rigorous psychological studies at Christian University.
Oh my
Like
God.
those psychonauts, they have wisdom.
Oh no, that is so awful. That is the worst
which
news.
you can also do rigorous.
I have to go. I have to do a presentation. I'll talk to you. This is going to be hard for me to speak today because I just learned that my father has died. No, he didn't. He is alive. And this isn't even a cell phone. This is a calculator. But you bought it. And now you can't return it. Or can you? No, you can't. Yes. Karen.
But at the end, he considers the question.
I'm not going to do that. No, I'm wondering, what are you talking about?
I am talking about how you all need to sell. Like I told you on the idea that my father had died.
You're a liar.
What a liar or Minnie Mouse bars?
But we have no way
I'm a theatrical
of getting
person.
outside of ourselves.
Growing up, I always thought I would become an
And our
actor.
sensory experience corresponds
I
to
have
reality. We could be in the
memorization
Matrix,
process.
be a very dream. Let's say a weak
I
scientist.
learned the Pledge of
A
Allegiance.
scientist
I said it to
gets their data by experience the results of their experiments.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
But it's not okay
Here and a
for
woof
somebody
woof
to
there,
trust those
here a
experiences.
woof, there a
It's very
woof,
philosophically
everywhere a
difficult
woof
to
woof.
say, why is it okay in one case and
I don't know
the
you.
other?
I need to know you in order to sell to you. That is why I've actually gone around and told me your name. I have an amazing mnemonic device by which I have now memorized all of your names.
So much information.
Shirty,
Do you think it's
Mole,
important
Lazy
to
Eye,
have
Mexico,
some
Baldy, Sugar
protection
Food,
of
Black Woman. I have
sources
taken
of information,
a unique part of who
academic
you are,
institutions that we
and I have
trust?
used that
And then that's
to
difficult
memorize
because of course there are
names.
non-academics
All
who do know what they're
your
talking
names.
about.
All.
I
It is
find
hairy. It is
interesting
shiny.
knowing how
It is
biology
reflective,
research
like a mirror,
So I think
and
we
your
have
name
to
is Mark.
have some sense of
Got it. It works.
who are the experts
It's very
we can
insulting.
trust.
But it works.
Spent a
I
lot of
was like
time
you all.
reading all the material I've read, written, thinking about it.
Well, then it will be easy for you. But I still think it's worthwhile to give it a try.
Okay, all right, everyone. Meeting's over.
There is a time in the UK called
He's pregnant. He's knocked up. Hey,
always on the BBC as experts in economic questions, and they
I haven't set these prices, Stanley. They just come out.
Right, you guys,
we don't
take in there. I know you have a full concert
be
maybe,
allowed
so
to call yourself a
it
think
was
tank. You're not totally transparent about who's running it. So I think that's it. And I mean, this is translators. The reason
just don't in
worry about orthodox ideas
Or it's like, are you crazy? No, I actually like to. It's not how the song goes. Are you out of your damn mind? Are you out of your damn mind?
Sources of
like that. As far as
and
they're not friends. I didn't think about
but
it.
you can at least know what people who have all the time in to read all stuff, what they think about the issue.
Really like,
Push back and cool but they're gonna take this time well, to it because I was just walking through that
And I
day.
turn it on and I say, prepare yourself for the United Store massacre.
No,
Because
that is
in my
incredibly dangerous.
Well, don't worry, I've changed it up.
No, it's not. You know, I think I'm just gonna distill all of this and send it in emails to our team.
Email's not scary.
there's
This is an opportunity.
something
Don't
about experts.
So when are
If
you
we
due?
allow too much to
Wow,
have a category
that is
expert
wonderful.
place
Congratulations.
those people sitting on
So
the
fast.
throne
It's really amazing. Congratulations, Karen.
and
So
they
is there a
start
guy
to communicate
or
energy
person
and the humanity starts to dissipate.
sperm
I think
machine
there's
that did this to you? Or?
Yes, Michael, my
value
husband.
in long mastery
His name is Dan.
of the skill and the pursuit of knowledge.
Oh, cute.
But the moment
He's a
you have your
dermatologist.
name,
And then in
the moment you're an expert, I think
But
the
so
story
there.
aspect
That's
of
really
knowledge
dorky.
is very
It's really
valuable.
sweet.
No, it's
during
really
those
dorky.
knowledge.
Correct the first time.
So some of it probably
That's
teaches
great.
to like skillful
They're
communication.
good.
Like
Jim's good.
communicate in a way that shows humility,
We're engaged.
that shows open-mindedness, that shows
That's so
ability
great.
to really hear
That's
what a lot
great.
of people are
Thank
saying.
you.
So
Oh
in
my
the
God, I'm
case
so
of
happy for
quiz,
you. Oh,
what I've
wow. Thank you.
noticed
Only
this
ignorance
perspective as well
to new friendships.
is
Really wonderful.
so-called experts, and they are extremely knowledgeable. Many of them are colleagues who
I have to take care of a couple of things. So Andy, taking over things here.
are saying
Good hands and give my best to you.
without having looked
So,
empathy and rigor, honestly, understand what are the choices we make. They
regards
say
to
that all
billing,
those things, like some
you
of the
send
stuff out there.
those to you or
No, we could go straight to our
If you
business address.
have a time that don't speak so strongly with dismissal,
how does your boyfriend deal
feel
with your
bad,
phenomenal success?
be apologetic about
Seems
that
like totally
intelligence
fresh.
for
Actually, I don't have a boyfriend.
the heat I got.
Really?
Is that kind of
Oh, that's so weird.
rabbi,
You guys, stop everything. I'm about to ask out this girl, and I
showing that didn't really on
this gal. She's really into
the huge
Yeah.
amount of
Yeah, I mean,
circumstantial
I see her like
out there.
today,
The battles
and
going
you love all this
There's
music.
a
And
lot of
whenever I walk into her room, she totally looks
RIB,
this
showing
is how I
humility in the face of that battle was constantly toward. And
just
I
show
just
us
been
the
very
box.
disappointed
I
in
didn't kiss her.
so-called expertise in the space of
Have I ever
science.
steered you wrong?
He's showing humility, he's showing humanity.
Wait, what?
I would give that lecture a solid B+. Although, for the record, Karen, wow, kind of mean. I like her. Really? No, honestly, tell me what you really think.
I'm serious. I'm really glad I came.
Why?
Like some of my biggest
Because,
heroes are that like when nobody else
because I'll never wonder ever again
they react
if I did something wrong. And
for their whole life. They just
now I have closure. Happy
and yet
oh, it feels good.
a virus, if something happens with that person, with their process,
Thanks for
becomes like
walking me
Oh,
out.
my pleasure. Yeah, there's all kinds of weirdos out here. So.
becomes all
That's freezing.
I am about to die.
to be
You
open
wait here while I go get my jacket.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. Well,
is telling
listen,
them, giving them awards,
you're a new client,
giving them
and
citations,
as
and
one
giving
of
them
my
all
new
kinds
clients,
of awards, like
I'll always be taking care of them. That
smart they are.
our
They still
guarantee.
What's a new nard dog?
relative to all the stuff, the mysteries that are out there.
Whoa, what the hell?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you and I'm a mess, and I just had my heart broken. And you came in today, and you're so pretty. You're like
I
incredibly
just
pretty.
got out of a relationship. Really hard.
Right?
I've got to decide who's the vocal.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, right. That's
All of the economics and all
Well,
of
like
the
you said,
science
hey, so I'm glad we got that out of the way.
I just
I'm
think
gonna
it, maybe it's like Churchill said about
maybe about that wall.
governments out in the West. I think about the
Take care, Julia.
but you know, I just think it's the peer review system. I
Sorry, I
think
tried to kiss you.
it's terrible in so many ways. Yes, people show more utility,
We lost it.
I can't see a viable alternative. What's the benefit when it's very nice? Your discussion of the problems of titles, but the how they also function as a design. They do have
Most doesn't know how to use a phone, so jokes on you.
Before I got a
24.
professorship,
37.
Do you think I'm calling you for a best
was
approximation?
teaching at a continuing education college. So it's kind of retired people who want to learn some things. And I just
I have here Calico Course personal confidential file.
on titles and hierarchies.
Calico Course from April 1995 to December 1996 at Berks County Youth Center.
What is philosophy?
According to past employers, it in no way affects our job.
Sort of evaluating decided to teach ecology instead.
Are you asleep?
That was my introduction.
Just thinking about what you said
But so the titles,
about caring, about closure.
is a nice starting.
Remember Holly?
Thing.
She's
So
from HR.
you don't get to just say
No,
this is
remind
true
me.
because
Blonde hair.
you still have to commit.
Nice.
One of the things I really
Not too
like
big, not too
the
small.
martial arts.
Perfect moves. Of
And,
course, I remember Holly.
for people that don't,
Loving my life.
Brazilian jiu-jitsu is one of them. And you
Wasn't in the gym
have
had
these
like 100.
pajama things more about.
She just
I
left, and I didn't.
Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And
I
I
never got
also
closure.
trained.
You know, I never got closure. I haven't talked to her since. I haven't seen her
And
since.
you know, wearing the pajamas.
And I feel like I need to go to National and get
Nobody knows
closer. I feel like I need that.
if you're a good beginner or not. And when you
Okay.
wear the pajamas,
Let's go.
you wear a break.
Oh,
And people treat you very
blow off
differently.
the lecture in Rochester.
Like when they see my black belt, they treat me
Yeah.
differently. They kind
Oh, let's do this.
defer to my expertise. If they're kicking my ass, that's probably because like I am working on something like new, or maybe I'm finding what I'm doing. And it doesn't matter if you've been doing this for 15 years. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. It matters the raw interaction, just trying to kick each other's ass and seeing like what is this chess game of like a human chess? What are the ideas? And I think there's a dance there. Yes, it's valuable for one person's impact when you take consideration the advice of the people who need it. But at the same time, there's raw practice of ideas. And the raw practice of change ideas needs to often deal with. And in communicating, there's also aspect of science and expertise, just leadership. It's not just so the scientific method review process is this rigorous battle of ideas between scientists. But there's also stepping up and inspiring the world, communicating ideas to the world. And that skill of communication, I suppose that's my biggest criticism of the so-called experts in science, is they're just shitty communicators.
Absolutely. Yeah. I get very frustrated with philosophers not reaching out more. I mean, I think
I am on a lecture circuit. I'm going around to all the families, and I'm telling them my secret recipe for success. I have now
and
memorized
as you do that,
all of your names.
eventually it gets more complicated.
Lazy
and
Mexico.
but
Baldy.
to write a more accessible book,
Screw you too.
you have to
I forgot her birthday.
And I turn it on and I say, prepare yourself for the Utica Skull Massacre.
We're engaged. We got so happy. Oh, thank you.
Calico Course from April 1995 to December 1996 at Berks County Youth Center.
proper algebra.
remember Holly?
That's
In school for HR.
that's
Love of my life. She just left, and I never got closure. And I feel like I need to go to National Clothing.
Okay. Let's go.
And then obviously the popular book is about zero foundation for consciousness. That's kind of the right way to go. Show you the
I try to write a more accessible version. I mean, the thing about is this argument, so
Hello,
there are
everyone.
certain arguments from
Oh, ice cream.
cosmological fine-tuning of the law
What's
of physics applied to the multiverse.
Yeah.
It's quite popular. It's
Well,
like a man's
more
type
chipper than usual.
I am proud to announce there is a new addition to the Martin family.
argument in philosophy journals.
She's hypoallergenic.
That's a
She doesn't
fallacious
struggle when you try to
line
dress
of
her.
reasoning
She's a third-generation
going
show
on there.
Her
The
father
fine-tuning
doesn't
to the
move her
multiverse.
parents.
Now
Needless
that
to say,
argument is 20, 30 years ago.
about $7,000.
And it's still nobody knows about it. There's huge
I
interest
saw
in this
Andy's
fine-tuning
picture for you on
stuff.
eBay.
Scientists make sure
We'll give it back.
He wouldn't have
theists
done
say
that.
this is evidence for God.
Her
And
name
nobody
is Princess
knows about this
Lady.
argument,
7th
which tries
grade.
to show that it's
I gotta see that
actually
real quick.
to go
I have
from
something that was in a picture.
multiverse.
Come on.
I wrote America explaining this
Yeah.
argument.
I mean, I usually try to do things when I get a new cat, but I never
You know,
really
that's
this.
it just
And this company
really
still
irritates
doesn't
me that,
recognize cat paternity. I mean, somebody has a
very
kid, oh sure, take off a year. She's right over the second
journal
just
article, nobody knows about it.
Anyways,
But
just one
just your final thing on
I'm
it.
the world.
No,
What's
no,
more
I
to me
don't
than
disagree with anything you said. That's really beautiful, that martial art. I was thinking how that could be analogous. But I think it's very rare
So
to find a
detour.
good philosopher
Now adding Nashua to the lecture circuit, so Michael can confront Holly
who
and
doesn't
get
give
some
much
closure.
to other
Nashua actually sounded very excited on the phone. I
objections,
didn't
but
get a lot of
it's like
visitors.
but
Because their office is only accessible by cross-country skiing.
have the
Ayo!
best objection phrased to it. You know, that's why that is
What did you do?
form of the process
You
that you
do.
go through. You know, the greatest minds
Like kind of fashion and shit. Hey, what the hell's going on? I told you where you were from ages 14 to 50.
Probably except for cases,
In juvie,
woke
juvie,
skills
Nile Detention Center.
to
They sent teenagers up to read the bed. What did you do? Right? 14. Maybe when you were a little younger. If she's old enough to get married, she's old enough to follow the law. What did you do?
That's, I would say, the quote-unquote
I still
expertise
was both.
is that there's a certain
Tony was his
point
father's, actually his father's.
where you get, because it
Really
sucks,
romantic, like
because martial
Mona
arts
Louise,
is a
but
good
with a
example,
boat.
it sucks to get your ass kicked.
The
Like
worst year of my life.
there's a temptation.
You guys are making me talk about this on my birthday.
I thought you said yesterday was your birthday. You know what?
in
I
martial arts and the space of science. And I think that as you become a professor, more and more senior, the more and more respected. I don't know if you get your ass kicked in space like this. I
They're
don't
flowers or
know
toys.
to
There's
truly
nothing
expose
funny.
yourself.
Where did you even find a cake like this?
That's
It doesn't have my name on it. You guys know what my name is? My name is Kelly.
humble brother is constantly exposing yourself to that. Like,
I don't even know what the theme is. What's the theme?
you know, find the objection to sort of write that paper or make that mark. Yeah, I think everyone still gets talks, should give talks, and people are wanting to work out
job on the
position.
Okay, you know what? Next time I'll let you get the cake and I get to
That generally works out.
there is also kind of
Okay, a little bit more closer to the side.
who do you get to talk to?
Yeah.
So within communities, a little cluster of people argue, bicker, but what if they argue?
Hi, can I
They
help
take a
you?
bunch of stuff, a bunch of basic stuff as agreement,
Yes, we're expecting you.
heatedly argue with certain ideas. The question is how open that's actually that's like no offense. Sorry.
Actually, she's on the main power trip for the next 3
It's
days.
like people who practice like keto, certain martial arts don't truly test themselves
But if you need
in,
to get in touch with her
in
immediately,
cage,
you can talk to
in
AJ.
combat.
He's a sales
So it's
person.
like it's fun to argue about like certain things when you're in your community and you don't test those ideas in the full context of science, in the full like seriousness, the vigor of the sometimes like the real world. One of my favorite fields is psychology. There's often places within psychology where you kind of do studies and argue about stuff that's done in the lab. The arguments are almost disjoint real human behavior. Because you study human behavior in the lab, you just kind of stay there. That's what arguments are like. Initial science is an example I studied. Eye movement, how we perceive the world. It's so much easier to study in the lab. We don't consider we say that's what we do. We like what we consider the science of vision, actual world, engineering. So I think that's where exposing yourself to the power of this idea. Yeah, that's the most painful thing. I mean, group think can interpret philosophy as well. Because the same extent that subject evidence and refutation from the evidence beyond experiences. It's a much softer process of evaluation, so more susceptible, I think, to things. I we'll talk about it but let's try to that old basic terminology definition. What is panpsychology? Like, what are the different ways you can try to think about why panpsychism may be in contrast to natural dualism, materialism, other kind of
Good God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Basically laid out different oppositions. So I guess
No!
stop
it, Mr. Ash! Bad cat! That is very bad! Stop it right now! I swear he's fixed. I got fixed, but I fixed. Oh, now listen, you can't let what you see here sully your image of them. They are good, decent cats. I gotta go. I'll be back in an hour. Oh, stop that!
Another one's watching.
Physical outside working body and brain or close
Is a what was that show that you always had? Tell you all the time because you face. You know what? You know what? I'm a little busy.
Electric thing. Yeah, I think that's very distinct. They're looking for both of these options. So I think it's like it's kind of a little it agrees with criteria.
There's that sign. Hey everybody, the party's now at 3.
But it's like it thinks there's more to physical than what physical science reveals.
Good morning, Vietnam!
Is constituted of consciousness. So consciousness outside
Sales is what brings us together today. How
the kind of
deal?
description of
The
the world.
clients would say, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn about people. And get them,
Starting with materialism,
show us the money!
it's a huge debate.
You're going to find out
So
today.
I think that the core of it is
How many of you?
physical science
Let's see the
purely
okay.
quantitative.
Well, I know what the rest of you were thinking. Wow,
Whereas
yuck.
consciousness
Salesmen are
essentially
worse.
involved
They are
quality. Think
awful.
about
They're
the
so
smell,
arrogant.
feel, the
They
taste
think
of
the
the
whole
things,
place revolves around
the
them.
deep red you
Handsome,
experience.
good listeners,
I think these
funny,
qualities
Mr. Wonderful. So, okay.
quantitative
You're a salesman.
language
What's
science.
your
As long as you're
AJ?
the brain
AJ,
is
what kind of name is
brain
AJ?
purely
Oh, you race
quantitative,
cars?
quantitative language. Neuroscience should just
Ooh,
leave out
ouch.
these qualities.
Okay,
Really
good. You're
about
funny.
consciousness itself.
Very good funny. Tell me, AJ,
So
are you dating? Somebody you date?
Since I wrote the book. So I mean,
Are you interested?
pretty good experimental trials and counting cases.
Yep, we'll get to you.
And roughly the idea
So
was
you're dating someone.
if there's a true
Mysterious?
immaterial mind impacting on the brain every second of waking life, then this would really show up in the neuroscience.
Does she
There'd
ever
be all
talk
sorts of things happening in the brain that no physical explanation. It'd be like a poltergeist explain the brain.
Does she ever mention Michael Scott?
But actually, and so the
What are you talking
we don't find that it's a strong and ever-growing argument against dualism. But actually, the more
neuroscientists read
Oh,
neuroscience,
wow.
and we have a Durham University and into
Ah,
the
what's the
story.
story coming up?
I don't think we know
Well, I'm driving the car, so let's
work brain that argument. I think we know a lot about the basic chemistry. Around neurons.
Michael, get off the floor.
Neurotransmitters, action potentials,
Yeah.
things like that. We know a bit about large-scale functions of the brain, what the brains do. But what will clue us on is how those large-scale functions are realized at the level, how it works. People get quite excited about brain scans, but it's very low.
That was weird, huh?
Every pixel on a brain scan corresponds
All
to
part of the presentation.
5.5 million neurons, and we're only
It was confusing, right?
we're
Because
only 7 away
confusing
from accepting
situations
a connectome for the
happen to us all the time in our jobs.
10,000 or 100,000 neurons, but the brain has
I'm just trying to bridge the gap between what just happened and the fact that I'm going to be doing the rest of the
how the
presentation.
brain works, how these functions are realized.
Sales is like a box of chocolate.
Before we
You never know which vendor you're going to get.
Brain completely explicated in terms of underlying chemistry or physics. So,
Laser, freckles,
engineering before we could
penguin,
figure that out.
Lang,
With other proposals,
Holly's boyfriend.
someone I got to
These mnemonic devices help to make a connection and then also to help you memorize names.
The mitochondria in the brain should be sort of
I have a chainsaw.
social networks, perhaps as an alternative to using it to underline chemistry and physics. So, unless
Cutting down
it is also an empirical question whether dualism is true, unless it's that we know the answer to that question at this stage. I think still, as scientists and philosophers, we want to try and find the simplest, most parsimonious theory of reality. And dualism is still a very inelegant, unparsimonious theory of reality divided up into the purely physical properties and the consciousness properties and kinds of things. Whereas scientists are so much more simple and unified reality. So I think it's still the beauty of, to put it very simply, I believe in two kinds of things when you can just get away with it.
And material is also very simple. You say explain something that seems pretty important.
Yeah, so I think materialism can't, we try, science is about trying to find the simplest theory that accounts for the data. I don't think materialism can account for the data. Maybe dualism can account for the data, but panpsychism is simpler. You can account for the data, it's simpler.
What is panpsychism?
So in its broadest definition, it's the view that consciousness is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of the physical world.
Like a law of physics? What should you be imagining? What do you think the flavors of how that actually takes shape in the context of what we know about physics and science and the universe?
So in the simplest form of it, fundamental building blocks of reality, electrons and quarks, incredibly simple forms of experience, and the very complex experience of the human or animal brain is now rooted in or derived from these very simple forms of experience that have basic physics. But I mean, the crucial bit about the kind of panpsychism I defend, what it does is it takes the standard approach
been on the entire time?
I have no idea.
and turns it into head, right? So the standard approach is to think, we start with
Sorry, I'm late.
and we think, how do we get conscious of matter? I don't think that can be solved for reasons I've kind of hinted at. We could maybe go to more detail. But the panpsychist took it the other way around.
I want to get that image out of me.
Start with
The psychological issues that go behind looking at your cat are not things I want to go into.
Basically,
Also, I'm pretty sure she caused the
reality. There are just networks of very simple conscious entities. But these conscious entities, because they're behaving in very simple kinds of experience, they behave in different ways. Through their interactions, they realize these structures. And then the idea of these structures just are the structures of physics. So when we think about these simple conscious entities in terms of the mathematical structures they realize, we call them particles, we call them fields, we call the uncertainties at spin and charge. But really, there's just these very simple conscious entities and their experiences. So in this one, we get physics.
Because she didn't send it to you.
Right. I don't think you get consciousness out of physics. I think it's pretty easy to get physics out of consciousness.
Well,
I could read it.
I'm a little confused by why you need to get physics out of consciousness.
Yeah, I could read it.
To me, it sounds like that's like it's unites consciousness and physics. I mean, physics is the mathematical science of describing everything. So
Yeah.
physics
It's very nice suggestions.
describe consciousness.
I'm not writing.
And so my understanding proposes is that physics doesn't currently do so, but can in the future. It seems like consciousness.
Ideal party consists
You know,
of
like
beer,
all these people are trying to develop
cakes, blood pudding, blood,
theories
touch
about
football, mating, charades, and mess.
mathematical frameworks in which to describe how we get all the way around us. To me, there's no start with that kind of framework cannot also include
A sudden burst of light,
accurate,
intense pressure like I
precise
never felt before.
description
Father dressed in white
whatever
pulls me forward. Mother
simple
bites the cord.
consciousness
Here's that.
characteristics
Forever
as
that has
the
gone.
lowest
That's
level.
disgusting. And it doesn't count.
That's like his theories.
Tricks on celebrating birthdays.
So like to me, it is
Started as a Depression era practicality and then
by which
moved on to an awesome tradition that I look forward to every year.
as we currently know.
What about you? Actually, when I was 7,
General relativity that emerges from
fossils all day.
the base
So
consciousness
that
that
means little plastic
Yeah,
things
so
are attached
maybe
to
the
the
way
fossil.
I phrased it, it sounds like these things
You know what's even
separate
cooler
where they
than
are. What I was
Triceratops?
trying to
Every other dinosaur that ever existed.
misunderstanding of the psychism, that it's a sort of dualistic theory that the idea is that particles have their physical properties like mass, spin, charge, and these other funny properties.
She still
So
has
that the
feelings.
physicists have been possible had a blog post critiquing
Is that what it said?
maybe a couple of years ago now.
I can't tell you specifically,
And
but
she was interpreting psychism in this way, and her thought was, well, look, if particles have these funny consciousness properties, then it would show up in physics like the standard model particles. Make false predictions. Its predictions are based wholly on physical properties. If there are also these consciousness properties, we get different predictions. But that's a misunderstanding of the view. The view is
Happy birthday.
it's
It's
not
not a surprise.
all forms of consciousness. How do we make sense of that? Because
You have a
actually, when you
delicious
look
cake
at
with
physics,
your name
physics
spelled
tells
out.
us it's really just telling us about behavior, about what
Alright,
stuff
hang
does.
did
I
you
sometimes
hear
put it by saying
it?
that physics is like
See it.
playing
Why is there
chess
a
with
spoon on my cake?
pieces of machinery, just
That
interesting moves.
becomes a pillow.
So physics tells us what
A
mass,
theme,
spin, and
if you
charge
will. Because the fun part is you get to decide on an hour of television
but it
or an
doesn't
hour of
tell
math.
us
That's our theme.
what they are. So the idea is
Yes?
so the idea is yeah, mass in its
Oh,
nature is a very
yes. Okay, good. So what's it going to be?
in a sense,
A half hour of each.
because it
No.
tells us whatever the fundamental level does, it describes its causal
Watching TV at work is really hard.
but for the panpsychists at least, physics doesn't tell us what
I have been watching
it
TV
is,
all
it tells us
week.
what
I
it
just
does.
Okay, nap it is. Everyone out. Get out.
To push back.
We're going to be eating cake at our desks. Let's go.
So I understand what you're saying, but is it also possible that particles have another property? I don't understand this is something we would be able to detect it
For you?
in our experiments. Well, no, you're not looking for it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are orthogonal. Like, if you're not looking, just
Okay.
not going to detect it because
We got 1 hour.
basic empirical science, to some recent history, yes, the history of science is quite recent, has been very kind of focused on billiard balls colliding and that understanding how gravity works. But like, just haven't integrated other possibilities into this. I don't think it's conflict, whether you are observing consciousness or not, or exploring things like
Birthday time is over. Make up for all the work you missed when you were taking your nap.
Kind of, like hierarchy of different particles as well, how they interact.
Yeah, the returns.
It feels like consciousness is something orthogonal.
That feels great. So good to have closure. Oh, you should go apologize for Roy or something.
Almost like
No.
another dimension.
Who have I wronged? Who have I wronged? Oh, what about that guy from Stanford that I saw? We should find him.
Specific
With a height,
which
Pepperoni Tony.
trying to this book, How the Laws of Physics Lie. Physicists explore things in very
Don't forget it. I know me,
in a more way.
and some I would never be able to
I
follow
mean,
this.
I guess I was thinking Sabrina's criticism actually just missed the
Okay.
mark in the basic way. Her point is, shouldn't think there are any more properties to particles other than those attributes to them. And I could say, yeah, sure, there are just properties, physical properties, like mass and charge. That's what that is. It's just that we have a different philosophical view.
To me, that's more compelling because then that's going to be, well, no, I think it's very compelling, but it feels like it's more within the reach of empirical validation if it's yet the property of particles. I would just not observe it. If it's like the thing from which matter
Morning, can I help you?
physics and physics,
Techstar, got a new phone system for you. I was wondering if I could talk to Michael
it
Scott.
makes it that much difficult
I'm sorry, he's not in right now.
to investigate how you get from that base
Around
layer
when I was
Shoot.
to the
They have new phone systems now that can ring directly to the salesman, or someone presses star and they go to accounting. Basically, 95% of my
I
job.
don't know if you're
But I'd like to
necessarily
see image demon because I'm candy for everyone.
things to get at. It depends like it's a
How about
solid
I make
theory
a play
of consciousness. It
that
depends on
way?
the question, how do you engineer
That's a great idea.
yeah, how do you get nothing vacuum without
Oh
if
boy.
there is that consciousness base layer, how do you stay engineering organisms?
Michael Scott.
Yeah.
Hi,
Or
great.
how does
I can assure you we don't.
emerge from
Hello, may I help you?
conception
Jim up.
from the stem cell to the whole neural couch to build that how do you get this rich experience of consciousness that humans have. It just it feels like that's the dream with consciousness is just another bigger game of physics. It feels more like Mars understanding.
I guess it's supposed to be a kind of physics tells us what
was that?
matter
That was
does.
funny. That was funny.
Consciousness is what matter
Listen to somebody else.
is. So matter is what consciousness does. So at the bottom left, there is just consciousness and consciousness. There are just these simple things with their experiences. And that is what so in that sense, I'm not in physics we describe that certain level of abstraction. We capture what
Oh,
that's what the inspiration
hearts. Really shoving our faces in it this year.
so your physics
Okay, bud.
also sketches of the world.
Yeah, I hear you. 4 months is out of Molly.
Separation.
She was way hotter than space. So if you're hiding,
Yeah, so totally right. Ultimately, what we want to explain.
This is our first and only Valentine's Day as fiancés.
For animals, out of this, we can't do that. Then it's game over.
On Cupid's birthday.
I think it maybe makes more sense on the identity claim that
So
it
I was
matters
used
fundamental
first
level
Valentine's to
is
secret
or
admirer.
consciousness, then we have to make sense of how those simple forms of
Roses are red,
in some way
violets
combine
are
in
blue.
some way to make
It's time for your
the
dental
consciousness we
cleaning
know
and
that's the
maybe
dream.
check-in.
Yes. I guess the question is,
oh, wow, the color is so nice for you. Up there front and center. I think it would look better right here. They're very pretty, and I wouldn't want them to fall.
Like you keep going and up in
Just about everybody in this office is city right now.
in order to describe
And everyone
objects that
is
we have
experiencing
that are
an incredible amount of
human.
emotional
and
especially because of my great capacity
come up with the
for
chemistry
emotion.
of consciousness, right?
And
Like how,
it is my first Valentine's Day since
how the
college.
different particles interact.
So I think that I am well qualified to understand that these people need to be protected from having love shoved into their faces. Okay? Really?
I can't see them when
What, like, what, how do you know if I give you
This has a order.
that thing is living? And there's a lot of people who work on this kind of idea, and some of us with the complexity and so on. It'd be nice to know, like, measuring consciousness.
It's creating a good
so
bigger
more
so sexy, it's hostile.
and that's what chemistry, like bigger consciousness.
Well, if you guys
To see how that is, and then like start to
It
collaborate
can't be a
together
part of our
with
relationship.
then
create
we
a culture
would have
to do those kinds of experiences.
party.
That it seems like that would be
Yes. Hey everybody,
that's what I mean.
I just invited Jim and Suckett, and I am cordially inviting all of you to a special convention, a Lonely Hearts convention this afternoon, singles only. Yeah, you with it, Pam. So we may not have someone in our lives that we love, but we
I
do
would say
have
what we're interested in
each other.
is behavior. We're interested in explaining behavior. So the level of physics, we're capturing the equation, describe the there. When we get to higher levels,
I trained my major blood vessels to retract into my body after that.
behavior.
Also, I can retract my penis up into itself.
And with life as well, that's what we're interested in, the various
I am about to give blood.
functions of
Gift of
life,
everlasting life. The transfer of my bodily fluids. No, wow, that's a big needle. That makes me need to lie down now here. Okay. Hello.
Hi, I can't take great.
Oh,
In
okay.
the case of consciousness,
Really nervous.
there are these subjective qualities
But I get
that
nervous.
we're
I sort of play
immediately
less.
aware
Oh,
of.
well, that's nice.
Oh, it's been a
The itchiness to the edge, and we're trying to
Well, once I'm out to
see
you, let's just talk a lot.
reality.
Sorry.
Postulating some mechanism does not deal with
Okay,
that.
here we go.
Oh,
It's a
God.
explanatory task. Some other science, other tasks,
Oh.
explain
Okay,
behavior.
here's a juice box. Hawaii
We're
blood
trying to
punch.
respect the invisible
Like ocean
qualities that you can't see on the outside that you're immediately aware of. The reason materialism continues to dominate things.
why don't you guys come have lunch with us?
Science is incredible. Explain all this, surely it's going to explain consciousness, but I think we have to appreciate there's a radically different explanatory task here. And so that, I mean, you're a scientist and Neil Seth, who I'd love to have a friendly discussion with. What's the bag? The light. But I think
Could you distract me for a second?
in the case of life,
Talk about things that
again,
don't
that's
know.
public observation. All of the data, publicly observable data. Basically trying to behavior. The way you do that, identify mechanisms, simpler mechanisms that can pick up behavior.
You're
The
done.
task in physics,
Already?
Oh, we did it.
Wow, I'm so nervous about this. I don't think I ate for 3 days.
Subjective qualities and positive mechanisms. That might explain behavior, but it doesn't explain the rest of it. So, but still, I mean, ultimately, the hope is that we will have some kind of hierarchical theory. So we take the quantum dynamics of physics, we hypothesize that we build out certain forms of consciousness, and then at higher level,
That's hers. This is hers.
causal dynamics,
Gloves.
build out complex forms of consciousness, and ultimately we get to us, hopefully. So yeah, it's a hierarchy, explanatory framework.
So you kind of mentioned the hierarchy of consciousness.
What are you doing?
Do you think
Hey,
it's possible to, within the panpsychism framework, to measure
stupid baby. Yeah.
or put another way, some things are more conscious?
It is so nice to go out with another couple. Anything to get out of that office.
I honestly don't know how you can work with that jackass. That other jackass and then jackass.
He's talking about Michael Boyd, maybe.
Dealing with consciousness and interdisciplinary tasks
Here we all are.
more
All
experimental.
together.
which is to do
$1
with the
for us.
ongoing project of trying to work
Relationships. We don't need no stinking
out
relationships.
consciousness, what kinds
I think we should all go around and tell our worst relationship story and then get past it. Just blow through it. Yeah?
There's also
What about money?
a theoretical question of
Well, his heart was nice.
Yeah, but now his heart isn't
Why?
hiding.
do those kinds
That's
of
his body and
activity
more in
go
himself.
along with certain
Okay,
kinds of
sorry.
conscious experience?
Yes, who else? Oscar.
Because consciousness is not publicly observable,
I'm sure there's something really good.
why
Do you want
with an
Just-
experiment.
anything? You sure?
But-
I'm sure
but
whatever
they
you
have to
did
go
wasn't
back
your
to
fault.
I mean, one of the theories I'm trying to do is
Who else?
the integration theory,
Please raise your
according
hand.
to which we find consciousness.
Wow.
At the
That's
level
impressive.
there is
Okay, now
most
everyone here has
integrated
fall under
information
70
that's
their
trying to
hands.
give a mathematically precise definition of that.
Oh,
So what you
one time you know that one time, don't you?
this
This
conversation
is a tumble. Yes, he holds 5 frames with this pink sparkly thing, so a little girl had asked what was all that.
I got my monstrous hands because the hole's good.
what is
No, you just have those fingers.
there's a huge amount of it.
Always model ladies too.
Nobody asked for
There is an individual
risk it's on how you feel.
claim
You say
that
something that
that's the basis
you can barely admit to yourself.
consciousness of the macro.
It's not taking
Now they
Not that
so
I
I don't
agree with any of it.
like the theory, but they
I was
do
stupid. I told
talk
him.
about
See, and to you in like a gay
I
way.
do want to say there is gradation.
The story.
I'm not
Told me
sure
it wasn't gay.
actually I can
He
kind of make
said,
sense
I'm
of
not
that.
done yet.
I mean, we could.
A
There
week
are
later,
things
a friend of
to
mine
do
calls
with
me up
consciousness that are
and he
graded.
says, I just saw him at a bar in Kansas City. Well, then it's a happy ending because he's gay.
But
You should
it's
call him.
experience
My
itself
worst breakup
admits a degree.
was actually 2 breakups. 2 different
Something out
men.
of experience or doesn't.
Someone with both
It might
men.
be experience and
bad.
experience, but
They had a duel for me.
your experience itself.
This was years ago when I was living in Ohio.
It's
John Mark and John David.
more experience,
Angela, you have
less
two
experience,
sets
stuff
of
like that.
men
Conceptually,
actually dueling me.
kind of open mind.
I guess I have.
So when we
All right.
have a
Who's
resolution
next? Where's Andy? He's on one of his
sensory information,
He made a number of hundred deposits on his honeymoons, so he's just not going to have plenty of
the
time.
experience,
He's hot air ballooning, and later he's carrying couples.
provided with your experience, or is that
My worst breakup
again
was with Daisy.
quantitative, like
Sunday morning,
subjective
we'll
experience?
read
Like you
paper.
can experience
I
a
said,
lot if you're
oh
little
my God,
information.
I think the Eagles could clinch the NFC
Do you think
East.
those
And she said,
yes, there are
we're done.
features, characteristics here we
You know
can
what,
grade
guys, I don't
the
think we need to do that.
complexity
Right.
of
Okay,
the
everyone, back to work.
experience.
No, I mean, at this
And
kind
on the
of party,
integration theory,
I look around and I see all these beautiful
they
people going on
correlate
Valentine's,
in-
and I think that there
in
are other
terms
single
of
people out there
mathematically
too.
identify the structure
You
with
just need to find them.
integrated
There's a girl
information.
out there
So
for all of
roughly,
us. Maybe even in this
information
office
is
part,
perhaps not
there has to be a
standard
way to
way
get all these lonely
one
people
thinks about
together.
information.
Giant
It's to
net,
do with
giant net.
constraining
I was
past and
thinking maybe
future possibilities of the
next
system.
old
So the
fashioned.
idea is that
I don't think it is.
Lonely people mixing with one another, breeding, creating a lonelier generation, and allowing natural selection to its work. I think I have been at the sea.
Whereas the possible next states of the brain,
These people need love and I
but it has
because we saw one of the last paper today.
it's
Great boss
future
cares
states.
more about the happiness of his
So
employees
that's the
than
idea of
anything
information
else.
they have. And
I
then
would, you did.
the second
I
idea
would
is
shoot my sparrow once his picking
that
victim.
information
You're going to get hit
on
and say,
integration.
I'm
So
in love.
in
I was hit by cute sparrow.
resistors,
Funny little bird, but he gets the
take
job
out a
done.
few resistors, you might not use that much information. It's not dependent on integration.
It's still early.
Take a tiny bit of the brain out, lose a lot of information from the way it's information.
Okay.
Is
A little outside
dependent
of
on
that you cut on my right
the
side.
interconnection
No,
of the
no, I
system.
meant about being
So,
simple.
yes, that's one proposal
Yeah,
how to
exactly.
measure
Oh, here we go. Hello. Hello.
grade of
Right,
characteristics
Kate
that might
Why
correspond
don't you
to
introduce me to your
some
own
grade of
Hi.
characteristic.
Mabel Lawrence, hello. I'm Michael Scott. Welcome to our leadership. Hello, me. For you, we have one of our top people, Kevin Malone. Kevin, come out here and show your beautiful self.
Hello.
The structure of experience, maybe, but
So run
I
with the
just
ball.
we can get here
Run
how
with
much
it, Kev.
experience I've got. 5
Where are you from?
I don't know.
Well, he only gets better.
Thank you.
A bit hard to
I can attend.
I think
serious.
saying the word
Maybe
experience
not. Go ahead.
I believe you.
You should believe everything you hear.
about let's talk about
There are many nots.
let's talk about a particular experience. So let's talk
Towards a
about
woman
me
as charming as yourself find herself employed on a day such as today.
I work in a place that does catalogs for community colleges, small
So now
businesses.
Let's chase
maybe there's an answer. There's
Oh, God,
it's not
tons.
like- it's probably somebody on a speaker right now, like, listening to this
What's the rule
podcast.
about eating when people are
Probably
back?
have a hamster drinking, and that hamster is listening. It's just this more language or any kind
I've been in there for
of
like 10
human
minutes.
linguistic capabilities to tell you to fuck off. It understands exactly
I think I gave him too many
exactly
fries.
what we're talking about, and can see through us. Anyway, it just feels like a hamster has no
Circle
capacity
Tribe
to
they
suffer
show old
in me.
movies. It's really cool.
Maybe
That's not cool.
I used to talk to my
insect,
fiance.
or maybe bacteria has less capacity to
I mean,
suffer
before I
than me.
left her.
But is that maybe that's me deluding myself as to the complexity of my conscious
I
experience?
think I blew it.
Maybe it's all.
It all happened so fast.
Maybe there is some sense in which I can suffer more,
Fast.
but
So,
reduce
here,
it
you mentioned
to
before that
is,
you are into Linda repair.
Yeah, I guess
Meredith recently had a total hysterectomy. So that's sort of a repair.
you have the joy of being
All right, I'll let you guys.
that are available to
It's going very well. People are mixing. A lot of hope.
well,
Because that's what you need to see. And hope gets crushed. Sorry.
But it's certainly there's kinds of fear of death,
It's not too late.
concern about purpose of existence. These are forms
The
of
kind of discounts you're
suffering
talking about.
aren't
They're
available
not.
to
Hello. Michael, why do you keep looking at the front door? No reason.
Whether
Somebody
there's
after you? Why do you always go to that? Has anyone ever been after anyone in this whole thing? It just takes one. Nobody's after me. I met the woman when I was giving blood. And I go,
scale.
And then when you're giving blood, that is so romantic.
it's
So
not a
it's
big
like
deal, really.
humans
I just,
have
you
much
know,
bigger
met somebody who hardly talked.
of experience,
I
much bigger
picked up her gloves.
selection
Well,
in
hoping I
the
get back to her.
Oh my God, that makes it even
there's
more
like
romantic.
suffering.
This is like a modern day enchanted. It's like a fairy
Yeah,
tale.
like
Oh, not like this.
one
Billion
page
dollars.
to suffering. We have a lot compared to
Could be.
a
Believe me,
handful,
it's
a lot
nothing. I hardly even talk to her. We're lying there next to each other. I think our blood bags touch.
experience. It's difficult to argue that we experience it deeper than others, like conquerors.
Yeah.
Physical pain. So,
Why did you come out with the broccoli?
I mean, the kinds of experiences that we don't have echolocated around the world.
I didn't die.
So it's just Nagel previously pointed out that
Oh, we were having
no
a
matter
nice
how much you stuff as a hero, your back, you still don't know what it's like to squeal, find your way around to the echoes of themselves. So, yeah, I just really
Hi.
emotional
party?
suffering is, I want to say, deeper than physical suffering. I don't know how to make that statement precise though.
one of the ways I think about people think about consciousness is in connection to suffering. So, just ask suffering.
Okay.
That's how people think about animals. Cruelty to animals, cruelty to living things. They connect that to suffering and consciousness.
Oh,
I think
yep.
there's a sense in which those two are deeply connected.
He punched their nipple.
Are thinking about just
Especially I did.
policy, about philosophy, engineering, psychology, sociology, political science, all of those things have to do with human suffering, animal suffering, human suffering. And that's consciousness in a lot of people's minds. Is it connected like that for you?
I get very nervous talking to
The capacity to suffer is also
how sweaty my
strongly
hand is.
correlated.
It's really sweaty.
The capacity to experience.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would say suffering is a kind of experience, and so you have to be conscious to suffer. Actually, there's one of people taking more unusual things seriously. And psychics is one radical approach. Another one is
Before you go, I just love to get a illusion on this.
Like we already have
consciousness of these think about it. It doesn't
Okay.
really exist at all.
Thanks for wasting my time tonight.
Podcast Mind Chat. I host with a committed illusionist. So the gimmick is I think it's everywhere. He thinks it's nowhere. And so that's one big way of.
If anybody wants to go,
consciousness doesn't exist. We don't need to explain it. Not done.
you stay with a lot.
Although we might still have to explain.
Yeah.
Which is why it's so hard to get out of the idea. But the reason I connect this to what you're saying is actually my co-host Keith Frankish is a little bit ambivalent with the word pain. He says, "Oh, in some sense of pain, in some sense of pain." But another illusionist, Francois Cameron, has a paper discussing how we think about morality, given his view that pain in the way
Michael,
we think
it's
about it just does not
You know,
exist.
you guys,
He
you
thinks
guys,
it's an illusion. The brain tricks us into thinking we feel pain, but we don't. And how we should think about morality in the light of that. It's kind of a big topic.
4 months ago, I dated a woman named Colin, and
David Chavez.
this is actually the first time that I've even considered getting back into that arena again. You know what? Sometimes it's not about whether Cinderella gets her slipper back, but it's about the fact that the prince didn't take the slipper at all. There's a lot of princesses out there.
Philosophical zombies.
You know, they have all different sizes, shapes of feet and hands. So I think my odds are good.
The way, but it doesn't actually feel pain. It's a
Probably
complicated
had a ton of blood earlier, and I'm still feeling it.
mechanism
Of course.
set up to be just like.
That's
Now, there's
weird.
lots of different. No one
You
believes
got a
in these
cotton
things.
ball
One
tape
philosophy
and
believes
use
in
band-aids.
Anyway, it's not an illusion. Yeah, I suppose so. In a sense, illusionist point of view, we're all zombies. And one reason to think about zombies is to think about the value of consciousness. So if there were a zombie, here's a question. Suppose we could make zombies by, let's say, for sake of discussion, things made of silicon are conscious. And then if that's true, it's going to turn out to be true. Suppose you build mapping data and a silicon sophisticated conversation, talk about its hopes and fears, but it has no. Does it have moral rights? Is it murder to turn off such a being? I'm inclined to say, no, it's not. It doesn't have experience. It doesn't really suffer. It doesn't really have moral rights at all. So I'm inclined to think, consciousness is the basis of moral value, moral concern. And conversely, as a panpsychist, for this reason, I think it can transform your relationship with nature. If you think
that's
of
no problem.
a tree as
Sure.
a conscious organism, albeit of a very unusual kind,
You can fax it over.
then a tree is
Yeah,
a
570
locus of
555
moral concern
Zero
in its own
one.
right. Chopping down a tree is an immediate moral concern. You can see
01.
horrible
Thank you. Bye-bye.
forest fires. We're all horrified, but if you
They would never know it was me doing it. There we go.
that does add
Who's
a
that?
whole new dimension. Although it also makes things more complicated
Who
because
is spread for everyone?
people often think it's like I'm going to be vegan, but
I need something.
if you think plants,
There's
trees
five.
are conscious, you got to.
Those are plastic.
If you don't think plants
No, okay.
trees are conscious, then you've got a nice
Please.
mold riding all day. So
All right.
I'm not going to do things that aren't conscious. I'm not going to do things that aren't conscious.
KGB.
But if you think
Anyone ask that question?
What the hell was that? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, hey, stop it! Stop it! Hey, come on! What are you doing, man? That's part of a hilarious Lions retribution. What are you doing? No more knock jokes. That's it.
He's just not eating any animal products. instead of factory farms.
You know,
You know,
you
I think
take
there is
it down.
I think there is
Answer that. You answer. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer. It's the KGB. The KGB will flip a nose.
When their cars are taken off and they go for a few days of like serious mourning. So there's still suffering, but it seems to me my thought is the principle of just not having factory farm stuff is something more people can get on board or if people looked down at the label that said no factory farm ingredients, you know, I think maybe that could make a really big difference.
Oh, no.
Minimization.
I am not
So
Michael.
that's
I am Willy Wonka.
Good morning, Mr. Wonka. Here are your messages.
Why, thank you very much. What are those? What are those? Tell me, please.
Jelly beans.
No. They are not just ordinary jelly beans, little girl. These are extraordinary jelly beans. The Willy Wonka golden ticket promotional idea is probably the best idea I have ever had. Probably the best idea anybody has ever had. 3 days ago, I slipped 5 pieces of gold paper into random pages. This entitles the customer to 10% off their total order. It will be a day for them that is full of whimsy and full of excitement and full of fantasy. I've written these things because it is my responsibility as manager of this branch to facilitate great ideas, and I think I've done my part in the ticket promotion. Now it is your turn. I want to hear some great ideas from you that are just as good as mine.
You own our own delivery trucks. You could do some on weekends.
In other words, good ideas are simple. Golden ticket. No, Jim, we're a business. Post tickets. That is a golden ticket idea. NASA took 5 or 6 golden ticket ideas to get minimum.
Golden girls. That's a golden ticket idea.
So we have to
Golden grams.
So we recently talked on the podcast with Carol, and I first heard you.
I don't get this.
No, you don't. No.
Great interview with Sean Carroll
What
on his podcast.
will be the state of this company if I am the only one coming up with great ideas?
It's interesting
right?
to kind of
I think I should
see
call
if there's disagreements between the two of you, because he's a
Why is it so bad?
He's a
Call
very
and ask
serious
her
quantum
to lunch
mechanics
today.
guy, he's a physics guy, but he also
Making it
thinks
too
about
easy
deep
for you.
philosophical questions.
You're just
He's a
conveying.
big proponent of
Oh, I like you just the way you are.
interpretation of
I
quantum
do like her
mechanics.
just the way she is.
So,
Well, that's not what we agreed on.
actually, I'm trying to think.
Why don't you just go on a date with her?
Aside from your
Try
conversation
to
with
spark up
him,
an ongoing joke, and then in a
I'm
month or
trying to
two,
remember
it feels right.
Oh,
You don't have to
Anyway,
take that long.
maybe you can comment.
I mean, you
What
don't have to.
what is the agreements and disagreements?
Just ask her out.
you're asking him to give up all of his
I don't
power.
think there's many agreement, but
Andy, Pam, and you
we've had
are
really
all
good
telling me how to deal with this girl.
in a lot of different contexts.
I don't like getting advice
You know,
more
it's
than
very,
one person.
we've got about philosophy,
I'm a
very
textbook
respectful
overthinker.
philosophy. Certain physicists
You can't let
shall
a girl
remain
feel good about herself.
what's all this
It will backfire on you.
philosophy
Every
about
compliment
weight
has to be
loss
backhanded.
and
Oh,
then
I like
go
your
on to
dress,
deeply bad
but I think it's more if you have prettier hair.
That's psychotic. You guys actually do that?
Philosophy is dead,
Low to
and then goes on
Hey,
to
Tom.
read a chapter.
What's that?
Pretty
Oh,
bad
he's on the
philosophy.
golden ticket.
So,
One of my clients got a golden
philosophy
ticket.
is only to get it back.
Strong words.
Was it a spoiled little girl with big lips? Invite them on the tour.
Two people on each team, and it was the most popular thing
Hey,
so
It's 10% of our class account. 10%?
There are largest.
Yes. Hold on one second.
What's
Found 5 golden tickets.
Well, I guess
Then
what
does
we
it say
think
when
about
you want to
that is whether
Nope, it doesn't.
my view of helpful mental causation for the fact that consciousness is
I thought I
doing
did.
stuff.
So, okay.
So
So,
he thinks
I'm going to go call corporate to make sure that they know I didn't
I
do
think
that.
zombies logic is coherent. It's logic. There's a
It'll be fine.
logic
It'll be
coherent
good.
for there to be a
Hey,
just like
hey,
ours,
hey.
which is no consciousness.
You
He
idiot.
thinks that shows
Sir.
up.
Sir. I placed a bunch of golden tickets in 5 separate boxes, and somehow they all ended up at Blue Cross. How does this happen? Irrelevant.
I put 3 pallets on the truck to Blue Cross once a week. There's a lot of paper.
I mean, mine is
Okay, I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to know
the relationship between physics,
my golden ticket idea. Okay,
fundamental consciousness.
why would anyone think that this is my golden ticket idea? There's a 1 in 13 chance that this could be anybody's golden ticket idea.
Physics is the
That-
software, and consciousness is the hardware.
Better get some of this
So,
Hi, David.
consciousness at the fundamental level is the
No,
software of
I'm sorry, he's
software of
not
physics.
back from civil rights rally.
And just because,
I'll have him call you the minute he gets back from Lincoln tomorrow. When Michael's skirting a phone call, he gave me a list of places to say he is. Stopping a fight in the parking lot. An Obama fashion show.
Doesn't mean your desktop is
Whatever
doing
that
anything.
is.
Similarly, just
Or
because
trapped in oil
there
painting.
could be another universe in which
I'm gonna say
physics
that.
has realized non-conscious stuff. It doesn't mean
Nobody panic.
you know,
The good news
is doing something.
they can't fire all of us, right?
They can.
Oh, they can.
Yes, they can.
If
Oscar,
something's doing
I
something,
don't
it
know
is
what the hell you were talking about.
Michael, what do you think should have done branches?
And,
All right, then we're screwed.
more than that, it's
I
doing
am just a
quite
net
lot. It's
that
not
traps all of your crappy subconscious ideas
you know,
and adds a little bit of my own childhood memories and whimsy. So,
I lost a ton of money today, and I avoided sound like this.
thank you. Jim is with me.
but it feels like
Well, you know what, Jim? It is not my fault that you bought a house to impress Pam. That is why carnations exist. Okay, we need a gold ticket idea to get us out of this. Yes.
Does that mean an idea that blows up in our faces later?
Okay,
Like,
don't get that.
if you remove consciousness, it's not just that
I've got a golden ticket idea. Why don't you skip on up to the roof and jump off?
That is not constructive.
also going to improve a lot of the progress of human civilization,
Oh, hi,
society,
David.
and all of that. It just feels like
He's having a
consciousness is a
colonoscopy.
lot of
All right, I'll
value
find
to
out.
develop
Yeah.
our society. So,
Hello, David. I just got back from my procedure.
Michael, what the hell is going on here?
How are you doing?
Hi.
My colonoscopy was an examination of my large colon and the distal part of my small bowel with a camera.
Why did you okay this golden ticket idea? We're going to lose a fortune, Michael. How could you let this happen?
Well, there is an explanation that involves me not letting it happen. And I just don't,
Of course, we
No.
How did you not know, Michael?
I think
how much maybe
might
the
have
world's
hired
consciousness
an outside
is
marketing consultant.
higher at some
Mike,
levels of reality
okay,
than
what
others.
for
Maybe a lot
break
of
it up.
it's doing the smoke.
Michael?
Okay, I think it might have been an
When
inside
you have the complex
consultant.
Was it
maybe
the health
it's
department?
boring. Maybe this
Yep.
stuff of
Was it Jim?
like physics is more important than
No.
formation.
Was it Dwight?
At this formation of stars and that kind of stuff, consciousness really
Yes.
starts being important when you have greater complexities of organisms.
Yeah,
Come on in.
complicated.
Good to see you. Have a seat. I just wanted to congratulate you on that great golden ticket.
What's your idea?
Very simple.
Whoa, wow, you told me that.
Already.
That was your idea,
You were
Dwight.
tested.
I'm not taking my idea. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Put it down.
And it doesn't
Diary.
because
Diary.
of those
Yes, I do.
experiences.
You've just never seen it.
Or physics, we're not interested
I came up with the best idea today about golden tickets.
Physics abstracts away the stuff in the world and just describes it in terms of its functionality and structure.
Fourth, Michael Scott came up with a golden ticket idea to give 5 customers 10% off the thing.
It's doing stuff. Yeah.
I gotta ask,
You know what?
because you gotta say, you know,
You told me
there is
that
value
when you were growing up.
Impossible.
Yes, you
I
did.
wasn't given candy as a child, so
and
a movie that fetishized it that much
personality
made no sense to me. Plus, we weren't allowed to see
somebody
movies,
that, you know,
so
you're
math.
more okay. How do I phrase it? It's not like
The
accusing
conversation with Michael about taking credit for an idea that wasn't mine.
you. It's more okay to murder
Would you
on top of
like to
somebody
go to lunch?
than it is a human
Just
being.
two of us.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it murder.
It's on my heart.
You're right.
turn off.
You guys are doing it. Wow.
All I'm saying is the first day is just keep a respectful distance.
So
I don't think Jim means to say that you shouldn't touch her. Shush. Kind of a playful touch on the arm or on the back. Show your interest, and it's really wrong.
That
And very open-minded about where the spectrum, whether it's the fundamental base of all reality. Like you're describing.
Bible doesn't turn into this blackened carbon brick where it is barbecue sauce of shame and rage, and two hot people with a perfect relationship would not understand that.
And I also
We think a lot alike.
think
Sometimes you will think something, and
have
I will say what you're thinking.
consciousness in the same way you're describing.
Not true. No. We have how the skin is the largest organ of the body.
Like,
Let me just cut to the chase.
vital electricity.
I want you to follow your sword. Oh, no.
Conscious.
I did follow my sword once. I was running with it in my belt. It won't happen
At
again.
the same time,
Why do you even want to say it doesn't get done? I mean, what's the point? You're cooped up in there all day. You don't get to do your farming. You're not dating Angela anymore. It doesn't matter if you get fired for taking credit for the whole ticket idea. It doesn't matter. Me, on the other hand, I would be lost without this place. You, way too manly. What about Shoo-La-La? It's not ready yet. I have an idea for a fancy men's shoe store called Shoo-La-La. And it's just men's shoes for the special occasions in a man's life. Like the day that you get married, or the day your wife has a baby, or for just lounging around the house. May I have your attention, please? I have an announcement. Mr. Dwight Schrute and I just returned from a wonderful stroll together, and although I probably will never do it again, it's made fun. I really had fun with my best friend, Dwight. These aren't announcements. Yes, they are. You just don't care about the information.
Perhaps
I love
that
another
thing will be a time when 20, 30 years we're not really
like you're talking about, that is why he's come to the conclusion. We discussed the fact that I'm here instead of experiencing going around shirtless all day.
Difficult
Experiencing
epistemological question.
That's it.
To do with knowledge.
That's why you made the decision. That's why you made
silicon.
I haven't made a decision yet.
Behave just like us and talk about interviews about the pandemic. Probably we would be cautious.
It's going to do the same for me.
And because it's not publicly observable, it's a very difficult question to decide which things are not conscious. In the case of human beings, we can't observe the consequences.
Right, you look from
and then we try to scan their brain while we do that, stimulate
oh my God.
the brain,
Fight!
start to correlate
Get it?
human traits which type of brain activity are associated with experience. But the more we depart from the human case, the trickier that becomes.
Hey, Dave, how are you? Good to see you. Nice surprise. I know, we're just having a very unfortunate conversation.
Should we ever have this question of
hopefully
suppose you have a silicon duplicate, right? And let's say
technology. The head of Blue Cross just called. They were so excited by the golden ticket discount that they decided to make Thunder their exclusive provider of all office supplies.
Is the hardware of the software, really? How would we ever know empirically whether it's specific neurophysiological state, C5 firing that's relevant to it, or it's something more functional, more to do with the
I just want to say that this golden ticket idea is one of the most brilliant signs of initiative I've ever seen at this company. And how about a big round of applause for Mr. Dwight Schrute?
As the second thing, it has the software,
All right, Dwight.
This
is you. That's what she said.
It doesn't have the hardware.
Hey, Dwight, great idea. Dwight, great idea. How'd you come up with that idea?
You're inevitably both things.
Inspiration. Really? How are you inspired? How did it pop into your head, Dwight? Just
So give me the details of how that happened.
Trying to find the biggest one is really hard. There's
You know what? I even made fun of you dressed up as really wanted to pitch this idea.
Why would you reject it?
It's just a total mess. So I suspect the robots currently have
Thanks, old man.
enough boxes.
Great. Okay, look, I want to get you on the horn and more people in these. And could you set up a call in there in about 15 minutes?
Sure.
David, David's idea.
Well, you know, having how very in a robot.
I don't want
If you go
take
to
the
the
time.
information
Let's make
period,
this sounds like it's Wonka fans
there
only.
could be a robot set up to behave just like us and has the kind of information a human brain has, but the information is not stored in a way
Hey
that's
guys, I
involved.
have with me Dwight. Okay guys, listen up. Here's the deal. I love candy, sweet sugary candy. Second intention is my tongue. One it's metabolized by my stomach acid. So naturally I like Willy Wonka. No,
There's
two dogs. So I love Willy Wonka. The golden ticket scene is so inspiring to me. That's where I came up with that idea. There is no movie called Willy Wonka. It's called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Especially based on the book of Charlie.
I can't vouch for that. But I do know this. He is a liar. He has taken my idea. That is my idea.
I'm going to call you back, guys. What is going on here?
Okay, here's what happened. All my idea. You called me and you were really angry at me and I got scared. So I had Dwight take the fall. But now it turns out that it's a great idea. And Dwight will not confess. Can you believe that?
No, it is my idea.
Oh, how dare you! It's my idea. I'm filled with good ideas. Thousands of good ideas. Good ideas, huh? Hey, did you come up with toilet buddy? It's a net, circular net you put inside the toilet to catch all of your change and your wallet falling into the toilet. Formerly known as toilet guard horse boat. A canoe built around your horse so you can go from riding to water travel without slowing down. Horse boat. Sponge. A hollowed out sponge that is more absorbent and softer than toilet paper. I have a lot of toilet ideas because they're easy. Everybody is this true? I mean, is this true? Yes, it's Michael's idea. Forced on me on the Thank you.
At the same time,
I don't know. What do you want me to do now? What am I supposed to do?
Some
off credit without any
the philosophies. Like you're
Okay.
not unconscious, you're not
I'm
conscious,
going back to New
therefore
York.
it's until you die. I think that's
Yeah.
probably the reason what's
Send me
the
those
most
notes.
the rich history
I'm
of
gone.
genocide that have been studying a lot of that kind of thinking. So it's
When they look back on this day in the history books, all that will be remembered is that I had a good idea. And that's what I'm going to write down in my diary. And that is what I want to write down in yours.
It's a interesting dance, but I kind of think
I want to see that.
No! Is if it turned out consciousness
Hi.
was strongly associated with
Okay.
new causal dynamics in the brain that were not useful to like chemistry or physics. This is another ongoing debate I have with Carol about whether current physics should make us very confident that that's not the case, that there aren't strongly electrical terms. I don't think that's right. I don't think we know enough about brain to know one way or the other.
Well, it's true. So,
The consciousness was associated with irreducible causal dynamics.
Ding dong.
Maybe that would really help science.
KGB.
All
right. I just got out of the shower. I'll be 1 second.
Brain.
You are done. Open the door.
Strongly emergent causal dynamics of the brain. That would be a big.
Hello in there.
But also,
Yes, I'm late for work, so I have to brush my teeth. It's a whole routine. We have other houses to visit. If you want to come back, then that'd be fine.
Sort of the other side of the same point.
You come back at how it's
These
4:45. I get home from work around 6.
mechanisms that are just doing
How about
program
5:15?
the underlying physics.
Right, is that how it works?
Other people were
Hey man, we will come back at 5:15.
All right. we go beyond the base level of physics and chemistry. I think that you see these Western levels where you've got these theme parks with these humanoid creatures. They seem to have an idea that the ones that just develop that would be really fearful if it was just clearly doesn't have to think that, they just think everything is physics and chemistry. And then I still think I want to say zombies don't have all right. How we answer the question of who are the zombies and who aren't, I just got no idea.
If I just look at the history of civilization, the difference between zombie and non-zombie is the zombie accepts their role as a zombie and willingly marches to slaughter. And the moment you stop being zombies and you say no, is when you resist.
Michael, since it is your
Because
15th anniversary company, I thought it might be appropriate to begin the festivities with a 15-minute round of applause.
I just keep letting
Followed by a
everybody
15-minute moment of silence.
just says, I refuse
Is
to
it
be
classy?
slaughtered.
Jim,
Like,
enough with the classy, okay?
people
I just feel like after
have been slaughtered.
15 years of this company, Bravo, by the way, we should celebrate with a very classy
And
event.
you know,
I think you're right. The party has to have all the excitement, the drama, and
we're
intrigue.
awesome, we're sorry,
Of course.
die, and then
And classy.
eventually zombies say, nope.
You just
We're
agreed
done
with him.
with
He's
this.
wearing a
This is
tux.
no-
And you see what he's doing here?
So
Last week, Dwight sent out a memo about the dress code.
That's not
So this is me showing him that I'm taking it very seriously.
practical statement of history.
Oh, here's
It's
one.
a feature
A string
of
quartet
non-zombies
playing classical music.
defined empirically. They say we refuse to be called
No,
zombies.
that's good, but it's not classic, right? I need something classy, like the opening of a car dealership.
For Mr. P.
Yes.
Roman trade
Mr.
union,
P
I would
He is a regular
against
P.
these humans.
He happens to have a cane, a monocle, and a top hat.
That's what makes it classic.
Okay, how about this? An ice sculpture shaped like you, covered in chocolate, covered strawberry. Oh, you're trying to run. That's just not classy. You see the thing about the gas? You can see the oh, I'm sorry. I just don't know what classy is then. Okay, let's just try this one on your size, and I apologize. This is right off the top of my head. A nice sculpture of you. Completely surrounded by a variety of different fruits. That's inspiring. I said that!
At least I don't.
Big class guy. French.
The reality of the situation, there must be, in my view, that has to represent its consciousness, and to me, that's why it's
Hi, can I help you?
Oh, yeah. Charles.
What's your chat? What are some interesting sticking points, disagreements,
Michael, there's a Charles Minor here to
how do
see
you
you.
solve them? Let's see if I get a chance to sleep on it. And I'll talk to Jim about it.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, he put up a bit of a fight. Yeah, it was talented.
Oh, over here.
I view
It is Prince Charles Minor.
we can't
At
explain
your
these
service.
things.
Everybody, this is Sir Charles Minor, and he is the new VP for the Northeast region. So just give it up for this big guy, right? Give it up. Here he is. There he is. Wow. Hold that thought. You know what? I want everybody to go.
Yes,
It's a great room. I have a little surprise for you.
facts about correlation.
Right?
Search
You
for the
score
right
right in there.
to go along with
Come on.
certain
Here we go. Don't be shy.
experience.
Don't be shy. You're one of us.
Agrees on that.
Fine. Stop. I get the cash.
But that doesn't address the why. Why to certain
No,
brain
I don't make
go
it.
along with that kind of experience. And these different things have different explanations for that.
Very slick. Okay.
The materialist tries to explain the experience of the brain activity. The psychist is the other way around. The dualist thinks the
Surprise!
separate will make it a tight
There's nothing
together
in
by
here. The real surprise
special laws
is in
of
the
nature.
conference.
We're
Let's go!
certain-
Now!
we're
Go!
exactly
Okay, come on! Come on!
what relationship they're in. I suppose Joe was saying,
Surprise!
well, look, we know consciousness
See?
explain my
Turn
brain
bagels from O's
because,
into C's from Charles.
you know,
Thank you.
Well,
changes your brain.
I met this guy at corporate last week, and we were
And I
just
suppose, yes.
digging each other's vibe. I was totally grooving on him, and vice versa. Besides, the last two people that had the job were Jan and Ryan. The former was my lover.
Yes.
The latter, my best friend.
In
So
my brain changed my experience.
it's going to be mental.
Right. Those particular chemicals.
It's going to be
that
mental.
particular kind of experience rather than
Oh my God.
different
Is it the
experience or
black
no
trash
experience.
money?
There's something
I don't see it.
deeper at the base
I
layer.
mean, he's okay. He's not unattractive.
Is more important
Jim
to
Halpert,
study
still,
to
so
understand.
I'm saying, yeah,
Go back and describe how the different chemicals interact and create different experiences.
I didn't think you noticed.
Yeah, maybe a good analogy.
It's funny actually. There was White True. He sent out this memo because the
translating
of course sent me out.
Thank you.
So I just had to mess with him. Oh, you understand it. The memo.
Math. Yeah.
Drawer.
Right.
It's crazy.
So that's
Not more crazy than wearing tux at work. I'm reading that.
yeah. Sorry.
Jim,
So anyway,
let you get back to it. So
yeah, the quantum mechanics.
He just had to wear his tux today.
And
Took him 40 minutes to get ready.
Very well, predicts the outcome. But then there's a further
All right,
question.
let me introduce you to some of the
What's
troops.
going on in
Accounting,
reality
front and center.
to make
Coming up
that
here.
equation
I'd like you to meet
predict
somebody.
correctly?
This
And
is the
some
accounting
businesses
firm.
will say,
I come from accounting.
just
Go,
works.
verbal art. This
Shut up
is
and
Oscar
say the
Martinez.
Similarly,
He is Latino,
in consciousness,
and
I think
he just got out of a long-term
It's one
relationship with a man.
trying to
Gil
work out
broke
physical
his heart,
parts of
but
consciousness,
he
which
didn't
kind
bring
of
any of that
physical
into
brain
work. It did
you
not
got
affect his
work
job
experience.
performance whatsoever,
But
and
there's
I'm
another question.
very
What's
proud of
going
him.
on
Nice to meet you.
to undergo
This
those
little
correlations to make it
hellraiser
taste the brain
is
as it goes
Ian
along its
Clark.
way. That's
She
the
slept with a
philosophical
bunch
question
of different guys in the
that
office.
we have to give an answer to. They're just different
Hey,
options.
y'all.
Just as there are different interpretations of quantum mechanics.
I don't need to know.
It's really hard to evaluate.
Perfect, because we have now arrived at Kevin, and he has an essential history.
I would just say hi to everyone.
Good. Everyone, please give it up for Charles Minor.
Before we get another fun question.
C-shaped bagels.
Oh,
Back
well,
to Daniel.
It's great.
above and beyond.
Hey, you know, we're in tough times.
Story
We're
where
not in this
you were
economy. But the goal is
Oh, yeah.
to find out where
on a trip funded by
Well,
Russian
how's it gonna go out?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
Still, you know, we
we
can make it
part
we will try everything in that power to
State University.
Do you have specifics?
So this is actually for several reasons that are
Well,
perhaps complicated to
due to the
explain.
economy, there's a lot of
But simply
worry going
there
around.
is
I didn't want to worry
10 years for
people.
me
Well,
a trip to Russia
yeah,
involves
what I
a
told
few
my
conversations
coaches
in Russian.
is that we are cutting 3% across the board, which means we will no longer be matching
Less to do with
401k
consciousness and
contributions.
intelligence.
All overtime requests will need
More
to come
through
through a corporate
the
office.
conversation.
well,
I'm
it's
also
well,
Stein
And actually, guys, I'm
in
encouraging
Russia,
branches to
in
consider freeze on discretionary spending.
such as salary, benefits, etc., insurance.
Petty cash,
very
supplies,
pleasant
and
discovered with such a center system. So
Okay. You know what? I think this has been great.
more fun
I
question
think
is
this gives us a lot to think
you
about,
and
doesn't it?
Yacht
Charles
talking
Minor,
about
ladies and gentlemen, it's a long trip home. Thank you for coming in. We have to get back to work.
experience. And
Oh, no,
also,
you don't have to do that.
the
I've got
more
this
serious
covered.
side
Just
of
a
it
degree.
is for you, right?
I am thrilled that the
One
new
very
boss has taken such an active interest in all of the
philosophy and
responsibilities that I'm
consciousness and these kinds of ideas in Russia that you've got a chance
Thrilled.
to kind of give us interact with.
David, it was my understanding
Yeah, so the
that I
former
was not
question-
going to be managed.
Yeah, I mean, I
Gave you
had
that
a pretty good experience of chatting
It
to
was
Daniel
my
Dennett.
understanding.
The
Listen,
fantastic
why
and very
don't we just
philosopher,
keep that
even
position
though I
vacant?
Totally
Truth be told, I think I
fundamentally
thrive
disagree
under a lack of
with everything.
accountability.
But yeah, it was a proud moment.
Very qualified.
Book Galileo. I
Really
managed
think
to
that you're
persuade
going to
him
make a great team.
he was wrong about something.
Branch is still mine.
You're still the branch manager. Yes. And if you need anything else at all, just let Charles
But it
know.
was this issue about
Oh, right. David, are you coming to my 15th anniversary party?
whether
I'll give it my best shot.
system with conservation
Oh,
energy.
If we hire Cirque du Soleil as salaried employees, will that help us with year-end tax stuff?
philosopher who's also on this book has argued they're not consistent because if the material soul directly to the brain, that's going to add to the energy system.
I just got off the horn of
So
David
we are
Wallace, and he said that you and I should try to
well,
get
it's
to know
not
each other
my
better.
point.
I agree.
Materialist, like David,
So what I'd like you to do
pointed
is
out that, you know,
tell me something
Judas tend to
that you've never
people
told
do
anybody.
this like David Jarvis call themselves naturalistic Judas. They want to bring consciousness into science. They think it's not physical.
Where do you work before you came here?
But they want to say it can be part of a law of the world.
African
So Charles
Americans
believes
have such a rich
psychophysical laws of nature
unusual
over
names.
and above govern the connection between consciousness and the physical world. And they could just respect conservation of energy, right? I mean, it could turn out that there are, just in physics, there are multiple
excellent
forces
segue
that all
into
work together to respect
really
conservation
what
of
is
energy.
my ultimate point. I don't need to be
They
managed
unify them and
because
but it could be
you
a
know, just want to pick
plurality
up
of
some
different
tips
laws that
observing here and
so
taking
why
other
not add
branches. It's all good.
more
But
laws?
Jan would
so
go
very
sleep alive. She was super horny, and
I
Ryan
got
and I
a lot of as one of the
visited parents that
Moscow
do love
University
her.
graduate
So
students said afterwards, he says, he had to ask translation to his friend, and they turned on you like a pack of wolves. Everyone was like,
I'll just bounce out of
they
faith.
say you believe in magic, do you? I'll tell you the duelist. Making a pedantic point that this is dualism. Anyway, that evening on the
Michael,
island,
stop calling for David.
Daniel Bennett,
Well, just tell him to call me ASAP as possible. Thanks.
Like me.
Oh, no, you have to trim them up.
Hello there, gorgeous. How you doing today?
Good, thank you.
How's it hanging?
Anyway,
All right.
Good. Listen, my name is Michael Scotch,
I was just saying,
and just wanted to say that I've got David Wallace's son in the trunk of my car. He doesn't get on this phone in 5 seconds. I'm gonna start. What are you doing? God! Oh my
The Center
God!
Studies.
yeah,
Hi, Stephanie. It's Michael Scott again. I just spoke with Michael Scotch, and the son's going to be returned. Everything's fine. And I really, really need to talk to David.
And they have an active center there. It's, tries to bring people in. I think they're producing a book that's coming
I
out
was never
that
given a name.
contribution to on different philosophical opinions on God, I think, or some big questions. And yeah, so there's some really interesting stuff going on there. I don't really know more generally about philosophy in Russia.
Dmitry Volkov used to be interesting. I was looking at all the stuff he's involved with.
Hi. Can I help you? I don't think anyone here.
Ma'am, hey everyone, lunch is on me today.
Russian science.
Are you kidding me?
That I think is
On the day that I bring in breakfast,
so
I wish you told us sooner, because I was going to go to the vending machine and get an Excel.
You still have that option.
field ideas.
Nobody thanked me for breakfast except
Collaborating
Charles.
globally, across
You say no more parties, and then you spend all this money. I think it's a little hypocritical.
He seems to be a somewhat singular pushing this up. He just so out to me as somebody super interesting. I don't know if you have
Damn it, Stephanie, put me through him.
I guess he speaks English pretty well.
Pick up the phone.
So he's both an English speaker.
I think he's written a book called Dennis called Boston Zombie. I think. I think that's the title. That he's a big fan of Dennis. I think the original plan for this was just going to be. It was on free will.
I just realized that I used the 2008 calendar to do the spreadsheets for January.
Then I think they asked
You need to come in this weekend to fix it.
You need some
Do smoke this weekend. You know what, Kevin? I applaud your initiative. Yes.
No,
Very good. Duelist. Duelist at University of
Kevin,
in Switzerland.
This is my branch.
So we were the official
You don't ask Charles,
on-board
you ask me. I say approve.
That's not the way it's going to be.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Overboard.
Nearly.
No, it is not.
Okay, so we're on the same page.
Okay, so we're on the same page. Great.
You mentioned free
Okay.
will.
No, seriously. How old are you?
I would love that conversation.
I can tell Michael's mood by which comedy routine he chooses to do. More infantile the more upset he is. And he just skipped the Ace Ventura talking about thing. He never skips it.
To you, so
this is bad.
5 years old. 5 years old. Yeah. Stop it.
Michael, stop doing that.
Whole mess of trouble.
I'm gonna walk away.
Stop doing that. I'm kidding around. Wow, relax, everybody. Is this a joke? It's fine.
Right, so touchy. PPC, let's continue our morning meeting in the conference room.
And then out of that cake pops another stripper holding a smaller cake. And then an even smaller stripper pops out of that one.
What is that smaller stripper?
A cupcake.
I think we
It's
need to
cupcakes
be
and strippers all the way
a
down.
lot more agnostic about free will than bad consciousness, because
That's the party planning
I
committee.
don't think we have the kind of
We spent
certainty
hours planning
of if this is free will that we do
You
have in
guys-
consciousness, because it could turn out free
What's
will
going on
is
here?
Party planning committee,
It
not your
feels
concern,
that we're
Charles.
free, but
Does
we're
it seem
not.
like a good way to spend
Whereas,
time?
I think the idea
Really? Well, then how would we come up with great ideas
that we
like
could
Jim's?
feel paper
Go ahead.
a lot
Well,
harder
I'd like to
make
get
sense
back to work. I was like,
of.
yes.
What I do feel
Two ways that is.
I don't think there are any good either scientific or philosophical arguments against
Good idea.
the
I mean,
existence of
cake
free will. And
will
I
pay,
strong
just
free will
regular
in
shape.
That's cool.
there are
And it's-
people
This is
that
good use of company time.
whoa,
So
you're
this
talking
is
about my
very
anniversary
free
party.
will.
So,
Someone like Sam Harris.
Except for my Google.
yeah, why don't you do that? Yeah,
It's
here we go.
non-existent. I think it's ultimately
Okay.
an empirical question. But
Resolve this.
as we've already
What?
discussed,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
just
come
don't
on.
think we know
This is
enough
a
about
workplace.
the
It
brain
isn't designed for your
to
vanity.
Newsflash. I've been here for 15 years. Headline, you have been here one day. End of story. You have no right to cancel my 15th anniversary party. End of story. End of story. End of story.
Here's my position.
Okay, no. You know what? I'm going to New York. And I'm going to talk to David Wallace. I'm going to tell him everything. And I'm sorry to say, you're screwed. And you know what? You are going to be through. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do that to you.
I think it's really important.
Do you even know how paper is made? It's not like steel. You don't put it into a furnace. If you put paper into a furnace, you know what would happen?
Right,
Ruin it.
get right, to really understand what we're talking about. But sometimes you can get stuck in the entire conversation. It's a fascinating dance, the one you spoke to in philosophy. If you don't get the terms precise, you can't really.
All right, Charles, I gotta be honest. I think
you
we
have
really
the same
got off
conversation.
on the wrong
Same
foot
time,
here. Truth be told,
It could be
I'm a
argued
smart
that
guy
it's impossible to
and
get
hard worker.
perfectly
I'm a great number
precise,
2 for the office.
perfectly formalized. So
Second in command.
then you're also
Why?
not going to
I
get
didn't
in
know
that
that position
conversation. So
Oh,
that's
because at first it
point
was. I
dance.
made up
We
a
have to
decision.
be
Why?
rigorous
Just
in
to
our
be a better
philosophy
assistant to the
and
regional manager.
and then go
Then you lost
back
that.
to being
Michael
rigorous
gave to me. So
and
the
formal and every
assistant
once in a while let it go.
assistant regional manager.
The difference between
Responsibilities
mathematics,
because of it.
the maths, and the
No, not exactly. Trying to keep this.
Anyway, yeah,
Made a
big
position.
balance. I think we're on the same page in terms of consciousness. I think
I will.
pretty much.
I'm just
You
going
know,
to
not
get
saying
back to
that
that.
sounds like it's, but in our
Yeah.
understanding of our problem. But yeah, I think maybe we could do about free will without being
Hello,
dragged down.
Stephanie? Okay, where is he?
So we be open-minded, but you can still have intuitions about
So is this the meeting you've been in all day?
Sam.
How did you get here?
Harris is
I
a pretty
drove.
sort of counterintuitive.
Okay.
And for some reason, it gets
Canceled.
really riled up.
My 15th anniversary party. Just pulled the rug out from under me. He said, no figs.
Or
I've already bought them. And I don't have a place to store them. So I feel like I've been sort of alone. Did you talk to him about this? You've talked to him all day, obviously. You talked to him about this.
Well, I didn't know about the figs specifically.
Okay, then I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Because I thought in the new system that I was supposed to talk to Charles, and then Charles was supposed to talk to you, and that would dilute any need for me to ever talk to you.
That's not exactly.
Clearly, that's what you wanted. No, 15 years I've been here, and I have sacrificed a lot. Yes, I have put having a family on hold, and I have never gone hang gliding, and I've never driven my car to the top of Mount Washington.
desire to make an action, and when that action is actually performed, and how you interpret that action being performed, how you remember that action. All the stories we tell ourselves, all the neurochemicals involved in making a thing happen, all of that. What's the timing, and how does that connect with us feeling we decided to do something? And then, of course, there's some philosophical discussion about is there room in a material view of the world.
And for my next trick, I will make my career
entity
disappear.
that somehow just
I could see our kids facing obstacles, being half black and half Indian, but
and,
so worth it, you guys.
yeah, those are all very precise, but it's nice.
It's just
It's
me
like
here.
free will.
I'm gonna get him to buy me a private tonight. I think he will.
Mechanistic
What?
thinking and this consciousness to really get to the bottom. It feels like it was a race for the bar when you're getting money. It
Hey!
feels like we'll get to the bottom of
Is
free
that
will
his scarf?
faster than we will to the bottom of consciousness.
Yeah.
Charles and Kelly?
So they're different
Absolutely
arguments.
not.
I mean,
He is a sophisticated
one
man.
argument I've heard
He does
somewhere
not
is
need to be
that's
dumpster
pretty
diving for
common.
companionship.
Is
Okay?
this sort of just
I
we
don't
can't make
understand
sense
that
of the middle way
after 15 years of service
and
here,
choice being
I have to get in a car and drive to New York in order to
and
talk
it
to
just
you.
being
That doesn't seem right to me.
totally random.
That doesn't seem fair, and I think
Random decay of radioactive isotope or something.
that I've earned more
So
than
I
that.
think there was a good answer to that by the philosopher Jonathan Lowe, who's not necessarily very well known outside academic philosophy, but
Right. Yes.
hugely
I
influential.
get it. I get
Figure.
it.
I think in recent times he's definitely died of cancer.
We will move
He
some
is-
money
he
around.
actually spent almost
And
all his
I will
career at
personally
Durham
see to it
University.
Your party?
One reason it was great honor to get a job there.
I will be in
But anyway,
attendance.
his answer to
It's
that
going to be
was,
great.
what makes the difference between a reaction and a totally senseless one, senseless random event,
I quit.
is that free choice involves responsiveness to reasons.
You have
So
no
again,
idea
we
how
talked about
high
this
I
earlier. If I'm deciding whether to take a job in the US or to stay in the UK and have considerations, different standards of life, maybe, or being close to family, or cultural different way that edge towards a decision. So I think that is sufficient to distinguish it. Hypothetically, supposing determined by prior causes and totally random. Well, there's an action choice that's not determined by prior causes, but it's not just random because its decision essentially involved responsiveness to reasons. So that's the answer to that. And I think actually that kind of thought also, I think you were hinting at the famous Libet experiments where he got his subjects to perform some kind of random action of pressing a button and then note the time they decided to press it, quote unquote, and then he's scanning the brains.
I had no idea when I got into that car in New York.
Before they consciously decided.
I got on the ramp.
The
I'm
brain
like,
is
2 hours. 2 hours to go. Feeling good. Drank some tunes. Should have peed before I left.
Michael gets it a good part.
Okay.
Decided
So,
to press the button. The brain
get up the
had
building.
already started.
Revolving
the
door.
activity that's going to
Broke
lead to
it.
Action.
So I have to take
people
the
have
door.
claimed that
That
there's
means
a
it's
difference
in
of
the
maybe
No,
7 to 10
no.
seconds.
I was so nervous it was the wrong building. I had walked into the wrong building.
He finally has a story we really want to hear.
As far as I'm aware, all of the
Okay, focus,
choices they focused on
You're
are just these
in the
totally
right
random
building, you're with the right
senseless
people.
actions like
What
pressing the
happened?
button
I looked
for
at
no
Wallace
reason.
and I said,
And I think the kind of
I
free
quit.
will we're interested in
And
is free choice that involves responsiveness to reason, weighing up
no
considerations.
idea how high I
And
can
those
fly.
kind of things
Tell
might
them
not
that's it, but
happen
we
like
won't.
at an identical instant. You might,
Wouldn't it
when
feel
you're
good
weighing
to
it
tell
up,
him that he was
you're
a
get
cop too?
married,
That he's
you
wasted 15
you
years
might
of your
edge
life.
slowly
Spit in his
towards
face.
one side
You
or
guys have
the
thought
other.
about this a lot more than I have. I
And
just
so it could be that
I love a good
maybe
quitting
the
story.
limit.
It makes me feel like I have control
maybe
of my
they
own
show
life.
that we
Gives me
can't
hope. Maybe I'll have one of my own
choose
someday.
to do something totally senseless, whatever that would mean.
But I dream.
But that doesn't show we can't freely, in this strong libertarian sense, respond to considerations of reason and value. To be fair, it would be difficult to see what third consideration raised different again. This is the debate I have with Sean Carroll.
About a week ago, Michael gave us 2 weeks' notice.
I just think we don't know enough about the
And
brain to know whether
surprisingly,
there
there
are
is a very
causal
big
dynamics
difference
in the brain
between
that
Michael
are
trying
not
and
reducible
Michael
to
not
underlying
trying.
chemistry and
Is that
physics.
Scotch?
And
Scotch and Splenda.
so,
Tastes like
so then
Splenda.
Sean
Gets
Carroll
drunk like
says, well, that would mean our physics is wrong. So he focuses on the core theory, which is the name for standard mathematical physics.
What am I going to do? I'll tell you.
The
What I'm
weak
going to
limit
do.
of
I'm
general
going to do
relativity,
this,
so that we
or
can't
that.
fully bring
I'm going to stay up all day.
quantum mechanics
I'm
and
going to stay up all night.
together.
I'm going to
But
give it a,
actually,
oh,
the
hey,
circumstances we can't
oh.
bring them together are just in
And I'm going to
situations
stop
of
worrying
very high
about
gravity. For
calories.
example, you're about to go into a black hole or something.
Close
Actually,
the office,
terrestrial
close the door, and make some calls
we
about
can't
jobs.
bring them together.
I have a job.
For
4
theory,
more days.
and then
You don't have
Sean
any
wants to
leads on
say,
the
well,
job?
Well, you don't understand. At my level,
theory
you're
is
looking
correct.
for the one that's for a
And
job.
so,
You're headhunted.
if
Any good headhunter knows that.
brain, the core
Really
theory
good
is wrong.
headhunter with stronger
And
village
actually,
and sunset
this is
over
something
running force and cut off your head
I'm
and
not
sit
sure
on
about, and
knife.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm learning about this, I'm not sure. But I'm still not totally clear what
I need you to.
If we did discover strong emergence in the brain, we will or something else. Perhaps what we would say is not that the core theory is wrong. We'd say the core theory is correct in its own terms, namely capturing the causal capacities of
As long as you want.
particles and fields. But then it's a further assumption whether they're the actually in a running show. Maybe there are also
I just wanted to
fundamental
tell
causal
you
capacities associated
that
Oh,
systems.
what's that?
And then
Hey,
discover this
what is this
when
about?
we work out what the brain, we
yeah,
have to
we
look
should
to the
go.
core
We were
theory,
leaving
capacities
farewell.
of
Right.
particles and fields,
So I hope
and
it
we
gets
have to
working.
look to what we know about these strongly emergent causal capacities of systems, and maybe they
This one?
co-determine.
Busted. Yes, I already have it.
So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but I mean the more important way, that's the way I should ranting, how we
Yes.
the more important thing is we just don't know enough about the workings of the brain to know whether there are
You interviewed
strongly emergent causal dynamics, whether or not that would mean we have to modify physics, or maybe just we think physics is not the total story of what's running the show, but
The
we just
regional manager, I've decided to go with an
it
outside
turned out
Well,
empirically that everything's reducible to underlying physics and chemistry, so I would treat
That's a drive.
any kind of free utilitarian in a heartbeat. It's an
It's
empirical
brutal out
question. Maybe that's why, as you say, in principle, it's easy to get a grip on. Not where we are supposed to be at that stage.
Well, I don't know if she really was. We're not, because one of the ways that people get to it
You said it would
is
be
by
ready by
engineering
today.
systems.
And
So
it is
my
today.
hope is to understand intelligence by building intelligent systems, to understand consciousness by building systems that don't say the easy thing, which is not the easy thing, but the first thing, which is to
During the
try
course of
to
business, a copier goes through something called normal wear and
create the
tear.
illusion of consciousness. Through that process, we can start to understand much more about consciousness, about intelligence. And the same is true for those are all
Yesterday, they
very
delivered the new one,
together.
but they didn't set it up.
Narrow
So,
perspective. And
my
when you
day
try
just
to
got a
engineer
little
systems that interact deeply to form friends with things that humans
Well,
fall
stir,
in love
but,
with,
oh,
and they fall in
singular.
love with humans.
Thank you.
Then you start to
You
have
can
to
paper long enough
try
to
to
get to
deeply understand ourselves. To try to deeply understand what is intelligence in your mind, what is consciousness, what is free will. And I think engineering is just another way to do philosophy.
Yeah, no, I certainly think there's a role for that. It would be an important consideration if we could see
What am I gonna do?
replicate in an artificial way the ability to choose. That would be my consideration in thinking about these things. But there's still the question of whether that's how we do it. So even if we could replicate behavior in a certain way in an artificial system, it's not until we understand the workings of our brains, it's not clear that's how we do it. And as I say, the kind of free will I'm interested in is where we respond to reasons, considerations of value. How would we tell whether a system was genuinely responding, grasping and responding to facts about value,
whether they were just
Because I know paper. I know everything there's no
replicating, giving the impression of doing so.
Oh God, I actually invented decline.
I don't know.
I
I
know
think about that.
On the process of building them,
everything.
people get a lot of insight, and once they become conscious,
Michael Scott.
what's going to happen is exactly the same thing is happening in chess now. Because once the chess engines far superseded the capabilities of humans just kind of forgot about them, or they used them as models to study and stuff, but we still say, okay, let the engines be in this, and then we humans will just play amongst each other. It's just like dolphins and hamsters are not so concerned about humans except for a source of food. You know, they do their own humans launch rockets into space and all that kind of stuff. They don't care. I think we just focus on ourselves. But in the process of building intelligent systems, conscious systems, I think we'll get a deeper understanding of the role of consciousness in the human mind. Like
I'm sure they're
it's
pretty much the same
is it the
as
base layer of reality? Is it
American jargons that got us involved in
the brain? Or just as you
World War II.
put here, it could be both. Like they're not mutually
Funny, did the German instructions say what this is supposed to
be
do?
an interdisciplinary task. You need philosophers, neuroscientists, physicists,
There's either an incense dispenser,
engineers, replicating these things artificially.
ceremonial.
All needs to be working in step. And
My German is pre-industrial and
more and more
mostly
scientists in
religious.
touch with me, actually, saying that was one of the great things about, I think, this comes from writing a book in the
This
middle.
one form
It's
instead of
not
saying
just getting the ideas out of the general audience, getting the ideas out of scientists.
Like Michael Scott.
This in some way connects to my work. And I would like to kind of start to put together a network, an interdisciplinary network of
Have you really thought this through?
scientists and
Big
philosophers
risk.
and engineers, perhaps interested in a panpsychism approach. Because I think so far panpsychism is kind of justify its existence.
Right.
And that's what I think once you just get on with an active research program, that's when people start taking it seriously.
At least I can do it again. I know the market. I know the price
Do you
points.
think we're going to see
Don't worry. So how do I do that?
I think
is there some aspect to that
scan
thought
it,
experiment of
and then you're going to upload the image,
within the
and you
framework
can copy the
of
image.
panpsychism?
it's an important and serious argument, and you know, not to be laughed away. I suppose one issue
So
I have
that
with
is
it
why I have to leave at 5 on Tuesdays. It's to pick up my little sisters
there's
from
a crucial
school.
assumption there that
We're really
consciousness
tight.
is
Really
substrate
tight.
dependent as the jargon goes. It's what? No, right.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were
It's
with me.
software rather than
But I
hardware.
just wanted
Like,
to
it
bring you
depends
the
on
brochure on that
organization
counselor that I was telling you about.
Whereas this
Because I remember listening to Leslie's
stuff
actually,
of the
it
brain,
was so much fun
stuff
last
of
year.
that.
There
So I
was a
think
Sunday
just
bar.
taking the
I didn't have
organizational
any,
properties, the software of my brain, and uploading them,
Michael just let anybody
you
in
wouldn't
his
get the
office.
stuff on my
Yes, yes, my bed just takes me time.
Start loading on my.
I am aware of the
Think, oh my
effect I have
God,
on
Granny's still there. I'm
You should
like,
be heading back to your desk.
her body's wanted in the ground, and you know, when we all start loading up, brains,
Well, you'll let me know.
we're just committing suicide. We're just getting rid of our consciousness,
She's
and
such a
because I
special
think
person.
that
She's turning 50 this year.
for me preserve the experience, just getting them up the software features. So that's a crucial.
This climate,
That's a crucial premise of the simulation argument, because the idea in a simulated universe, I don't think it necessarily works.
It's interesting that you, as a panpsychist, are
Well, it's a very intriguing concept, isn't it?
panpsychism would encourage the thought that there is not a significant difference.
Michael is starting his own paper company. What do you think about that?
At the very bottom, it's not substrate independent,
Your own paper company.
but you can have consciousness in a
It's just
human
a,
and
it's
then
a
move it to
nugget of an
something
idea.
else.
Right.
You can move it to the cloud. You can move it to the computer.
But
It feels like
Very
that's much more possible.
It's very,
Consciousness
it's very
is
exciting.
based there.
Yes,
location
certainly.
is hard for me with the
That's what I
farm
was thinking.
It allows the
responsibilities.
possibility
So
of
far, so
You get into
creating
your
artificial
own
consciousness
life.
that
there's not souls, there aren't.
Okay, so think about it. Yeah, let's put a pin in it.
So yeah, it definitely allows the possibility
Everyone,
of artificial
can I have your
consciousness
attention?
and maybe
All I've
preserving
been waiting
consciousness
for.
in some sort of artificial way. The
Right?
only thing I suppose is
Little
just
thing wants attention.
replicating the computational or organizational features would not for me consciousness. I mean, some opponents of materialism agree with me on that. I think David Sharman is an opponent of materialists. He's a kind of dualist. He thinks
It's not ready, Kevin.
the way these psychophysical
I'm at a
work,
crucial point where I've
they
sunk
hook
4
onto
hours
the
into that copier.
computational or
And I'm not going to let it beat
features
me
of
like that
matter.
wireless
So he
router
thinks
did.
I think he thinks you could upload your consciousness. I tend to think not. So
In that sense, we're not living in a
You're
simulation.
noting my food?
In the sort of
Just say still doesn't make it sound
computational view
offering
is
you the
that
opportunity of a
substrate
lifetime,
matters.
Oscar, to come work
yeah,
for me.
I think so.
Do you
Yeah.
have a business
Yeah.
plan?
In
A
that
funding
you
request?
approach our
Market research, financial? You need to
No.
know. No. Most
Physics
businesses, they don't make
is
a
our
profit
best
for
way
at
of
least 2 years.
capturing
And
what
then
the
your
stuff
margins
of the
will be
world
razor
does.
thin.
But not
Best case
the
scenario,
oneness,
you don't
the-
cut yourself a salary for at least
the
5
being,
years. Can we go
the
5
stuff,
years
yeah,
without a
the
salary,
business,
Michael?
the
Okay,
business,
5
thank
years?
you.
Hey, you already have the
there was a
job.
friend
You don't have to
when it
take
comes to
it.
people
It's just
sometimes,
not
he said, "Oh, you mean the business?" Well, that was a good way to say it.
Just
It's a big, ridiculous question. What is the meaning of all this?
you're not letting me
You
finish, and you just
you
lost
write
out
in
on
your
$1
book
million.
that the entry
You know what?
for our reality in the
I had a
Hitchhiker's
great time in
Guide
prom,
might read a
and
physical
no one said yes
universe
to that either.
whose intrinsic nature is
It's working.
constituted of postulates, work,
See.
or visit. So
Fine.
our
I did it.
whole
I learned
conversation is
everything
about
about
the
this
first part
machine.
of
I
our
know all the
sentence.
buttons,
What
even the
about
inside
second part?
ones.
Work that
I know all the error
Why
messages.
is this place
I
work that
could
visit?
do a bound book
Why does
in
it have
plastic
meaning?
with offset colors,
Why does it have value at all?
which feels
Why?
These are big questions. I mean, firstly, I do think panpsychism it is important to think about for consideration of meaning and value. As we've already discussed, I think consciousness is the root of everything that matters. You know, from
Okay,
deep
I've
emotions,
used
subtle
my 2
thoughts,
weeks.
beautiful sensory experiences, and yet I believe
Hank?
our official
You really
scientific
think Hank is
worldview
going to be loyal to you?
is
Hank,
incompatible
please
with the
escort
reality of
Charles from the
consciousness.
building.
And that's controversial, I think. And I think people feel this on an intuitive level. It's maybe part of what Max Weber called the disenchanted nature. You know, that they think
guy, and he's super
they know their feelings and experiences are not just electrochemical signaling. I mean, they might just have that very important intuition. I think that can be rigorously supported. So I think this can lead to a sense of alienation and
Well, here we
a
are.
sense that
I would just like
for understanding the meaning and significance of our lives. And in the absence of that, people turn to other things to make sense of the meaning of their lives. Nationalism.
All right then, everybody, I'm out of here.
Consumerism. So I think panpsychism is important in that regard. It brings together
He's saying something.
quantitative facts of physical science with, as it were, the human truth, by which I just mean the qualitative reality of
And I feel free.
As I've already said, I do think there are objectives
Just like that. As mysteriously as he arrived.
value and what we ought to do and what we ought to believe that we respond to. It's very mysterious to make sense of, both how there could be such facts and how we could know about them and respond to them. But I do think there are such facts, and they're mostly to do with kinds of conscious experience.
So there to be discovered much of the human condition is to discover those objective sources of value.
Michael's like a movie.
I think so, yeah. And then,
It's
I mean,
not great, but it's something to watch.
moving away from that second to
And when it's over, you're like, how
and
much
then
time was left on the
bigger
display?
level, I suppose I think it is important to live in hope that there's a purpose to existence, and that what I do
Michael.
contributes in some small way to that greater purpose. But I would say I don't know if it's a purpose to existence. I think some things point in that direction, some things point away from it.
These are for
But
employees only.
I don't think you need certainty, even high probability
Michael, why is it that
to
you asked
have
everyone
faith in
except
something. So take
Angela
an analogy.
imperative?
Suppose you go friend who's very seriously
I
ill.
wanted to.
Maybe there's
Start somewhere.
a 30% chance
You
they're
didn't
going to
want to
make it.
start with us. No.
You shouldn't believe your friend's going to get better. You know, because probably not. But what you can say is, you say, when I have faith that you're going to get better, that is, I choose to live in hope about that possibility. I choose to orientate my life towards that hope. Similarly, I don't think we know what resistance, but I think we can make a choice to live in hope of that possibility, and I find that a worthwhile and filling way to live. So maybe as your editor, I would collaborate with you on the edited Hitchhiker's Guide entry that the work of visit will concern hopefully or visit. Or the inhabitants hope that you visit. It's worth a visit. Phyllis, you're an incredible mind, an incredible human being, and indeed are humble. And I'm really happy that you're able to argue and take on some difficult questions with some of the most brilliant people in the world, which are the philosophers.
Are you doing your best here?
So this was an awesome conversation. I hope you continue talking to folks that have hairs. So glad you took the joke. I can't wait to see what you write, what you say, what you think next. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thanks very much. It's been a really fascinating conversation. I've got a lot I need to think about actually just in this conversation. Thanks for chatting to me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Phil Goff. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm using some words.
All right, time to go. Yeah, let's go. Come on. Come on, Michael. I think maybe Hank should be here.
One does not become enlightened
You mess with me. Is that what you're gonna do? I'll tell you something, Charles. I don't even care because I've got nothing to lose.
Thank you for listening.
Oh my God! No, God! No! No! All right, it's not worth it.
Oh no.
Humans
I'm going with them.
by violence and got to ask yourself why. Is it the right part? Yes.
I talked so much shit that
Michael, wait!
This is going to be rough.
You're living this.
I'm coming with you.
I got you, man. Powered by McDonald's.
You are?
I want more.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed by that. Junior sitting
Great.
here.
Great. Except I don't want to be a receptionist anymore.
Right. Executive assistant.
Salesman.
Each of whom are considered
All right.
by many to be the greatest
Okay.
of all time.
Deal.
Each
Deal.
of their respective disciplines.
Okay.
The
Well,
greatest
Jim.
MMA fighter of all time, Jason Kidd.
Well, let's go.
The greatest
All my
martial
stuff
arts
is
coach of
still
all time,
upstairs.
Don
People
Hurt.
watching.
Probably.
And the greatest submission grappler of all time.
It's not even leaving office.
Jim.
That's how you
Jim.
So let me ask the first
We're having a
question.
company meeting here.
You guys can see the question with preparation here. What is the key to your success?
Okay. I'll see you later.
Later.
John. This is the right one. Yes. I like that you choose John right off the bat. He's the most nervous. He's inspired us.
You know, personal change shouldn't affect our day to day.
For me,
But
it's
we get a new receptionist. I want Kevin on the phone.
finding a way to work
Phones.
in a
So,
world where
wait till we
most
waste
of
the
the
time.
councils
I'm standing here. I want you on top of that.
and
I want
any
you to talk
developers,
about it to what are.
by the time you get to that school, most of the
Okay, that's
basic
it on my
theses
list.
will
So,
be,
no
the
excuses,
major
guys. Let's get going,
major
okay?
mechanical understandings of the sport are long since worked out. And so, in a highly developed world, the key to success is to be able to identify some area of the industry that you're in, which is currently undervalued. If you're looking at a field, everyone who's a viewer is usually the main skill in the industry. And you get some skills, attributes, will always be somewhat underappreciated. You see that in any industry, there are always trends which change the nature of the industry over time. So, fashion trends in the clothing industry, you'll see at any given time there's a general wave of fashion that pushes most people in that industry in a given direction at a given time. What makes people stand out is the ability to look at the various possibilities out there and say, here is something which is genuinely useful, but which is currently being underutilized, and I want to bring that back in and develop it. And because it's an inherently useful product, it will be very, very successful in its initial application.
This is Kevin. Please hold while I transfer you. Oscar!
If you can do this in whatever industry you're in.
Charles is having Kevin come to the phones for a while.
This implies both techniques.
I think Kevin is doing exactly as well as anyone might have expected someone like him to perform in a position like that.
In my school, leg locks have always
hold.
been.
Andy, phone call!
Yeah.
Thought we nailed the whole transfer thing earlier.
I wrote it on my hand, but then I washed it.
It is transfer, extension, transfer.
Andy, get ready.
Here we go.
For most the history of the sport,
it is 134.
Yeah,
Muscle, you are murdering the Nardos.
I will transfer you.
You're bad at this too.
Don't answer that call.
Call is very important. Aspect of it, no longer this kind of fashion trend exists in every industry, and the job of anyone who wants to excel in a given industry is to identify what are the things that are currently not in fashion,
Today is my first day at my new job at Michael Scott Paper Company Incorporated. You know, Apple Computer started in a garage, and we're starting in a condo, so we already have a leg up on Apple. It's official.
Oh, good. My hooker's here.
Michael, you're expecting me, right?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Are you wearing anything under the robe?
That is appropriate. Come on in.
When everybody will write.
This looks great, Michael.
Thank you.
And I felt when
Like some French toast.
trying to do things
Yes,
that
please.
were not
What shape?
Square is fine.
known to be.
Just wanted to fill you in on a few details. As you know, I will run on the bridge while we search for things for yourself. Please feel free to come and make any questions.
Where will you be staying while you're at Trenton?
At that state. For example,
Where were you born?
I was fighting the guys that had
operations
better wrestling background than me in paper. Nobody.
How are operations at the company just day to day?
Nobody at their fight.
Let's go over
Take them down because they so good. And I didn't have on paper that wrestling critically fit these guys. Right? But everybody tried to right to go left. I thought that was
okay, Jim, help it.
the blueprint to beat certain shots.
Oh, I was just dying.
Yeah, so glad you have part two parts where you did just that, but it's fascinating. Let's Gordon, again, you know,
Oh no, the new boss does not find Jim adorable. Oh.
we should say we're in Texas now.
So, what do you say we get started?
After breakfast.
I'm full.
So how you feeling about the new company?
I feel good. Wow.
So first of all,
Excited about the company?
Yeah, I'm excited to start the company.
how much this you
We did that. So what's next?
I think it's
Michael, just stop for a second. Michael, stop for a second. No, I know you are. Just let me have. Just give me mine. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He really changed my way of thinking about this.
I can't do this.
It wasn't working. I would just do it.
This is pathetic, isn't it?
More aggressively, not just
I'm such an idiot. I gave up the only job I ever loved to do this.
For 6 months, and just getting people repeatedly.
I beg in my Crocs.
Like, this is not working. And any like when I was like
I never see you drink. I never see
I'm like
you
this,
eat.
I'm like 6'2", like Jack. And I'm like, there's no way I'm losing the guy who looks like this. He just can't feel anything. So I would just go harder and harder, and it just work. And then John's like, well, I learned to love this person. Like,
You know, Michael,
some more success.
when I feel
I was
overwhelmed,
like, yeah, that makes sense.
I know.
And,
No, I'm
then
saying that when I feel overwhelmed, something I like to
doing things
do
harder.
is
I'd
make a
actually get
list.
better at jiu-jitsu.
Make a list of
Remember,
things
like,
to
turning
do,
point where
and then start with the easy stuff.
you became, as opposed
Okay,
to being
first,
mediocre, not just the
work out.
technique,
And hey, look, you did that. Check.
I think it was somewhere
Eat
around
an enormous
about
breakfast.
training competition, like,
Check.
Don't patronize me. When I was
I'm not getting dressed. I'm not getting dressed. I have too many things to do before I get dressed. I need to find 100 clients.
Michael, that seems impossible.
It's totally impossible.
We need to come up with one realistic thing that we could do today.
Assemble a sales team. Dreams.
Great.
Okay, Ryan.
No, what? Why?
It's everything I'm not and everything I am. It's a whole package.
No, we're not going to hire Ryan.
Oh, big club. Best salesman I've ever met.
Okay.
Works at that telemarketing place.
We'll find them.
Okay. Oh, also we have a meeting this afternoon with a potential investor.
Really? We have an investor already?
Maybe Barbara Devitt. She invested in I'm putting together a little presentation.
Michael, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I guess it's not so bad.
We did a hard round together.
Hey, we need to get you dressed. I have guilt about this too. One person freaks out sometimes. That's one thing I've learned about relationships.
This is like something that I actually do professionally and make it a career.
Hey,
Okay,
you
so
look great.
performance was the like you didn't need
Let's
to
go.
believe. Like a lot of Olympic gold medalists, they have to believe.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
They're getting
You weren't supposed to say this. This is like my secret obsession.
Yeah, I think the best way to sleep is
Oh, what? I hate soccer.
Against Tyler,
But guess who doesn't hate soccer?
I can do it.
Charles Minor. I was actually in
So
Germany
for me,
in 2006.
the belief you get to the point where you're
Should have been
saying,
me. Yeah, I got this.
one of the greatest rappers ever. It's like a long journey. Yeah, but
I've never been at this level.
I had to believe in myself because this was
How I operate.
prior to that.
I mean, I've always subscribed to the idea that if you really want to impress your boss, you go in there and you do mediocre work. Half-hearted.
George, was there a turning point?
Next on the list,
You thought,
open the mail.
Oh, wow. Michael Scott Paper Company.
I always
Okay. Very official.
the turning point, there was
Dear Mr. Scott, please be advised that it is in violation of your condominium agreement to conduct your business headquartered in your residence. The penalty of forfeiture of residence.
Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're just going to add find
Oh,
office.
it's not an office. Have we paid for an office?
Next on the list, song parodies.
Okay, achy breaky farts.
Right, let's get it.
No, my stumps. Like my pumps go down their legs.
Yeah.
I thought that was getting them paid by you.
Whoa!
And I watched it before.
Yeah, that's Pele. You're soccer, man. I prefer Maradona. Diego Maradona. Oh, yeah? I didn't know we had so many saxophones. To be fair, I was the first one to talk about it. But what about you, Jim? Oh, no.
Then I really was
I suppose.
because I started beating everybody.
That's more of a player.
And
Yeah?
I started to believe
Really, Jim?
the hype people when they look at
I had no
that
idea
you
you had soccer.
being the main
You
superstar.
never,
and
ever
stuff
talk about it.
Then when
I do. Wow, I play. You could be some modest, some matters. Maybe you and Charles should kick the soccer ball around. Maybe we will someday. We will tonight after work. What do you say? Great ideas. Why? Great ideas are just part of what I bring to the table. I don't try and be anything that I'm not. Say, Jim. I want to play some soccer. Hey, anybody else? I'm in it for you. Game on! Okay. You want to feel that? Yep. I used to play soccer in school. second, fourth grade.
The world, right?
Orange team.
You don't have confidence like you can be a millionaire, but
We got big
actually
problem.
make it. So that's a little bit.
Where are we going?
John,
We have a meeting with an investor today.
Yes, we do. So get excited.
I think it's always good
But I
to be
have to
aware
okay, it's back real quick. Okay, excuse me.
So I'm a perfect balance of confidence and fear.
Seems really
To
confident.
me,
He can be.
that's what authenticity gave me the edge.
The food of the wise man, but the result of the fools.
Playing off that, John gave
I'm
me
looking forward to getting to know you better.
he was
Nicole.
like, you have to be able to, like, flip the switch.
I would like fair size 9, please.
Like a guy like Mayweather, he just has super confident.
It's Michael.
And he plays the character.
Happy birthday to Sally, 1927. Imagine a company that has no trade with cost misconduct because they have no files.
Have it translated to your life and just be yourself with
It's been a long time.
if you play that
Possibilities for you. I mean, you know better than I do.
then you have to actually do the trick to
Yes.
make that happen. You can't believe your eyes and say that I can just do whatever I want, no one's ever gonna beat me. If you
Well,
have to switch the
like
camera so
Michael.
actual
What's going on?
It's tough
Hey, Ryan.
because
Excuse me.
you're
Yes.
This wasn't on the list.
Yes, it
such a
is.
large fraction of the world.
Yes,
It's not.
it is.
When did you add this to the list?
And
Perfect.
everyone deserves a second chance.
It's hard for the confidence stuff.
Ryan, just out of curiosity, how much do you get
How do
paid?
you work?
You get paid by the year at the bowling alley.
What do you make, Secretary?
Back to work, shoot, bitch.
For me, it's strictly material.
Would you like to come to work for the Michael Scott Paper Company?
The guys in the
What size shoes are you guys? Oh, nine. What are those, men's 10?
and for me, so I just is trying to
Still
learn
like them?
new
Okay, okay. It's already made for himself.
interesting thing. It's not really
Where is it? Right here.
beat me out.
Hey, come on, guys. The prime setting on, you know?
What keeps me in the background is all the time. Some people do pressing levels at all times. I don't just go do the same thing.
Alfred, you look so. Defend to him. He sets him up. Sets him up. Yeah. Oh, no. I can't wait to play. Oh, it's going to be the.
It's
You guys want to hear about Thailand? Oh, yeah.
that's
Sure.
that's fair. Because sometimes in the gym, even
You guys have the scrappables.
some video getting
That's awesome.
I don't care what happened.
This asked a lot of questions, and I like that. Hey, Nana! Hi!
But it's not
Hi, boy! Home to their families all the time, and then you
when you
have to
fight,
start. And if my man's investment club can help Michael Scott Paper Company,
it hit me in terms of my
I'm
pride.
sure that's what you wanted.
Beat in the gym.
That's one.
But
Well, I'm sure that you must all have very, very busy schedules, so I appreciate you meeting with us here today. What this is a business that I have worked for my entire life. I have assembled what I believe to be the most exciting, sought-after talent in the industry today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Dream Team. From our very own Scranton, Pennsylvania, Pam Beasley. Judy Pam is always reaching for the stars, and someday she may just surprise us all in travel. Meet Vikram. From his humble beginnings as a From his humble beginnings as a prominent surgeon, he risked it all to become the most successful telemarketer in the lipophedrine industry. I do not call it a comeback. The youngest vice president in the history of Dunder Mifflin and recent bowling alley employee, Ryan Howard, is about to make a splash in paper.
So let's hear it.
Okay, I have spent the last 15 years learning the ins and outs of the paper industry with a mean fighting crew and low overhead. I think I can perform the same business at a much higher rate of profit.
How do you expect to turn a profit in this economy?
By wanting it more, by working hard.
What's your mission statement?
My mission is stated as follows. I will not be beat. I will never give up. I am on a mission. That is Michael Scott guarantee.
Come on, Oscar. What position did you
Win.
He crossed the line. Could be
Left.
Forward row.
there's something you heard.
Okay, striker.
Striker.
You got no flags.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
No, it's supposed to be kickoff. Kickoff. My strategy is to touch the phone as little as possible. Chuck it up the team.
All right. And I offer same day free delivery.
And then after that initial shot, then we go back and forth and obviously.
I'm not so sure. Well, what is it exactly? I mean, what specifically? We don't. It doesn't have to be paper. We could sell medicine.
Like what do those people like energize you?
We could just give it a chance. It's not
funny
much
to you?
money. Well,
What is an
this might not be the right time, but I need more than I originally asked. It's an investment.
Like because
Okay.
because most of them
I love you, Michael.
they like just based on factually.
But no.
So then I just argue with the actual
No.
statistics. It's just like you suck or you're not going to beat this person. I'm like I've already.
I thought Nano raised some good
So
questions.
it riles them up and it's just
What kind of a name is Nano?
Yeah, your
grandma.
Sweet.
Thank you.
You actually you start.
I'm sorry, can you drop me back at the telemarketing building? No, Michael, you want to succeed? You got to apply the same.
And on top of behaviors, more specifically, in yourself and George can come to George's.
Oh my God!
Honestly, you okay?
I don't know.
What an experienced soccer player like yourself. Duck at the very last moment.
Okay, I'm just gonna go get some ice. Does that make you feel better?
Say by way of advice.
Sorry, Phil. Oh yeah, Jim. Sorry.
Without either yourself or others.
Do you get TNT? The station. You get TNT? Yeah.
First,
cable
I
satellite is back up.
manifest my desire to become a professional mixed martial art athlete. Everybody doubt me.
Yeah.
Just
I know. Two not so great things in a row.
Just become a professional.
Yeah, well, that happens, right? At least we got Ryan.
Became a professional
The Rye guy.
A few amateur fight. I won
We
them
should
all.
call him Rye Bread.
And I
We don't have to
my
call him
first
that.
fight in
Unless we like it.
Montreal. I won.
Can't
I
do
became a
this.
professional.
So,
Then I told people
I
that
can't do
wanted
this.
to fight
I had a
UFC.
real
Everybody
job.
doubt me again.
I sat 10 feet away from my fiance.
So
I had health
worked my way
benefits.
up,
I was
beat
just
two guys
feeling
that
impulsive. I should have gotten a
I'm,
tiny
Pete's
tattoo on
breath
my
was,
ankle.
just
I just
knocked-
keep getting
knocked out
bored.
Robbie
And
Lawler
I let
with
things
leg
build up and
kick.
build up. And then I
the
do
person was
something
my
too
agent
big.
at the time, did
Like
a great
this.
move.
Who does this?
well, you know,
So
my
we brought
mom
Pete's breath
always
in
used to say
Montreal.
that average
Pete's
people
breath came to
are
my
the
life.
most special people
I
in the
believed
world.
you didn't
That's
know
why
who
God
I
made
was.
so many.
We don't have any money. We don't have an office. We don't have anything.
Well, we should
End
make a
up
list.
beating him.
Lists
So
are
that
good. Lists are good.
gave me the
Lists are good.
opportunity to fight in UFC. And after I
First
was
on
in
the list,
UFC,
let's
I
get you
wanted
out
to
of the
become
car.
champion of
Alright.
the world, you know? Hughes was there.
Oh,
and he
okay.
How come out of everyone in the office, I'm the only one who went
But
with
he
you?
helped me again.
Is it because I'm that stupid? I mean, your own grandmother doesn't even believe in you.
I was competing against other world champion of other weight class.
I want you to listen.
For the title, you know, for the legacy.
Because
And
I want to
everything.
tell
So I
you
was not no longer competing against my
the
opponent.
situation.
You know, as a competitor, you always you never wanted to be to be
Your job,
satisfied.
I
Because when
quit.
satisfaction is the death. You know, when you're
It's the best.
satisfied,
That's what happened.
you better retire. It's
Now,
over.
what
It's
are
always
our
have to
choices right
find
now?
motivation.
Because
What
you
you
don't
can
care, you
have
quit.
more. I want more. Don't be satisfied.
So what are
So
our
I wanted
options?
to
Well,
be like the
you can
best.
start this
You know,
paper
as I was
company. We can
competing,
buy.
you know, like to become the
Or
best. And of course,
that's it. That's our only option.
help you all the
Quit.
time. Every time you say something
And
that it's outside of
do
the
my best
norm,
work when people don't
normality.
believe in me.
When I say
I remember in high
there's nothing
school,
normal with what I'm talking
my
about.
math teacher told me I was going to flunk out.
Manifest
And
your
what I
desire
did,
to do something
the
that
very next day, I went out
takes
and I scored
special
more goals than
attribute
anyone in the history of the hockey team.
succeed, or that is something that
See
is
what I mean?
hard
I
to
thrive
do.
on this. I thrive on
And
it.
I always have people like
So I'm going to go
it's so
inside.
strange that
I'm
people
going to
don't
make some calls.
they don't really
I'm
just
going to get us an
the
office
people that
space,
love
and
you
I'm
too.
going to show you why you joined this company. All right?
And I believe you need to use that as a positive thing, as a motivation to prove them wrong. So for me, that was the thing.
You gotta have some
When
extra
someone
space.
helped me,
Billy, look
nothing
at me
gave
here.
me
There's got to
more.
be
There's
some sort
more
of secret
energy
office that you
because I
have.
want to prove him wrong. I
Looking
want to look
around.
at him in the face and
Some
say,
awesome
"Hey, you see it? Got
free
you, man. I
keep
did
up the
it."
books.
So, John, do you ever use this in one way or the other by saying,
That
"I
would
think
be
you can do this" to motivate them to
I did what I
prove
had
you
to
wrong, or
Stepped in, took charge.
That's what being a man is.
The mental
And earlier
toughness
today,
required to achieve
I was freaking out. Pam stepped up.
greatness.
She was the man.
What's your role as a coach when you have
Don't think a woman can be a man?
with regards to
Well,
your
then that's
first
your
question,
stereotype,
did I ever
not
say
mine.
to someone, you can't do this? As a kind of reverse psychology, no. My job is to prepare people
I can
first
work
and
here.
foremost with their skills. And
I can see
as
this.
Gordon pointed out
You're in the
earlier,
middle of a paper belt.
if you're
Are you
in
good?
any way a rational human being and you're noticing
I'm good.
that you're getting tremendous success with a given move in the gym against high-level opponents who give a good read on what your actual opponent in the
You know what
competition
they say,
is like, you would have
keep
to
your
be
friends
moron
close.
to not recognize that kind of success and say, this is something I should be building into my game,
Michael,
and you will carry the
back.
confidence that you earn
Yes, I am, Charles.
into the arena.
Except this time you have no legal right
So
to
I
kick
never
me out.
try to use
Because I
reverse
started my
psychology.
very own
I
paper
build
company right here in the building.
everything I do in terms of
If I were
confidence
you, Charles Miner,
is
I
skills.
would watch your step.
I know
Because
people
Michael
say,
Scott
this
Paper
is a
Company
counselor
is about to open a big old can
and
of your back
confidence
and never
is
get there.
squarely in the mental aspect of the game. But all the
Actually, a six pack. We're going to open
the
a six
beginning
pack
of confidence are physical.
Scared.
Okay? A rational human being will see where they're having success and where they're having failure. And confidence will surround those areas where they're having success and will degenerate in cases where they're having failure. So my job as a coach is to set them up for success in the gym with a given set of skills. And I don't have to do anything. If I can set them up highly successful with a given move or a set of tactics 10 times in a row against lots of competition like that, I don't have to do anything when it comes to instilling confidence. I will tell people, hey, you did a really good job. But when they nod in agreement, I'm not trying to force anything on them.